Orange methane snow was falling from the sky. He turned up the heat on his spacesuit and went back to sleep. In the haze, he seemed to see her standing on the ridge, wearing a white dress. The breeze stirred the dress, swaying together with the wheat stalks. Her black long hair was spread in the sunset, flying and elegant, and the hair looked like it was plated with a layer of gold in the backlight. From the past to the future, from Earth to Saturn. In the future, the young version of oneself will come to the present and find the middle-aged version of oneself to accomplish tasks that were once thought impossible. Viruses, apocalypse, war, politics, love, family ties, all these elements are intertwined, embodying love, hatred, gratitude, and revenge. With a bang, the bullet hit the pressure-resistant glass. The glass is indeed good quality. The upgraded superconducting pistol, Ulan M2300, surprisingly only made a small hole in the glass. The bullet tip penetrated the glass, and the bullet body remained inside. Under the external pressure, which was 1.5 times higher than the internal pressure of the spacecraft, the bullet did not get stuck in the glass, but slowly exited it, landing on the ground with a snap. Immediately, the nitrogen atmosphere at -179.15 degrees Celsius shot into the cockpit through the small hole like a sharp sword. In just a few tenths of a second, the moisture around this nitrogen began to condense, and a thin layer of visible mist twisted. Chen Pinru was completely naked, holding the wrist of the man in white with her left hand. The man in white was holding an M2300 pistol, and the barrel was still emitting smoke from the recently fired bullet. Both of them were stunned, looking at this incredible phenomenon of sublimation in the extreme cold. Chen Pinru reacted more quickly. He grabbed the other person's wrist and pulled it towards himself. The person in white didn't react in time and suddenly fell into the arms of this naked man. If it were in ordinary times and this person in white had a normal sexual orientation, they would definitely be disgusted and pounce into the embrace of a naked man. Chen Pinru took advantage of the situation and pulled her right arm back, grabbing the neck of the person in white who had fallen into her arms. With her palm facing upwards, she lifted the chin and raised the head of the person in white. Then, using the back of her hand to press on his chin, she pushed him downwards and to the right. The right side of the person in white's face coincidentally met the high-speed jet of nitrogen gas with a pressure of -179.15 that was shooting in. The person in white screamed in pain, fiercely kicking Chen Pinru with his legs. Chen Pinru held his right hand with his left hand and pressed his chin down with his right hand. The head of the man in white couldn't move. The jet of extremely low-temperature nitrogen began cutting from his right eye and continued to the corner of his mouth. The area where the low-temperature jet passed fell off in powder, revealing the white and shiny facial bones inside, but there was no trace of blood. The man in white crashed to the ground with a thud, his right hand loosening and the pistol falling into Chen Pinru's left hand. The man in white covered his face, wailing in pain as he twisted and rolled. The second white-clothed person following behind the first one was wearing a helmet. Upon reaching the driver's door, he was stunned by the scene and stared blankly. After a few seconds, he remembered to draw his gun and hurriedly pulled out his pistol. Chen Pinru raised his left hand, and the first white-clothed man turned his pistol 180 degrees. He pulled the trigger, and almost simultaneously, the helmeted white-clothed man aimed his gun at him. When pulling the triggers simultaneously, both of them had a premonition that bullets were about to be fired, and perhaps their lives were about to end. Both of them shouted simultaneously, "Ah!" It was like two brave warriors charging forward in ancient times, either facing death with courage or screaming in despair. For some reason, the man in white suddenly froze there. Although he was shouting, "Ah!" his fingers seemed to be blocked by something, and he had no strength to pull the trigger. In an instant, Chen Pinru's gun fired. The bullet, with its tremendous force, coupled with the relatively low gravity here, sent the man in white flying, crashing into the entrance door of the driver's cab before landing on the ground, motionless. Chen Pinru took a breath and turned around, firing another shot at the struggling figure in white on the ground. The splattered blood droplets, upon contact with the -1 ADC cold jet, quickly sublimated into a plume of red smoke. Jiang Xingyan, who had been screaming heart-wrenchingly from behind the passenger seat, was now staring blankly at the scene, without making a sound. 20 minutes ago, Chen Pinru woke up, feeling very cold. Her whole body ached and tingled. He sat up, and as his vision gradually returned, he realized he was completely naked. His mind was in disarray, with various strange images flickering through his mind like slides. The person who had previously been conversing with him had vanished, and now the room had transformed into a cylinder resembling a hyperbaric chamber, with orange light emanating from the entire wall. The light was not glaring, but rather gentle. Chen Pinru sat up, took a deep breath, and felt the tingling pain quickly disappear. He sat for a few minutes, and suddenly his body felt comfortable. All the various ailments he had previously suffered from miraculously disappeared. He got out of bed. He looked at his own body in puzzlement. His skin was smooth and elastic, with prominent veins and shiny nails. The skin that had begun to age and the greasy body had disappeared. Shinpinru slowly felt his body and was very surprised by his muscles. I've never trained my muscles to be so well developed in my entire life. My chest muscles are full, my abs are six-pack, and my lats are surprisingly broad. He took a deep breath and felt that the dry, itchy, and cough-prone symptoms he had previously experienced due to viral infection had all disappeared. His heart was beating rhythmically and strongly in his chest. Being young is great, Shinpinru exclaimed to herself. He turned around and glanced at the metal bed he had just been lying on. The once dilapidated and dim old house had now transformed into a glowing metal cylinder, with only this bed remaining unchanged. It floated in the air, and the entire metal structure still faintly emitted a strange, pale blue light, as if it had been glazed. My head was still a little dizzy. I took a few steps and tried to find the exit. With a loud bang, the top cylinder wall was opened. Shinpinru's muscles tensed up instantly, and he made a defensive gesture. He was surprised that he had naturally made this movement. An old man in a white lab coat with completely white hair ran in, feeling a bit agitated, swinging his arms wide and shouting at him. Come out quickly! Come out quickly! There's no time. Shinpinru was a little dazed and her mind was still numb. She stumbled out of the cylindrical cabin following him. Upon exiting the cabin, the previously extremely quiet environment transformed into a state of utter chaos and noise. Various people were shouting and running around in a panic, and the clashing sounds of metal were extremely jarring. The huge isolated semicircular artificial dome kept falling debris. Through the thick pressure-resistant glass, one could see the snowy world outside, with the ground and sky both being white, but the surface near the dome gradually turned dark red. At the junction of the distant horizon and the mountains, a huge earthy yellow planet occupies 1/3 of the sky, with its vast halo extending beyond the horizon. In the distance outside the hemisphere, some flying objects were approaching. As they got closer, these objects lowered their altitude, and many people dressed in white jumped out from above. They kept firing at the hemisphere, and the bullets hit the hemisphere, sounding like hail in summer, with a dense thudding sound. Shinpinru looked at the world in surprise. So this is what the future looks like. The old man in a white lab coat shouted to him, 2217. Oh no, Mr. Chun, run with me. Me? Run away with you? Why? Are you? I am Lin Yongsheng. Quick, run with me. Are you? Lin Yongsheng? Lin Yongsheng. Shinpinru recalled in her memory. A scene flashed in her mind, showing her shaking hands with this old man in a white lab coat. I seem to remember. What? Shinpinru frowned. Could you put some clothes on me first? Shinpinru realized that he was still naked. Several female staff members ran past him, and Shinpinru instinctively covered his lower body with both hands, but they didn't even glance at him, as if they were used to it. It's too late, run. Lin Yongsheng pointed to a spacecraft with a messy spray painting in the distance and pulled Shinpinru towards it. The tail of the spacecraft was written in big letters, Mayflower. Chapter 2. Where is this? The two airships next to the Mayflower emitted a dull engine sound, spewing orange smoke, scattering paper and garbage everywhere, and slowly took off, crowding towards the spaceship exit, with a bang, followed by a crashing sound of shattering glass. Shinpinru looked back while running and saw a piece of multi-layered pressure-resistant glass near the ground shatter under various light and heavy weapon attacks. The atmospheric pressure outside was 15 times higher than inside, and nitrogen gas rushed in wildly, sending small shards of glass flying everywhere. A cloud of water vapor rose around them. The pressure difference was not enough to be fatal, and the nitrogen gas was also not immediately lethal. What could kill instantly was the low temperature. The average temperature of the atmosphere here was 17,915, and those who were not far from the shattered glass and not wearing space suits fell to the ground, frozen stiff like stone. Several snowmobiles burst through the broken glass. Crashing in, the guard team in the hemisphere opened fire on them, but the snowmobiles were too fast and were mostly missed. Each snowmobile had 2 people in white space suits, one driving and one shooting. The snowmobiles cleverly began to circle around the remaining guards, shooting like beasts in a cage. Soon, few guards were left standing. 2 snowmobiles spotted a very conspicuous naked man and a woman in a lab coat running this way. Immediately turned around and chased after them, firing their guns as they ran. Bullets hit the spaceship, sparking and making a ping-pong sound. Damn it, Lin Yongsheng shouted while running. My spaceship. I will kill you. He yelled back, waving his hands. His white hair, whether from running or anger, stood on end. Bullets whizzed behind them, and Chin Pinru, ignoring her shyness, opened her stride and ran towards the spaceship. The spaceship's hatch was open, and a staircase was set up on the ground. A woman in a blue space suit stood at the door, desperately waving at them. As they got closer to the spaceship, they could hear the engine had already started, emitting a huge low rumble. The two ran onto the spaceship, and the woman was so anxious she was jumping, shouting, "Professor, preheating is complete. You can take off immediately." Old Professor Lin was panting and could not speak, one hand on the cabin wall and the other on his hip, slowly making his way to the cockpit. When he reached the cockpit door, Professor Lin finally had the strength to turn back and roar, "Chin Pinru, Jiang Xingyan, kill them. Darling, quickly help me close the hatch." The woman named Jiang Xingyan shouted. Chin Pinru, seeing another woman, instinctively covered her lower body with her hands and asked, "Where to pull?" Before Jiang Xingyan could answer, the spaceship had already begun to vibrate, with a massive airflow spraying downwards, stirring up a layer of orange mist on the ground. And the spaceship roared as it slowly ascended. At that moment, two snowmobiles had reached under the spaceship, and the two people on the back of each jumped out, tearing off the external air tube, running while throwing off their heavy oxygen helmets, desperately running toward the hatch staircase. Jiang Xingyan panicked and hurried to pull a metal chain hanging on the door. But a snowmobile driver saw the woman trying to close the hatch and raised his hand to fire a shot, likely intending to scare her, but the bullet was unforgiving. Hitting her shoulder, she screamed and fell to the ground. Chin Pinru realized she needed to pull that metal chain. He rushed forward, only to find two men in white had already rushed up the stairs, and the snowmobile driver who had fired was also running over. Chin Pinru ran to the hatch to pull the chain, nearly colliding with the first man in white who had rushed up the stairs. Because the man had just run up the stairs, there was a height difference, and his eyes were level with Chin Pinru's lower body. The man did not expect to see another man's naked lower half so close, and he was momentarily stunned. Chin Pinru, seeing the bearded man staring intently at his private parts, felt a wave of nausea and reflexively kicked out. The man was still in a daze and got kicked in the face by a bare foot, falling from the already airborne spaceship, letting out a cry in midair before crashing to the ground and becoming still. The person following behind glanced at his fallen companion and immediately drew his gun, pointing it at Chin Pinru, shouting, "Step back! Step back!" Chin Pinru, panting, had no choice but to let go of the chain, raise his hands, and back up into the spaceship corridor. The snowmobile driver also climbed up the stairs. The two entered the cabin corridor and ordered Chin Pinru to help the injured Jiang Xingyan towards the cockpit. At this moment, Lin Professor's voice came through the intercom. "Quickly close the hatch. Otherwise, we can't take off. Hurry." The man in front pointed his gun at Chin Pinru and the woman, putting a finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. Then he patted the other man behind him. The other man understood and immediately pulled the chain to close the hatch, pressing the sealing switch. With a ding, the sealing was complete. The man in front pointed his gun at them, forcing them to back up and open the cockpit door. Chin Pinru helped Jiang Xingyan and backed into the cockpit. Lin Yongsheng, seeing the virtual screen display that the hatch had closed normally, quickly took off the spaceship, sliding out from the spaceship's mouth, leaving the half-spherical dome and ascending the spaceship to an altitude of 2,000 meters. Lin Yongsheng heard the cockpit door open and turned back just to say, "We finally escaped." Before he could finish, he saw the naked Chin Pinru helping Jiang Xingyan back in, followed by a man in white holding a gun. Professor Lin reflexively reached for his gun at his waist, only to find he hadn't brought it. The man in white saw Lin Yongsheng reaching for his waist and fired a shot at the professor. The bullet passed through the professor's body, and he grunted, collapsing onto the control panel. Chin Pinru saw the man in white firing, and since the gun was not aimed at them, he knew the opportunity had come. He jumped over, grabbing the white man's right wrist and lifting it up. The man in white hurriedly fired a second shot, but his hand had already been raised. Bang! The bullet hit the pressure-resistant glass in front of the cockpit. Indeed, it was good glass. The Rainland M2300 handgun only made a small hole in the cockpit glass. And under the influence of the atmospheric pressure 15 times higher than inside the spaceship, the bullet head fell to the ground. The extremely low-temperature nitrogen gas poured in. The two began to fight, and Jiang Xingyan screamed in fear, her screams becoming the background music of the struggle. In a flash, Chin Pinru took down two men in white. Jiang Xingyan, having known him for so long, was stunned to see him so swiftly kill two people, unable to speak. Chin Pinru, holding the gun and panting heavily, asked, "Where is this?" Jiang Xingyan, covering her wound, looked at him with her mouth agape, wondering if he had lost his mind. She swallowed hard. "Darling, this is Titan, Saturn's sixth moon." "What? Saturn's sixth moon? You mean we are on Saturn?" Chin Pinru trembled slightly. "Not Saturn. We are on the sixth moon of Saturn." Darling, is your mind still not recovered? Chen Pinru frowned, gritted his teeth, and asked the question he was most concerned about. What year is it now? Chapter 3 Unexploded. What year is it now? Deep down, Chen Pinru didn't actually want to know what year it was, but curiosity overcame fear. Jiang Xingyan became a bit scared, clutching her shoulder and laboriously standing up. Looking at him seriously. Perhaps because too much nitrogen had entered, they both felt a bit like they were getting drunk. Quickly block the leak. Jiang Xingyan glanced at Professor Lin, who was slumped over the console, and did not answer his earlier question. How to block it? As the oxygen content and temperature rapidly dropped, Chen Pinru's mind began to dull. A naked person was the first to feel it. Now the air they exhaled was foggy. Jiang Xingyan gritted her teeth, leaned against the passenger seat to move to the control panel, raised her hand, and slammed down on the prominent red button in the center of the control panel. With a loud bang, several metallic protective shields descended, covering all the glass. The icy, bone-chilling wind in the cockpit disappeared in an instant. Jiang Xingyan pressed another button on the control panel, and the ventilation system began to operate at full strength, sending warm oxygen into the cabin. Chen Pinru felt her body warm up a bit. The two hurriedly turned the professor over and found he was still gasping for breath. The bullet had passed through his abdomen. Although the injury was severe, it wouldn't be immediately fatal. Jiang Xingyan quickly unbuttoned his shirt, took out a first aid kit, neutralized the poison at the bullet hole in his abdomen, and sprayed a hemostatic agent to control the bleeding. Chen Pinru stripped the spacesuit off the corpse on the floor and put it on herself, as the spacesuit had an independent life support system, was not thick, and was extremely comfortable to wear. The only downside was that it was splattered with blood. Jiang Xingyan unbuttoned her own shirt and sprayed some hemostatic agent on her shoulder. Fortunately, only a small piece of flesh was taken off her trapezius muscle. If it had been a bit more direct, the bullet would have hit her neck. The urgent matter was to get the professor to the hospital, but they couldn't return to the Cassini mothership. Jiang Xingyan furrowed her brows tightly, biting her lower lip. The soft lines of her shoulders were exposed outside the spacesuit. Chen Pinru looked at her and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Jiang Xingyan and Chen Pinru lifted the old Professor Lin into the rear cabin, reclined a seat back to make him more comfortable. The seatbelt automatically secured him in place. Professor Lin trembled as he pulled out something that looked like a personal communicator from his lab coat and handed it to Chen Pinru. Gasping, the explosion was massive. Lift the ship to 10,000 meters. He swallowed hard and continued. Activate the detonator, code 4321, then press that red button. He glanced at the two of them, took a deep breath, and said, then we go to the Mars base, and then back to Earth. His grayish-white eyes lit up at the mention of Earth. Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang, and something struck the spaceship, causing it to shake violently. The Allied forces were attacking. Professor Lin became agitated, starting to cough violently, which triggered pain in his abdomen that nearly made him faint. Another bang sounded as another shell hit the spaceship, and the violent shaking threw the two standing people to the ground. Jiang Xingyan jumped up and rushed toward the cockpit, with Chen Pinru following closely, holding the detonator. The two sat in their seats, and the safety belts automatically secured them. Fortunately, they had just lowered the protective shield. Otherwise, all the windows would have been shattered by now. Jiang Xingyan pushed the throttle, and the spaceship, still in a horizontal state, immediately shot up vertically from 2,000 meters into the sky. Chen Pinru felt a tremendous pressure pin him against the seat. The cockpit glass, protected by the shield, lit up, projecting synchronized images of the outside. If it weren't for the bullet hole, one would think they were genuinely looking outside through the glass. At the same time, various data was virtually displayed before their eyes, and they could directly click on the display screens in the air to call up data. The spaceship quickly ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the radar showed two red dots closely pursuing them, clearly the patrol fighters of the Allied forces. Chen Pinru glanced at Jiang Xingyan, took a deep breath, input the code, and pressed the red button with force. There was no response from the ground. Chen Pinru pressed it again, but still, there was no reaction. This was bad. No explosion. Jiang Xingyan looked at the ground through the monitor. The red dome was particularly striking beneath the white methane mountains, and there was no explosion. Beeping radar alarms indicated an incoming threat, and a bright dot flew toward the center of the screen. This was bad. A missile. Jiang Xingyan shouted. She pushed the spaceship down, and the Mayflower spaceship had excellent maneuverability, diving rapidly toward the surface of Titan. The spaceship's atmosphere, containing nitrogen, methane, ethane, and butane, created high-speed friction, trailing an orange-red smoke from its cruciform tail. Chen Pinru was nearly thrown from his seat, but fortunately, the safety belt held him in place. Jiang Xingyan pressed a virtual button in front of her, and the spaceship's tail immediately launched countless oxygen interference grenades. The grenades were thrown backward, exploding in the air and releasing oxygen that mixed with methane and other gases in the atmosphere. 2 seconds later, a second explosion occurred, this time igniting the methane and oxygen together, creating spectacular fireballs burning downward from several thousand meters high. The missile could not evade the interference from these explosive fireballs and exploded in midair. Due to the high atmospheric density, the shock waves generated by the explosion could be seen expanding in circles. One of the 2 patrol fighters, affected by the shock wave, flipped in midair, smoke billowing from its fuselage, and it ceased its pursuit. The second fighter surged ahead. Jiang Xingyin leveled the Mayflower when it was only about 2,000 meters from the dome. Press it again. Hurry, dear, Jiang Xingyin shouted. Chen Pinru finally realized that the button he had pressed earlier was for destroying the transporter. No, they couldn't blow up the transporter. He shouted in alarm. Jiang Xingyin anxiously glanced at Chen Pinru, snatched the detonator, and pressed the button. Still no response. You go to the back and ask Professor Lin what is going on. Chen Pinru quickly unfastened his safety belt and ran to the cockpit door, loudly informing the old professor. Although Professor Lin was also secured by a safety belt, the recent excessive maneuvering of the spaceship had intensified his pain, and his face was pale. He sighed and said weakly, "The detonator is likely interfered with. It's too late. We need to get out of here." He pointed out the window at the white sky. In the background of the sky, the massive Saturn hung high with its rings. The white sky, due to the various explosions earlier, was filled with thick clouds of orange and yellow, hanging at different heights, resembling fluffy cotton candy, like the background of a puppet cartoon. Okay. Hearing that they didn't need to blow up the transporter anymore, Chen Pinru breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, there was a soft bang on the hull of the Mayflower, not loud, as if something had bumped into the spaceship, followed by a creaking sound. What is happening? Chen Pinru turned to look at Jiang Xingyin. Jiang Xingyin immediately switched to the hull camera view and saw that the patrol fighter had landed on the hull and released its claws, which shot into the manganese steel outer skin, firmly securing itself to the Mayflower. Earlier, Jiang Xingyin had leveled the spaceship and flown slowly to ensure a better signal for the detonator, which had allowed the patrol fighter to seize the opportunity to land. In the surveillance footage, the patrol fighter opened its top cover, and 4 soldiers in white spacesuits jumped down. The 4 bent down and quickly moved toward the brightly colored emergency rescue hatch. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyin shouted, "Intruders!" Chen Pinru at the door of the cockpit was also unprepared. The sudden acceleration sent him flying into the cabin, crashing into the seat next to Professor Lin. Fortunately, the seat was soft, preventing him from suffering a fracture. The 4 soldiers were indeed well trained. Amidst the violent impacts, they activated the exoskeletons on their spacesuits. The powerful exoskeletons supported each person, preventing them from swaying in the ultra-high-speed hurricane. With the support of the exoskeletons, the 4 squatted down with effort and slowly leaned towards the rescue hatch. The rescue hatch was an emergency circular opening that could be opened from the outside. Normally, rescuers would enter through here, close the outer hatch, wait for pressure to equalize, and then open the inner hatch to come in. Today, however, the people coming in through the rescue hatch intended to capture them. Jiang Xingyin, feeling a bit anxious, shouted at Chen Pinru, 2217, "Dear, hurry and stop them." The previous fight had given Jiang Xingyin enough confidence to believe in him. Chen Pinru got up, realizing the situation was dire. Quickly removed the helmet from the dead white-clad person he had shot earlier, put it on, and connected it to the oxygen tube of his spacesuit. The oxygen in the spacesuit could sustain an adult for half an hour. Amid the spaceship's various roles, the 4 people struggled to open the outer hatch of the rescue port. 2 of them came in at once, closed the outer hatch, and waited for the pressure to balance before opening the inner hatch. Chen Pinru raised his gun with one hand and grabbed the back of the seat next to him with the other to steady himself, planning to shoot as soon as they crawled out of the inner hatch. The 2 men threw in 2 hallucinogenic grenades, and smoke filled the cabin. Professor Lin began to cough violently and lost consciousness in less than 10 seconds. Wearing the spacesuit helmet, Chen Pinru was effectively protected from the effects of the hallucinogenic grenades. The 2 men in the rescue pod, hearing the coughing stop, thought it was safe, and one of them cautiously peeked in. For some reason, Chen Pinru sensed that there should be 2 people in the rescue pod, so he did not fire, waiting for both to come out. In the smoke, a soldier in a white spacesuit slowly crawled out. As he stood up, he saw a blood-splattered white-clad person pointing a gun at him. This time, it was Chen Pinru's turn to raise a finger to signal Shu. Jiang Xingyin also saw everything from the cabin's monitoring screen and stabilized the spaceship, making it easier for Chen Pinru to control the situation. The soldier behind him, not hearing any noise, also crawled out. Shinpinru raised his gun and made a shoot gesture at him too. The two stood obediently against the cabin wall, raising their hands. Shinpinru pointed to the inner hatch of the rescue pod, and then aimed his gun at one of the white-clad soldiers, softly saying, "Close it." The soldier obediently closed the inner hatch's airtight door. Shinpinru, holding the gun, quietly told them it was safe inside and they could come in. Seeing the two hesitate, Shinpinru aimed the gun at one soldier's helmet's faceplate and slowly pressed the trigger. The superconducting pistol began to charge, emitting a buzzing sound. The slow charging power was something the soldier clearly understood. If the energy bar filled up, a single shot would release the energy equivalent to a grenade, and his head would surely explode. Through the faceplate, Shinpinru saw the soldier's eyes widen in fear. Shinpinru felt a surge of energy in his heart, as if a hand could occasionally grasp the opponent's mind, and with a little force, the opponent's soul would contract. The soldier pressed the communicator, his voice hoarse. "It's safe. You can enter." After a while, the other two also crawled in. The result was that the four stood obediently in a row, hands raised, leaning against the cabin wall. Jiang Xingyan saw all this through the camera and was extremely happy. Her admiration was evident as she smiled and shouted to the cabin, "I love you, hero." Shinpinru, with his back to the cockpit, shouted, "Hurry and ventilate, or the hallucinogens will spread to the cockpit." Jiang Xingyan turned on the ventilation, drawing the smoke out of the cabin. 1 against 4. It seemed one person had captured 4. Shinpinru smiled, feeling a faint sense of dissatisfaction from the 4 soldiers. After being chased for nearly half an hour, Shinpinru felt his body slowly waking up and his mental perception expanding at an unprecedented speed. It was a very comfortable feeling, although there was a slight headache at the back of his head. Since crossing over from 2023, his middle-aged, greasy body was gone, replaced by a healthy, strong, and agile one, filled with aggression. His nearsighted and astigmatic eyes became sharp as an eagle, and minute details that he couldn't observe before were now clearly visible. Even his sense of smell and hearing seemed to have gained more depth than before. What surprised Shinpinru the most was that in this brief moment, he seemed to sense the thoughts of the others, whether intentionally or not. Each person's body emitted a vague, indistinct, jelly-like aura of different colors. Each person's aura had a small tail, and Shinpinru felt he could grasp that little tail. With just a tug or squeeze, the other person's heart would contract. This sensation shocked and frightened him in an instant. The auras of the 4 soldiers leaning against the cabin wall conveyed to him that each one was prepared to pounce on him. But they all hoped that someone else would jump out first, allowing the hero to block the first shot, giving everyone a chance to tackle Shinpinru. Shinpinru immediately assessed the situation in his mind. He felt he could handle 2 of them at the same time. However, in the cramped space of the cabin, if all 4 charged at him simultaneously, he would only have the chance to fire 1 shot. He wouldn't be able to evade the assaults of the others. No matter how fast he shot, he couldn't fire 4 bullets in an instant. As soon as the others drew their guns or knives in the chaos, he would surely be injured or even killed, leaving him with no chance of winning. He had to quickly break this unfavorable situation. He had only been thinking of capturing all of them earlier, but now he realized he was actually in a disadvantageous position. Suddenly, Shinpinru had a thought that even he felt was crazy and childish. "Not convinced, huh?" Shinpinru asked. The 4 raised their hands, looking at each other. Their helmets obscured their expressions. Shinpinru sensed that they were all questioning him internally. "How about this? Let's go down to the ground and have a fight? No guns. It's unfair to use guns. Let's use the self-defense knives we carry." Shinpinru swallowed hard, feeling nervous inside. "I'll take on all 4 of you at once." Shinpinru raised his gun, staring at them. Because he was also wearing a helmet, the 4 could not see his expression, filled with doubt. Unsure whether he was joking or serious. Perhaps the hallucinogens had driven him mad. Jiang Xingyan, hearing this, also thought Shinpinru had inhaled the hallucinogens and had lost his mind. She turned her head and shouted to the cabin, "Are you crazy?" Shinpinru slowly raised his hand to take off his helmet, his gaze intense, taking a deep breath. He could feel the 4 soldiers' minds in chaos, filled with fear, excitement, and the hope of finding a way out. The strongest shared feeling among the 4 was humiliation. "Can we take off our helmets?" one person asked. "Yes." The 4 slowly removed their helmets. They all looked like they were from the same region. They had deep eye sockets, high brow bones, and hooked noses. The only difference was facial hair. One had a thick beard, another had a mustache, and the other 2, appearing slightly younger, had little facial hair. Their faces were hardened from long-term grueling training, their eyes dark and full of killing intent. The 4 silently stared at Shinpinru. Shinpinru raised his gun, also staring at them, feeling their desire to win through their gaze. They stared at each other in silence for about 10 seconds. And then the man with the thick beard spoke. Do you think you can win against us four with a knife? Chen Pinru could sense the anger in their hearts. They were starting to bite the hook. Of course. You're just little bugs. Chen Pinru originally wanted to say you're just little bugs of the Allied forces. But he forgot the term Allied forces. After all, this world was too unfamiliar. The other party was indeed further enraged by Chen Pinru's contempt. For people are unnecessary. I can handle you alone. The big bearded man glared at him. Why don't you all come at me together? Chen Pinru deliberately said in a disdainful tone. Chen Pinru felt relieved. If the opponent could come one by one, that would be simply perfect. It would be much easier to deal with than having them all rush at him together. The thick-bearded man laughed heartily. Our Puzzle-Adada guards have never seen such an arrogant young man. Chen Pinru also laughed because he was happy to hear others, especially enemies, call him young man. The last time someone called him, that was at least 15 years ago. However, he really was young now. The man with the mustache glared at Chen Pinru gloomily and said, let the spaceship land. Soon we will see you die. Chen Pinru deliberately snorted in contempt and shouted, land. Chapter 5. Telepathy. Chen Pinru shouted like a heroic captain battling at sea. Land. After waiting for a moment, the spaceship showed no response. Chen Pinru had to shout again, land. After a brief silence, Jiang Xingyan's voice came through, are you crazy? If it weren't for the current combat situation, the four opponents would have laughed out loud. Chen Pinru felt embarrassed, holding his gun towards the four men while scratching his head with the other hand, smiling at the enemy and saying, women are like this. To his surprise, the four men unconsciously nodded in agreement. At this moment, Chen Pinru was really a bit anxious. Shouting sternly at the camera, you land quickly, while starting to blink. Jiang Xingyan, seeing Chen Pinru's angry face and rapidly blinking eyes, suddenly understood. The situation in the cabin was not as controlled as imagined. All right, I'm landing. Jiang Xingyan saw a very flat area about 10 kilometers from the dome, next to an ethane lake. The lake's water was jelly-like, gray-black in color, and shimmering. At first glance, it looked a bit like jelly made from Chinese songhua egg whites. The hurricane blowing above wouldn't create layers of waves on the lake's surface. It would only shake like jelly. When the spaceship was just 5 meters above the lake's surface, Chen Pinru had them put their helmets back on, and he also donned his helmet and connected the oxygen. Chen Pinru instructed Jiang Xingyan to open the cabin door. Jiang Xingyan first increased the cabin pressure by 18 times, slightly higher than the outside, to prevent the cold nitrogen from flooding in and freezing or suffocating the injured Lin Yongsheng, who was in a deep sleep. The gravity on Titan is only slightly higher than that of the moon, so jumping down from a height of 5 meters onto the jelly-like ethane lake was acceptable for Earth humans. The ethane lake actually belonged to a non-Newtonian fluid and was quite viscous. If one wanted to sink, they would have to stand still for 5 hours to possibly get submerged up to their knees. The three men jumped down first, with the big bearded man jumping last. Before jumping, he turned back to look at Chen Pinru with some concern. Chen Pinru was also a man of pride and kept his promise. He jumped down as well. If he didn't keep his promise, he could have closed the cabin door and walked away. However, doing so would tarnish his reputation, regardless of whether he lived or died. Many years later, Chen Pinru would deeply regret that decision. The correct decision would have been to close the cabin door and leave, without caring about his reputation. Who would care? Jiang Xingyan hurriedly ran to the back to close the cabin door, maneuvering the spaceship to land by the shore, then ran back to check on Lin Yongsheng's injuries. The four men stood in a row, raising their right hands to the sky, due to their helmets. Chen Pinru couldn't hear what they were chanting. It must have been some kind of prayer ritual from the Puzzle-Adada region. Then the four men threw their guns onto the ground, or more accurately, onto the jelly-like surface of the ethane. Chen Pinru stood on the lake surface, 3 meters away from them. He also pulled out his gun and tossed it onto the lake's surface, where it bounced and fell repeatedly. The atmosphere on Titan consists of 98.44 nitrogen, making it the only nitrogen-rich body in the solar system besides Earth. The other components are methane, ethane, and so on. Whenever the wind picked up, the methane and other components would rub against the helmet, shoulders, or fingertips, producing swirling orange smoke, thick and circling around, reminiscent of a scene from a fantastical world. The reason Chen Pinru had the courage to shout for a 1-on-4 was mainly due to his subconscious feeling that he could grasp the opponent's energy. He had already sensed the next move of the opponent before they made it. In other words, he could foresee their next action. This slight time difference of a few tenths of a second was enough to defeat the enemy. Of course, if they were in the spaceship, and a chaotic fight broke out, Chen Pinru currently lacked the ability and experience to differentiate so many energies, making it difficult to instantly judge who posed the greatest threat. He might end up taking down 2 or 3 opponents, but there was no guarantee he wouldn't also be seriously injured or killed, leaving no one to protect Professor Lin and Jiang Xingyan. Naturally, he also wouldn't be able to return home. During the half hour of his transition here, his confidence skyrocketed, and the thrill of life had far surpassed the totality of his life before 2023. Now the situation was the best, the opponents, in order to avoid dishonoring the noble reputation of the Puzzle-Adada guards, decided to duel him. For the Dada people, who had undergone strict training and had rich battlefield experience, they didn't take this young man seriously. Chen Pinru could hear his heavy breathing in the helmet, and his heartbeat quickened. Adrenaline was rapidly being secreted. The thick wind outside, mixed with the orange mist generated from the friction with his body, swirled in the air like an ink wash painting. He could sense that the opponents were also somewhat tense, yet filled with contempt. One of the four men stepped forward. "Come on," he shouted loudly at Chen Pinru. The voice belonged to the big bearded man. Both men drew their self-defense knives. The knives used by this batch of Puzzle-Adada guards were extremely sharp, specially selected from Damascus steel, with added new materials like manganese, somewhat resembling the material of the Mayflower's skin. The knives were short, and under the dim sunlight and the reflection from Saturn, the swirling patterns of the Damascus steel emitted a faint blue light. Methane molecules flowed over the knife's tip, dispersing fine, curled orange smoke that matched beautifully with the patterns on the blade. The two men stepped onto the bouncy ethane jelly, gradually getting closer. Chen Pinru could feel that the opponent was being very cautious. The big bearded man, unsure of what this arrogant young man was capable of, seemed to expect Chen Pinru to attack first. "Then I'll attack first," Chen Pinru shouted, leaping into the air. To his surprise, this jump was nearly 3 meters high, and he lingered in the air for a particularly long time, as if in slow motion, raising his knife towards the big man's neck, waiting to land. The big bearded man laughed, but since they were both wearing helmets, his expression was hidden. This was completely a rookie's attack pattern. One mused. Chen Pinru held the knife, and with a swift motion, he drove it into the left calf of the bearded man as he swung his leg. In that instant, through the transparent visor of his helmet, Chen Pinru saw the bearded man's eyes widen in shock. The bearded man let out a loud cry and jumped back, nearly losing his balance. The knife was still embedded in his leg, too deep to pull out. Chen Pinru fell to the ground, using the elasticity of the jelly lake to spring back up, quickly leaping into the air. He raised his left leg, accumulating energy in his right leg, forming an aerial stance, and kicked toward the bearded man's throat. The bearded man hurriedly raised his knife to stab at the leg coming toward him. Chen Pinru sensed this and immediately withdrew his leg, causing the bearded man to miss his stab and look momentarily dazed. Could it be that he had encountered a true master? Before the bearded man could react, Chen Pinru had already flown past him, using the momentum to hook his right arm around the bearded man's neck and pull, flipping him onto his back. Both of them landed on the jelly lake without pain. The bearded man was a bit stunned from the fall and thought to himself that he had encountered a master. No wonder he dared to take on 4 opponents. Chen Pinru sprang back up like a carp, while the bearded man, with the knife still in his left leg, could only try to rise by turning to the side. Chen Pinru quickly stomped down on the bearded man's right hand, causing the bearded man to scream in agony. Chen Pinru twisted his foot on the bearded man's wrist, then swiftly kicked his helmet with the other foot. With a loud bang, the bearded man's head inside the helmet was jolted, nearly causing his eyes to pop out. Chen Pinru bent down, took the knife from the bearded man's hand, jumped up on his knees, pressing one knee against his throat and the other against his chest. The bearded man suddenly found it hard to breathe and couldn't speak, flailing his arms in a desperate struggle. After a while, seeing the bearded man's face turning pale from lack of oxygen and on the verge of passing out, Chen Pinru stood up and released him. The bearded man gasped for air, clutching his throat as he lay there, having completely lost the strength to move from the earlier lack of oxygen. The entire fight had taken place in just over 10 seconds, leaving the other 3 men completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Pinru pressing down on the bearded man until he finally let him go. Seeing that the bearded man was still lying on the ground, they thought he was dead and realized that this young man was indeed strong. Ignoring any prior agreements, they all drew their knives and rushed over. As Chen Pinru saw them charging with their knives, he ran toward them as well, sliding to the side on the ground. His original plan was to slide under their bodies and stab at their thighs or vital points, but unexpectedly, the jelly lake's gelatinous nature was very sticky without any liquid, causing a lot of resistance. Chen Pinru's attempt to show off failed, and he stopped halfway through the slide. Fortunately, the opponents were also rushing forward, and Chen Pinru's legs were just able to reach them, so he began to sweep, aiming to take down one at a time. The three men were not fools or novices. Seeing him slide in and lift his leg to sweep, they immediately jumped up. One of them attempted to kick Chin Pinru's knife away, but Chin Pinru's instinct kicked in at a crucial moment, and he pulled back his hand, leaving the attacker to kick at nothing. However, after missing, the attacker exposed his backside to Chin Pinru, who, almost instinctively, without thinking, drove the knife he had taken from the bearded man into this person's buttocks. The man let out a strange cry and fell to the ground. Reaching back to pull the knife out of his backside, Chin Pinru performed a backflip and quickly stood up. The other two jumped away, each on one side, raising their knives, preparing to continue the attack. The bearded man seemed to have recovered. He sat up, propping himself up on the surface of the lake, and barely managed to shout, "Stop!" The two standing men looked at the bearded man in surprise. The bearded man pointed at Chin Pinru and asked, "Who are you?" Chin Pinru looked at them, suddenly feeling a bit melancholic. He gazed at the rings of Saturn crossing the sky and said softly, "I am a bioengineer." End of chapter. Below is a knowledge base. A useless knowledge base. Note, for tech enthusiasts, it doesn't affect the plot if you skip it, you can jump to the end. See the last part 1. Telepathy. Telepathy refers to the phenomenon of communicating or transmitting information through thoughts or consciousness with others or the external environment. It is a supernatural ability claimed by mystics, also known as intuition, premonition, sixth sense, etc. The theory of telepathy may relate to concepts such as extrasensory perception, ESP, soul or energy communication, etc. As early as the late 21st century, in the 2070s. A team led by Professor Anderson Rao from the University of Washington's Computer Science and Engineering Department and a team from the National University of Singapore's Life Sciences Department, led by Hernandez, made groundbreaking research on the ancient technology of reading electroencephalograms, EEG, in a joint experiment. The two teams advanced the 20th century technologies of electrical brain, recordings, and magnetic stimulation, allowing a student at the University of Washington to see a string of random numbers transmitted via brainwaves to a student at the National University of Singapore, who simply wrote down the numbers that popped into his head. The result was 100 correct. However, the probability of successfully repeating this experiment was not high. The latest issue of Science and Nature published an article on telepathy and premonition, suggesting that telepathy is actually a macroscopic manifestation of quantum entanglement resonating in three-dimensional space. When recorded over time, the macroscopic quantum resonance, i.e., microscopic entanglement, forms the basis for telepathy. With this ability, there is no need to use primitive sound waves to transmit information. 2. Premonition. This is based on two entangled quantum states having a slight deviation at a point in time, a negligibly small time on the macroscopic scale, causing one quantum to already have observable facts while the other has not yet started running, but the running state will not change, thus allowing the non-running quantum to know how it will run at the next time point, and it will absolutely not change because of observation. This is the principle of fatalism, which is also the quantum principle of premonition. 3. Puzzalata self-defense knife. The Puzzalata region is located in the Middle East, a place that cannot be named. It is renowned for producing Damascus steel. The Puzzalata self-defense knife is actually a shorter version of the Damascus knife, with a finer front and a sharper tip. Making Damascus steel requires selecting two different types of steel, one of which usually contains a higher proportion of carbon to increase hardness and cutting performance. The other contains a higher proportion of nickel and chromium to improve corrosion resistance. These two types of steel are first heated to a high temperature and then mixed through multiple folding, forging, and quenching processes to form a unique patterned and high-strength alloy material. This knife has outstanding toughness, almost never breaking in combat. Its blade is extremely sharp and has long been considered the king of melee weapons in the cold weapon era. The notable feature of the Damascus knife is that its surface has intricate water-like patterns. Sometimes the water-like patterns on the blade appear rose-like, with stripes running through the surface. Known as Muhammad's ladder, these patterns are often referred to as Damascus patterns. It is effective in close combat and excellent for slitting throats. Chapter 6. The Puzzalata people. At that moment, he suddenly missed his son. His son's face had become somewhat blurred, as if his mind had already traversed 3 lifetimes. Now, with this young body, having an older brother as a son seemed fitting. Chin Pinru picked up the gun and ordered the other 2 uninjured soldiers to help the 2 injured ones into the spaceship. If Chin Pinru keeps them outside for a while, in the case of a damaged spacesuit, the 180 atmospheric nitrogen will quickly freeze to death the 2 injured individuals, turning them into true zombies. The oxygen for the other 2 won't last long either. The 4 admit defeat, and they accept it wholeheartedly. Inside the warm spaceship, the 2 injured Putralata men, the bearded man and the mustached man, received treatment from Jiang Xingyan. In just a short time, the knife wounds on both of them had already developed frostbite and necrosis. Jiang Xingyan used a medical laser gun to burn away the necrotic flesh and disinfected the wounds, then brought some bread and milk for the four. They were greatly touched. The bearded man was clearly the leader of the group. The aggressive demeanor from earlier was gone as he asked, "In that case, how do you need the Putralata to thank you?" The Putralata people believe in the principle of reciprocity and that no service should go unrewarded. Chen Pinru and Jiang Xingyan exchanged glances and simultaneously looked at Lin Yongsheng. Professor Lin had been knocked out by the Putralata's stun dart and had just regained consciousness. "I want you to take this old gentleman to the Cassini mothership for treatment. He has a gunshot wound to the abdomen," Jiang Xingyan said. The bearded man looked at Jiang Xingyan, then at Chen Pinru, who was fiddling with a self-defense knife, and finally at Lin Yongsheng, who was leaning against his seat, showing a troubled expression. "We don't need to be thanked. We serve our respective masters and are just carrying out orders. There's no hatred between us, right?" Chen Pinru said, staring blankly at the self-defense knife with Muhammad patterns. "But the old gentleman really can't hold on any longer." Chen Pinru looked up at the bearded man. "Our patrol ship can only land on the mothership Pudrala. Without authorization, no other mothership will let you land. Only a cruiser-class mothership like Pudrala is qualified to dock at Cassini. Neither our patrol ship nor your shuttle can land or enter without authorization. Actually, there's a frontline hospital on Pudrala," another young Pudralata said. Chen Pinru looked at him and suddenly remembered that it was he who had held a gun to him in the cabin, charging the bullet to maximum power, almost blowing his head off. "How is the treatment?" "It should be no problem for treating abdominal gunshot wounds. If an organ transplant is needed, we can only go back to Mars," the bearded man said. "But rescue and initial treatment are no problem." Chen Pinru looked at Jiang Xingyan. "You go ask the professor." Jiang Xingyan furrowed her brows, consulted with the professor, then turned to ask, "So how can we ensure the professor's safety and our safety? You all want to go?" The four were a bit surprised. With the help of the Putralata, Jiang Xingyan barely repaired the spacesuit of the motorcycle driver that Chen Pinru had killed. At least, if you don't look closely, you wouldn't notice the fatal bullet hole on the chest. Jiang Xingyan changed into that spacesuit, and a little later, the Putralata lent her a helmet, completing her disguise. The plan was as follows, for Putralata would fly the Mayflower private ship to land on Pudrala, reporting that they had captured a rebel civilian and the Mayflower, with the other occupants having either escaped or been killed. However, this civilian had been shot in the abdomen and had some intelligence value, so he needed to be rescued. After the surgery, Chen Pinru and Jiang Xingyan, dressed in spacesuits and wearing helmets, would find a way to push back to the Mayflower and escape in the end. As for how to push back to the Mayflower and how the Mayflower would escape from the Pudrala mothership, the four Putralata were not concerned. Anyway, having sent them to the cruiser mothership and performed surgery to save Professor Lin's life, they would consider it a debt of gratitude. Everyone would then go their separate ways, each keeping their own secrets. The Mayflower was piloted by the two uninjured young men, while the bearded man Grigori and Chen Pinru, Jiang Xingyan sat in the cockpit. The two corpses were discarded from the spaceship. The Mayflower ascended back into the sky, and Grigori sent an emergency response code identification on the Mayflower's public channel. Thus, in any radar identification system of the coalition forces, the Mayflower was identified as having been captured and would no longer be attacked. Grigori then sent a message to the Combat Intelligence Center of Pudrala, stating that the Mayflower had been captured, with an injured prisoner needing treatment. The importance level was not high, but simple questioning and verification of information were still required. This way, they could control the interrogation level of the prisoner at their team level, preventing others from intervening in the questioning of Lin Yongsheng. The two young Putralata greatly admired the power and maneuverability of the spaceship. A 365-meter-long shuttle having such good power and maneuverability was incredible. It must have cost a lot to modify. It might even be equipped with prohibited engines and unauthorized military control systems. Professor Lin leaned back in his chair, hearing their conversation, and smiled slightly, reminiscing about the twists and turns of the past 30 years. He recalled his teaching days at the National University of Singapore, remembered that damned wife, thought of his old house, recalled his carefree and passionate years on Mars, as well as the fighting life with the resistance. And one of his greatest secrets, the time machine. The academic life of the professor's later years was entrusted to this machine that should not exist. The Mayflower accelerated towards the cruiser mothership Pudrala, which was operating in low orbit around Titan. As the atmosphere became thinner, Saturn in the background became clearer and brighter. The elongated rings of Saturn stretched across the sky, and some satellites could be seen slowly orbiting around Saturn. The cruiser mothership Pudrala was 600 meters long, with a dock that could simultaneously accommodate 3 300-meter transport ships and 3 100-meter light cruisers. Each light cruiser could carry 100 patrol combat boats. At the Lagrange point between Titan and Saturn, a man-made object could be seen synchronously orbiting Saturn. That was the famous Cassini mothership. It was the largest spaceship ever constructed within the capabilities of humanity. As a motherport, it could simultaneously dock for cruiser motherships and countless other various spacecraft, airships, or cruisers. The Cassini had become one of the most important cities in outer space, aside from the 3 satellite cities on Mars. The Mayflower gradually approached Pudrala. Pudrala was illuminated everywhere, radiating light and giving off a sense of prosperity and busyness. Its massive body resembled a black mountain, slowly becoming larger. Chen Pinru, seeing the spacecraft for the first time, opened his mouth in shock, speechless. Jiang Xingyan thought his memory must be malfunctioning, while Grigori, the bearded man, was a bit surprised. Thinking that anyone coming from Titan would have to pass through Cassini. Why did this guy look so dazed, as if he had never seen anything before? The Mayflower received a voice from the docking machinery of the mothership Pudrala. Please present docking permission. Grigori shouted into the transmitter. Captured ship. No docking permission. Enemy identification certification. 325, Tuola 325. We have a level 5 target injured. Medical rescue needed. Level 5, Omega 5, is the least important level, but it indicates that there is a captive who requires questioning or verification of information. After a while, they were asked, please report the ship name. Mayflower. Dock at Dock 415. Please inform the hospital contact. Dr. Liz Hall. The Mayflower slowly docked at Dock 415, with 2 supports extending from the dock to secure the ship, and a sealed pedestrian passage connected to the ship's exit. The 2 young Pudralata at the control panel turned off the Mayflower's high-temperature superconducting energy storage, SMEs, and high-temperature superconducting motor. The whole spaceship went into sleep mode. Chen Pinru and Jiang Xingyan, wearing spacesuits and helmets, along with Grigori, pushed Professor Lin out in a wheelchair and entered the passage. The passage's radio frequency scanned the chips in everyone's spacesuits, and the security check deemed them normal, allowing entry. Once they passed this checkpoint, there was basically no one to verify their identities inside the mothership. They pushed Professor Lin down the corridor and arrived at the Dock 4 terminal hall. The walls of the terminal hall were made of dark metal, with little decoration. Some areas were already rusted, and corners emitted a urine smell. The hall was bustling with people coming and going, some hurriedly, others in a daze. The bearded Grigori pointed to a distinctly red and white ambulance outside the terminal hall. That's the one. You 2 get this old man onto the vehicle and say you're the guards. The ambulance will take you to the hospital, and you'll find Dr. Leeds Hall. He will save the old man. This is our team's ID badge. He pulled out 2 metal plates. These are for our 2 injured members. We can expect that we won't be on duty for a while. Grigori smiled wryly. You can use your ID for door access and such, but it won't stand up to a thorough manual check. You're a woman after all. Oh, you can take off your helmet now. In case you encounter a door that needs special identity verification, please wear the helmet and insert the ID badge. The 2 took off their helmets and took a deep breath, although the air was very polluted. It's strange. Shouldn't you take off your helmet or hat for identity verification? Chen Pinru asked. That's for civilians. For the United Forces, we are considered a step above civilians. Or maybe it's for confidentiality reasons. He chuckled. So? We don't need to take it off. Chen Pinru used her psychic ability to probe his aura in different environments. His soul color was different. When they were fighting for their lives, their souls were gray-black, filled with despair and killing intent, but now it was alternating between yellow, orange, and pink. Grigori, who initially had a face full of flesh, now looked much kinder. Still the same principle. No killing, no killing, no killing. You must leave within 48 hours after the surgery. Throw our ID badges into space. Our team will report the battle and prisoner situation to the regiment after hiding for 50 hours. At that time, we'll say the prisoner died from severe injuries. There won't be any valuable intelligence. He smiled, and there's a bonus too. Oh, speaking of money, here are 50 yuan for you. That should be enough for you to eat. Cash only. Also, you can't stay at a hotel. They will require registration information. You don't have that. Thank you so much. Jiang Xingyan smiled. Anyway, there is a record of the Mayflower entering the dock, and the prisoners were also recorded entering the hospital. As for where these ships went afterward, whether the patients lived or died, there are no records. It's a black account, Grigori said, lowering his head. Grigori raised his deep-set blue eyes, sharp as an eagle's. Muhammad will bless you. Goodbye. You may never see each other again. Remember, don't betray us. The Dars are people of their word. He waved his hand and limped away a few steps, then turned back. "Young man, where did you learn that fighting technique?" Chen Pinru was taken aback. He really hadn't practiced. All of it was deep memories and skills transmitted from 2217. Just yesterday, he was an inconspicuous middle-aged, greasy man, burdened with responsibilities. "I hope we don't meet again on the battlefield." This time, he left without looking back. Perhaps they really would never meet again. End of chapter. Useless knowledge base. Note, for tech enthusiasts, but irrelevant to the plot. 1. Origin of the name Cassini. The Cassini mothership began construction in 2160 and was completed in 2170. It officially began operations in 2175, initially planned to reach Saturn's orbit by 2177, but it was delayed until 2179. It has now become the most important city outside the asteroid belt. The name Cassini is to commemorate humanity's first spacecraft to Saturn, the Cassini probe. The first Cassini spacecraft was an interplanetary probe developed by NASA, launched on October 15, 1997. 2. Superconducting magnetic energy storage. SME is a power facility that directly stores electromagnetic energy using superconducting coils and returns it to the load when needed, generally composed of superconducting coils. Low-temperature containers, refrigeration devices, conversion devices, and measurement and control system components. Achieved room temperature in 2065 and practical application by 2100. 3. Classification of intelligence importance for prisoners. 1. Omega-1 core members or relatively senior leadership within the organization, possessing core intelligence about the organization, such as global development plans, organizational structure, personnel lists, weaponry, technological development, etc. 2. Omega-2 broad core members and mid-level leadership within the organization, possessing confidential intelligence, such as regional development plans, organizational structure, weaponry, daily operations, etc. 3. Omega-3 junior leadership within the organization, possessing daily intelligence, such as parts of the organizational structure, group daily operations, weaponry, etc. 4. Omega-4 specialized personnel within the organization, possessing certain specialized information, such as some daily operations and weaponry. 5. Omega-5 general personnel within the organization, with little intelligence value. Chapter 7. Snack Street. The ambulance delivered Professor Lin Yongsheng and the two guards to the hospital. The two contacted Dr. Leeds Hall, who instructed the nurses to take the professor into the operating room for immediate examination and surgery. Chen Pinru and Jiang Xingyan played their roles as guards well. Standing at the door of the operating room, Jiang Xingyan was truly exhausted and leaned against Chen Pinru, falling asleep. Although she was wearing the United Forces space uniform, Chen Pinru could still smell her scent wafting from her neck. His heart felt conflicted. The memories from 2217 mixed with his own, giving him a headache. As if he had lived two lives, but many memories were missing. After all, the time for memory transmission was too short. For instance, who was the girl leaning against him now? He knew she must have been very close to 2217. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him dear. The surgery had been ongoing for 3 hours. Chen Pinru was extremely hungry. He woke Jiang Xingyan and decided to go out and buy something to eat, leaving Jiang Xingyan to guard there. If he couldn't bring back food within an hour, it would mean something had gone wrong. After explaining, Chen Pinru left the hospital and asked passers-by where food could be found. The pedestrians were overly polite, quickly directing him before hastily leaving, unwilling to engage further. Following the instructions of the passers-by, Chen Pinru soon found a snack street beneath the hospital deck. The street was short, with only a few people eating, not too crowded. Since it was still inside the mothership, the aroma of food wafted in from a distance, an odor that couldn't be blown away. The small street was filled with the sounds of frying and boiling. Smoke and steam filled the air. One could tell people as professions just by their clothing, as most of those living here worked for the cruiser mothership. Chen Pinru's white spacesuit clearly marked him as part of the United Forces. Those in yellow and orange jumpsuits, being greasy, were maintenance technicians. Light blue jumpsuits were electricians. Navy blue separates were for computer specialists. Red was for fire and emergency services. And if one saw someone in a dark suit, it was best to show respect, as they belonged to the management. Those in pajamas or t-shirts were undoubtedly locals. The small street offered nighttime snacks from various countries. There were elegant French coffee with macarons, Indian curry rice, Thai grilled shrimp and pad thai, and of course, Chinese night snack stalls that caught Chen Pinru's interest, with familiar Chinese characters saying, fried rice noodles, barbecue. Chen Pinru approached the snack stall and smiled. The fried noodles, fried rice noodles, and boiled dumplings he had eaten a few days ago were still there. Chen Pinru asked about the price, and sure enough, it was very cheap, an average of $1 galactic per serving, with slight fluctuations depending on the ingredients. Better stick to something familiar. Chen Pinru was extremely hungry. So he ordered a serving of fried noodles for himself, a serving of fried rice vermicelli for Jiang Xingyan, and a spicy stir-fried meat dish. This should be quite satisfying. The boss started with the spicy stir-fried meat. He poured a large spoonful of oil into the pan, and smoke began to rise. Chen Pinru swallowed hard. The boss added the chili peppers to the pan, and with a sizzling sound, the fresh red and green peppers released a standard chili aroma. Then the boss went to grab the meat. Chen Pinru heard a series of squealing sounds, like a baby talking or murmuring, but not exactly. What was that? Chen Pinru was startled. The boss held a handful of pinkish meat that was wriggling continuously. The boss opened his hand, and the wriggling meat jumped down into the oil, emitting a series of piercing screams. The boss looked at Chen Pinru curiously and asked, "Is this your first time in the Saturn system?" Chen Pinru nodded. "How strange. You should have seen it on Mars. I've never seen this before. What is it?" "It's disgusting." The screaming meat in the oil ceased its wriggling and began to emit an enticing stir-fried meat aroma along with the smoke. The boss grabbed another piece of meat from the water in the back and slammed it onto the table. The piece let out a terrible scream, extending several tentacles that clung to the table, its shape transforming from square to long and back again as it wriggled continuously. Chen Pinru wasn't afraid of enemies attacking with knives and guns, but seeing this creature scared him. The boss chuckled and pointed at the creature. "Micronesian shapeshifter. Haven't you seen one before? They are good at mimicking sounds and don't have much of a brain." The boss poured the finished spicy stir-fried meat into a takeout box, and a delicious aroma wafted through the air. "Try a bite." The boss scooped up a shiny piece of meatworm with a spatula. Chen Pinru looked around. Several diners were watching him with curiosity. He steeled himself, picked up the worm, and pretended to know how to eat, forcing it into his mouth. After a bite, he found it tasted amazing. "It's really delicious," he said happily. Chen Pinru grinned and grabbed another piece, tossing it into his mouth. He had too many questions in his mind, but he couldn't ask too much, lest he raise suspicion. "Boss, what time is it now?" "It's 8:30. What date is it today?" "The 5th. June." Chen Pinru began to probe. His telepathic ability caught a glimpse of the boss's irritation and started to toy with it. "August. Have you been drinking too much?" The boss, stirring the rice vermicelli, looked up at this forgetful soldier. Chen Pinru discovered something amusing. When the boss stirred the rice vermicelli, his telepathy tugged at the boss's irritation, causing him to stir a bit more. At first, Chen Pinru thought it was just a coincidence that the rhythm of his thoughts matched the boss's cooking rhythm. So, he intentionally kept tugging at the boss's irritation, and the boss actually stopped stirring, staring blankly at the fire roasting the frying pan. Chen Pinru quickly released the boss's irritation, and the boss resumed stirring. The boss seemed oblivious to what had just happened. Suddenly, Chen Pinru had a bold idea. He wanted to see if the boss would give him more meat sauce. So he set this desire in his mind, then tugged at the boss's soul's irritation. And a miracle happened. The boss scooped a large spoonful of meat sauce and mixed it with the rice vermicelli. Chen Pinru was greatly surprised. He released the boss's irritation. The boss seemed to wake up suddenly and smiled apologetically at Chen Pinru. "Sorry, I got distracted. I added this sauce too early." It's fine. Chen Pinru replied falsely. "Boss, so what year is it this year?" The boss looked up, surprised at him. Chen Pinru squeezed the boss's irritation, and suddenly a number flashed in his mind. Chen Pinru was a bit shocked, but had to maintain his expression. He slapped his forehead. "Oh, I really drank too much." He looked around. The lights were on everywhere, yet it still seemed very dark. "It's the year 2180, right?" The boss gave him a deep look. "Did you just come from the hospital next door?" The boss asked. "Yes, it's the year 2180. After finishing the last rice vermicelli. The boss wiped his hands and looked at him suspiciously. In the distant darkness, a surveillance camera on the beam followed Chen Pinru as he ran back to the hospital. Chapter 8. Being followed, Jiang Xingyan was relieved to see him return, as she was worried something might have happened to him. The two of them devoured their late-night snack. Feeling much better, Chen Pinru asked her if she knew about the Micronesian worm. Jiang Xingyan pointed at the spicy stir-fried meat they had just eaten and said, "That's what we just had." Chen Pinru originally wanted to gross her out, but ended up feeling bored. Professor Lin was sent back to the ward, and the surgery went very smoothly. His liver, gallbladder, and pancreas were all preserved, though several holes were stitched in his intestines. The two were overjoyed, which puzzled the doctors and nurses about why there were such unusual guards. The next day, Jiang Xingyan went out to buy food, and what she bought was even more delicious. She also bought herself a bracelet with a pendant that said Cassini. Professor Lin would be able to speak the next day. The surgical results were unexpectedly good. The two guards were quite satisfied, except for sleeping on the floor of the ward. They even took turns taking hot showers in Lin Yongxing's room. That night, the professor fell asleep. Jiang Xingyan walked over, sat on Chen Pinru's lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her breath brushed against Chen Pinru's cheek, making him feel a tickle. Do you miss me? Jiang Xingyan's long eyelashes brushed against Chen Pinru's forehead as the dim lights in the ward flickered. Jiang Xingyan sealed Chen Pinru's lips with hers, stroking his broad chest. Their lips rubbed against each other, becoming moist. Chen Pinru felt a bit stiff, unsure whether to touch her or to reject her. She was a bit breathless. Chen Pinru searched his brain for memories of this girl. In a dreamlike state, he seemed to walk into a wheat field. The wind gently blew, causing the waves of wheat to ripple like the surface of a lake. The setting sun cast its light on the almost ripe wheat ears, mixing orange sunlight with chestnut-colored wheat, sparkling gold, filled with the heaviness and joy of an impending harvest. As the wheat swayed, small insects danced joyfully among the spikes. Foraging happily, he touched the wheat ears, feeling the delightful sensation of the spikes grazing his palm. Dadim looked up at her. She stood on the edge of the field, wearing a flowing white dress, swaying in the breeze along with the wheat. Her long black hair cascaded in the sunset, flying gracefully. In the backlight, her hair seemed to be coated in gold. She lifted her long hair, and the sunset illuminated her long neck, the fine hairs on her nape glistening and swaying with the breeze. His heart stirred. She smiled and turned to him, her smile so sweet and serene. Slowly, she extended her hand, offering him something in the palm of her hand. He looked down and saw an old, rusty key. Chen Pinru pushed her away. Jiang Xingyan was stunned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chen Pinru wiped his sweat and looked out the window at the view of metallic decks everywhere, saying, "I'm tired." He glanced at Jiang Xingyan. Her eyes were a bit red, and he quickly explained, the professor is sleeping right next to us. It wouldn't be good to wake him up, right?" She stood up, walked to the window, looked at the metallic deck above the hospital, and sighed. "I know you're not him." On the third day, the professor surprisingly passed gas, indicating that his gastrointestinal tract was functioning. At this point, there were still 3 hours left before the 48-hour discharge limit. Dr. Leeds Hall, of course, didn't he know they were planning to run away and had already prescribed medicine for the 4th day. The nurse delivered the medications first. Jiang Xingyan put away the medicine and went to the nurse's station to get some more gauze and disinfectant. The two of them pushed Professor Lin out, under the pretext of getting some fresh air. The air inside the spaceship had always been poor, and getting fresh air actually meant just taking the patient out for a stroll. Outside the hospital, on the high 3-story deck, several large simulated suns were hanging, gradually brightening as it should be morning in the Saturn time zone, illuminating the area. Since it was full spectrum, it emitted infrared and ultraviolet rays similar to the sun, making people feel comfortable and warm. By evening, the lights would gradually dim until they went out. Therefore, taking the patient out for fresh air was sometimes teased by nurses as sunbathing. To avoid suspicion, the two didn't dare wear their helmets, only carrying them on their backs, slowly pushing the professor to a lower deck farther from the hospital, waving for a taxi. The professor appeared very happy to finally be leaving this place. The taxi landed with a whoosh on the steel roadside, and a ramp extended down. The two carefully helped the professor into the taxi. Jiang Xingyan followed in and sat in the back, while Chen Pinru opened the front door. As he was accustomed to sitting in the passenger seat, just as he was about to get into the front seat, Chen Pinru suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, a familiar sensation washing over him. It felt as if someone was toying with his spirit, 2 fingers carefully pinching the tail of his soul, slowly peeling away the thin layer of protection in his heart, a slippery, indescribable energy, like a snake, flicking its tongue, slowly slithering into his heart, peering everywhere. He was shocked, suddenly realizing that someone was delving deep into his mind, spying on him. He instinctively exerted force, pushing that snake-like energy out. It was rare in his life to feel such a deep-seated fear from the bottom of his heart. Chen Pinru froze at the car door, his face changing instantly. He immediately turned around to look around for anyone suspicious. A few people hurriedly passed by, and in the distance, groups of people were eating and chatting on the snack street, while several workers were welding on the beams of the upper deck. There was no sign of any suspicious individuals, and no one was paying attention to the taxi. Jiang Xingyan saw him open the car door, but stand there without getting in, which was a bit odd. She leaned out and called to him, only to find his face had drastically changed, as if he had been shot. "What's wrong?" Chen Pinru took a deep breath, climbed into the taxi, and said to the driver, "Go to Pier 4. Quickly." Chen Pinru couldn't explain that feeling to Jiang Xingyan, and Jiang Xingyan had never known that Chen Pinru had what could be called mind-reading abilities. The taxi lifted off, flying along the steel road towards Pier 4. Chen Pinru felt his heart racing, reminiscent of the myocardial ischemia he experienced a few years ago, which was more than 150 years ago. He hadn't felt this kind of anxiety in a long time. This unsettling feeling transmitted to the two people behind him. Jiang Xingyan asked, "What happened?" Chen Pinru glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "We're being followed." Useless knowledge base. Note, for tech enthusiasts. Skipping this doesn't affect the plot introduction to the cruiser mothership Puzzla. The Puzzla is 615 meters long, with an average height of 45 meters. The highest point being 62 meters, excluding the bridge and island, an average width of 65 meters, and a maximum width of 110 meters. There are two islands on the ship. The upper island is 45 meters high, concentrating main functions like command, navigation, and communication. The lower island is 20 meters high, serving as a backup command, second cockpit, navigation, communication, and port systems. It has 4 superconducting magnet energy storage systems with 1 million watts each. There are 8 large superconducting plasma engines and 120 micro-sized attitude superconducting plasma engines. It also has 4 nuclear fission power generation stations and 2 solar power stations. There are 50 large air manufacturing and circulation systems, 200 medium-sized ones, and 1,500 small air manufacturing stations. Internally, it has 3 chicken farms, 2 cattle farms, 2 sheep pastures, and 1 small horse farm. Why is there no pig farm? Because the governor of Mars, Sisto Fei, does not allow it. Thus, in the asteroid belt, pork has become a major product in the black market. The mothership also contains 1 soccer field, 2 swimming pools, 10 tennis courts, and countless street basketball courts. Since the Puzzla is not meant for war, there is only 1 large plasma cannon for self-defense on the bridge. The dock can simultaneously accommodate 3 300-meter transport ships and 3 100-meter-long light cruisers. The average population living and working on the mothership is around 40,000, with a maximum capacity of 60,000. It covers a large portion of professions in Earth society. The mothership's fleet command serves as the government. There are courts, hospitals, dining, accommodations, and entertainment. Chapter 9. The Man in the Black Robe. The car was neither far nor near, always following. If you didn't deliberately look back, you wouldn't notice. So, Xingyan, Chen Pinru thought for a moment. After getting out of the car, you immediately pushed the professor to Dock 15. And I'll hold them off in the Terminal 4 lobby. When the car arrived at the terminal lobby, Jiang Xingyan helped the professor out, set up the folding 4 stand, and continued walking while administering the 4. Chen Pinru paid the fare and slowly followed behind, keeping an eye on the car behind them. He tried to use telepathy to probe the other party, but after searching for a long time, he felt nothing. He signaled Jiang Xingyan with his eyes to push the professor to Dock 15 while he stayed in the terminal lobby to guard. After a while, the car following him also arrived, but no one got out. It seemed to be waiting for something. Chen Pinru cautiously tuned into his feelings, afraid that strange energy would probe into his body again. He waited a moment at the lobby entrance, then slowly walked towards the entrance of Dock 15. As he passed through the terminal lobby, he gradually sensed something was wrong. When he first entered, the crowd was bustling, but in just a short time, he could clearly feel that the number of people was decreasing. When he was nearing the entrance to Dock 15, several people in black one-piece spacesuits approached from the side steel wall. He didn't know where they had come from. They stood in a row, arms crossed over their stomachs, expressionless, blocking the entrance to Dock 15. The situation became quite clear. Someone was planning to confront Chen Pinru. Chen Pinru glanced back at the lobby, where only a few staff members were running around in panic. He smiled slightly and turned back to walk slowly to the center of the lobby. The lights in the terminal lobby suddenly dimmed. Chen Pinru felt a bit breathless, as if an inexplicable pressure was weighing down on him, especially on his chest. Gradually, he began to feel anxious, his heart racing, adrenaline surging from within, putting his whole body in a sensitive, activated state. He tried to seal his heart, preventing that feeling of fear from reaching him. He took off the helmet from his back, intending to put it on his head, but after a moment's thought, he threw it on the ground. Chen Pinru alternated his fingers, then ran his hands through his hair, putting both hands behind his back and puffing out his chest, waiting. The automatic door at the entrance of the lobby opened, and 4 people in black spacesuits entered first. After entering, they consciously divided to the sides, followed by 2 people in black robes. They wore pointed black cloaks that draped over their bodies. The cloaks were large enough to cover most of their faces, revealing only their white chins in the dim light. Next, 2 similarly dressed individuals entered, pushing a person in a wheelchair. The person in the wheelchair looks somewhat small and thin, dressed in a black robe, with the upper half the same, draped in a pointed black cloak. The only difference is that there is a red trim around the edge of his cloak. The 4 standing individuals can see parts of their lower faces or chins, while this person's face is deeply hidden under the cloak, exuding an indescribable depth of black, with no hint of reflection. All light entering the cloak is absorbed. Strangely, the light around them dims. It's not the kind of dimming caused by insufficient illumination or voltage, but rather the light is absorbed around them, or can be understood as the light being stained black and darkened. It feels as if an invisible ink has been sprayed around them. This sensation is hard to comprehend without being on site. Shinpinru feels that the atmosphere pressure in the entire terminal hall is increasing, as if he has fallen into the deep sea, making it hard for his lungs to breathe. The two black-robed individuals in front respectfully lead the way, making no sound underfoot. The two behind push the wheelchair, with only the sound of the wheelchair wheels rolling on the steel deck, and the hall is silent. They stop 2 meters away from Shinpinru. The two black-robed individuals in front step back respectfully, standing to the sides, while still bending slightly. In fact, when these people entered the hall, Shinpinru had already been scanning with his mind. The person in the black space suit has an aura that is gray or black, like a pool of stagnant water. However, he cannot scan the aura of the black-robed individuals. There are 2 kinds of people that cannot be scanned. One kind is the dead, unable to scan souls. The other kind is those who can shut off their minds and cannot be scanned. These individuals clearly belong to the latter. Shinpinru suddenly remembers the situation when he was scanned in his mind while getting into a taxi. It's very likely these people did it. The person in the wheelchair leaned back a bit, seemingly tilting his head to look at him. The face under the cloak is invisible, like a black hole absorbing any light. Shinpinru suddenly feels an energy slowly reaching into his heart, effortlessly breaking through his defenses and penetrating inside. He wants to resist that energy with all his might, but feels that this power is so strong that he cannot even muster a weak resistance. A sense of helplessness and powerlessness arises. "Hello, Chun." The person in the wheelchair began to speak. Shinpinru felt a wave of discomfort, a bit nauseous, as if low-frequency sound waves were striking his body. He was astonished to find that the voice was dual. One voice came from that dark cloak, sounding strange, like a whisper, yet also like a hoarse voice from a cold, with unclear enunciation. The other voice triggered a feeling of nausea in his heart, as if the person in the wheelchair was speaking directly in his mind, without using his ears. His cerebral cortex directly understood the meaning of what was being said. This means that while the person in the wheelchair spoke in the traditional voice wave manner, he was also communicating directly with Shinpinru's mind through telepathy. Due to the unclear enunciation, the words sent to the other person's mind were like subtitles, making it clear what he was saying. In fact, he could completely refrain from speaking and convey his intended meaning solely through telepathy. However, this would lead to a strange scene where the two stood there, staring at each other without uttering a word, yet expressions and body language would still be present. If 2 ordinary people were to communicate telepathically in public for too long, they would surely be sent to a mental hospital. "Have we met before?" the person in the wheelchair asked. Shinpinru felt another wave of nausea, and he forced himself to swallow, saying, "Definitely not. How can you be so sure?" Shinpinru felt the energy quickly swirling around in his heart. He felt as if he were being pushed around, unable to stand steady. "How do you know my last name is Chun?" Shinpinru felt he was on the verge of vomiting. "What is going on? Why is your memory so chaotic?" The person in the wheelchair trembled slightly. Then suddenly, he let out a loud howl, like a broken bellows being blown into a level 12 typhoon. The people around quickly lowered their heads. Shinpinru felt his eardrums hurt from the shock, and his scalp tingled. "Where did you train?" The person in the wheelchair raised his voice, asking in a reprimanding tone. Slowly, he extended a finger from the black cloak draped over the wheelchair, gray-black, thin, and with long nails. The skin on his finger wrinkled as if it had been soaked in water for a long time. He did not reveal his hand, just slightly raised his finger, pointing at Shinpinru. In that instant, Shinpinru felt his heart stop beating. Chapter 10. The Innocents. Where did you train? The person in the wheelchair asked in a reprimanding tone. He slowly extended a finger from the black cloak, slightly raising it, pointing at Shinpinru. In that moment, Shinpinru felt his heart stop beating. Shinpinru held his breath and began to resist, using all his strength to push that energy, trying to stop his heartbeat away. But the power was too weak to expel the energy. Fortunately, he managed to prevent this ability from controlling his heartbeat. Suddenly, Shinpinru felt his breathing became much smoother. Shinpinru thought of counterattacking, trying to send his telepathy over, attempting to grasp the other person's mind, but he found that the other person's mind, like his face, was similar to a black hole, with no reflection, unfathomable, and began to absorb his energy. Shinpinru quickly withdrew his telepathy. After a pause, the energy that had been swirling around in Shinpinru's heart came to a stop. Shinpinru felt that energy turned pink, suddenly feeling much more comfortable, and the urge to vomit lessened. "I have never trained." Shinpinru tried to communicate through telepathy, but it felt like a stone sinking into the sea. So he repeated it with his mouth. The entire venue fell silent, unable to believe what he said. The person in the wheelchair suddenly howled again. But this time the voice was much softer. This sound seemed to carry a hint of mockery. The people around immediately echoed with laughter. The person in the wheelchair waved his index finger, lazily resting his hand on the armrest of the wheelchair. The venue returned to solemnity once more. After about 10 seconds of silence, he said, "I am Sir Lucio, the innocent." The person in the wheelchair spoke in dual language. "These few beside me are also innocents." He raised his index finger and gestured around. The 4 black-cloaked innocents slightly bowed to Chinpinru. Chinpinru didn't know what kind of etiquette to follow. So he nodded in response. "I have never seen such a chaotic soul." Sir Lucio emitted a deep cough. "Such chaotic souls I have only seen in my mentally ill father's mind." Sir Lucio howled again. This time Chinpinru could understand the meaning. This time it should be a lament. Sir Lucio pointed to one of the innocents standing in front. That innocent nodded, turned around, bowed to Chinpinru again, and said, "Mr. Chun, regardless of where you learned your telepathy, we innocents unanimously believe that you indeed possess extraordinary talent and great potential. Without purifying yourself, without the protection of the star god, you have managed to master your heart realm with such ease. It has been many years since I've seen such a thing. You could say it is almost unprecedented. We hope you return to your true nature, with a kind heart, simplicity in desires, and tranquility leading to far-reaching outcomes." Chinpinru didn't fully understand these words, but knew they meant to persuade him to do good. "What? Are you kidding? Am I a bad person?" Chinpinru thought. In that moment, he suddenly doubted whether it was actually the C-2217 who had crossed over to 2023 to find him, who was the true villain. Perhaps Professor Lin and Jiang Xingyan were actually the great evildoers? He found it amusing. At that moment, he suddenly realized that these several innocents were not concerned about him at all, seemingly focused on listening to that innocent speak. Caught completely off guard, he abruptly turned around and ran wildly toward the entrance of Dock 15's corridor. The few black-clad men who had blocked the door seemed a bit lax. Not expecting Chinpinru to suddenly sprint toward them, they were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. In their perception, this person in a white spacesuit, with blood splattered all over his clothes, should have knelt down and kissed the right hand of Sir Lucio shortly. Chinpinru felt as if several energies behind him were trying to grasp the tail of his aura or directly pull apart his mind to invade. He forcefully expelled these energies as if he were holding his breath. While running, he harnessed a surge of power and unleashed it toward the black-clad men blocking the way at Dock 15, causing 3 of them to immediately stumble backwards several steps and crash heavily to the ground. The few others at the side were also blown over like they had been knocked down by a strong wind, barely able to stand. Chinpinru leaped over them and ran toward the end of the corridor, where he saw the Mayflower still quietly waiting for him through the corridor's porthole. He knew that the professor and Xingyan would definitely be waiting for him. He rushed to the end of the corridor and suddenly hit the brakes. He saw several black-clad men pushing the professor, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and the already bound but still struggling Jiang Xingyan out of the hatch. He felt anxious and jumped up, wanting to push hard and use his energy to topple the black-clad men. But just as he leaped into the air, a powerful and unstoppable force surged in through his spine, grasping his aura tightly. Chinpinru felt darkness descend before his eyes and fell heavily to the ground from his height, feeling his stomach churn violently as if he wanted to vomit. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, gradually losing consciousness. At the 5th transfer station of Pompeii City on Mars, Ramon Raphael sat silently at the table, his fingers tapping incessantly on its surface. His mind was a chaotic mess, filled with irritation and anger. He pulled down his black cloak, revealing 2 heads. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, while the smaller head growing on his neck caught the smell of smoke, puckered its lips, and began to cough deliberately, prompting the larger head to cough along as well. The smaller head, speaking slowly and hoarsely, said, "Larry, if you keep smoking, you'll kill us both." "You're annoying, you know," replied the normally sized head. The normally sized head belonged to a very standard, handsome, middle-aged man, with chestnut skin, sharp features, and 3-dimensional facial features. His entire face radiating rebellion and wildness. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, sunburned by ultraviolet rays, made him look quite sexy. The smaller head was located at the junction of the neck and shoulders, smaller than the normal head, not very round, with a slight indentation on the left side of the brain, and bulging eyes resembling those of a goldfish. His mouth couldn't fully close, and occasionally drool would fall onto his shoulder. If there was no one around at that moment, the smaller head would slowly and hoarsely say, "Larry, please wipe that off." When Ramon Raphael was young, he and his brother were abandoned in an infection zone orphanage, nearly starving to death. because they were so deformed. Anyone who even glanced at them felt disgusted. No other children would play with them. Thus, the two grew up in loneliness and hunger. Of course, Ramon had no money to remove this parasitic head. Fortunately, he didn't have it removed. After Ramon turned 10, he discovered that his parasitic little head was much more useful than his normal-sized head. The little head could sense what others were thinking with its eyes closed. And as it grew, Simon could even control the actions of others. For this, he and his brother were taken away by cloaked black-clad men. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Come in. Ramon sensed that it was his personal bodyguards, Andres and Elena. The two entered, closed the door, and greeted the two heads. Hey, Larry. Hey, Larry. How's it going? What's the situation now? Asked Ramon's normal head. The coalition's raid was very successful, Andres reported. They perfectly occupied the firmament and inflicted heavy losses on the resistance. And they disrupted the explosive devices, causing all 3 remote control teams to fail, including Professor Lin. Elena added, What about Professor Lin now? Ramon asked, taking a puff of his cigarette. Our people found out that 2217 and Jiang Xingyan sent him to the frontline hospital of the Puzzle mothership for treatment, and the surgery went very well. But they ran away yesterday afternoon, Andres chuckled. I know that. Ramon interrupted him, feeling a bit impatient. And that other person isn't 2217. His name is Qin Pinru, right? Yes. Elena nodded. But today we found that the Mayflower is still docked. Andres paused, leaned closer to Ramon, and whispered, I heard they were intercepted by the Innocents. What? Both heads exclaimed in unison. The smaller head's round eyes bulged even more. Ramon stood up, his 195-meter-tall frame nearly hitting the low ceiling of the office. He extinguished his cigarette butt and walked to the window. Cargo spaceships at the 5th transfer station were taking off and landing in an orderly manner, creating a busy scene. In the distance, Pompeii City was illuminated under the protection of the sky, dazzling and extravagant. The Martian sky and land were a warm orange-red, bringing a sense of comfort. I haven't seen my family in many years. Ramon stared blankly into the distance, letting out a deep sigh. They're our family, the smaller head said hoarsely, furrowing its brow. Due to its short eyelids, tears couldn't be held back and streamed down immediately. Tears and drool dripped onto the shoulder. Larry, please wipe that off. It was August 2180. In the northern hemisphere of Earth, it was summer. Chapter 11. The Cave. All right. Let us return to the distant era of 2018 and introduce Qin Pinru and the events that occurred during those years. In 2018, M's climate was widely recognized as excellent nationally. Summers were not hot, and winters were not cold. Every day, the clear blue sky brought joy. But today, old Qin was not happy at all. On his way to work, he had a quarrel with his wife. Their child was starting school again, and tuition fees were due. Back then, in order for their child to excel, his wife insisted on enrolling him in a private elite school, which was unavoidable. It was only the 2nd semester of 1st grade, and the tuition of 50,000 per semester, totaling 100,000 a year, was already overwhelming, not to mention the mortgage. Often, the couple had no money left at the end of the month. They had a bit of a spat at home over money, which led to the argument. Poor couples faced many woes. Old Qin, named Qin Pinru, was 42 years old, an ordinary man to the core. He was born into a typical intellectual family and grew up in an ordinary city in the southwest. When he was young, old Qin was quite handsome. But as he aged and life took its toll, he had lost quite a bit of hair in recent years, and his waistline had increased significantly. The worst part was that he now gasped heavily whenever he ran. He was quite intelligent in school, had a knack for painting, and originally aspired to be a painter. However, being good at science and engineering, he ended up studying architecture at a regular university due to a twist of fate. After obtaining his master's degree, he found a regular job at M's Biological Research Institute, working 9 to 5 in an office, busy with his biological research. He was unambitious, honest, and trustworthy, not drawing attention to himself. As he grew older, he became like a transparent person, quietly living his small life. In his work, he was passionate about research and had achieved some professional success. His research mainly focuses on biodiversity and ecosystem conservation, aiming to reveal the interrelationships among organisms and their impact on the environment. In addition to some achievements in scientific research, Qin Pinru is also skilled at guiding students. He is good at sharing his knowledge and experience, helping the younger generation integrate into the workforce quickly and fostering their interest and love for their work. His students have given him high praise. However, in his personal life, he occasionally argues with his wife, and their relationship is average. Qin Pinru also has a 9-year-old son, and as a father, he feels confused about educating his child. He often experiences discomfort, whether it's pain here or there. Deep down, he desires a peaceful, healthy, and harmonious life. Lao Chen got off the bus and stood at the entrance of the research institute, staring blankly at the sign of the Biological Research Institute. Sigh. He sighed and walked in, not even noticing the security guard, old Li, greeting him. Sitting at his desk, he spaced out for a moment, planning to brew a pot of tea before starting another boring day of work. Engineer Chun, the director is looking for you. Oh, Lao Chen elongated his tone, expressing his displeasure at being sought out so early in the morning. Lao Chun went to the director's office, where the director's bald head gleamed under the lights. Engineer Chun, there's something I need to discuss. Last time I mentioned the discovery of a new species of chrysanthemum virus in the cave in Menghua, Zishuang Bana. He glanced at Lao Chun. Do you remember? Lao Chen thought, whenever there's a troublesome matter, this dog of a director will send me to handle it. Of course, I remember. Yes, director. You see, you're our institute's technical expert, and this time the virus discovered in the bats in the cave is different from before. We can only trouble you to gear up and head out again, right? Lao Chun is an honest person, generally not one to argue or oppose. And since the subsidies for going there are quite high, it helps with his child's tuition. So he agreed. After returning home, he reported to his wife and talked with his son about his future aspirations. Lao Chen asked him what he wanted to do most in the future. He said he wanted to be a race car driver. Lao Chen laughed. That's great, but you need to study hard, otherwise you won't be able to understand the car's instruction manual. I will, he replied with determined eyes. All right then, Chen Yulin, let's shake on it. You must achieve great things in the future. Lao Chen raised his palm. Okay, Dad. The son raised his small hand and slapped it against Lao Chen's. Lao Chen looked at his son's bright, twinkling eyes, filled with endless love. Menghua County in Zishuang Bana is located at the southernmost tip of Yunnan Province, near the border. With a tropical climate, high temperatures, and abundant rainfall year-round, resulting in lush vegetation. Menghua County is characterized by eroded mountains, with a terrain of low and middle mountains and low hills and valleys crisscrossing. The highest peak is Dongzongbao, which is only 674 meters above sea level. The cave is located in this area. The road up the mountain is somewhat slippery, but fortunately, the altitude is low and the oxygen content is sufficient, so his stamina can hold up. However, the air is quite humid and hot, like being in a sauna. After walking for a few kilometers, Chen Pinru and a few colleagues were soaked through. After nearly 4 hours of walking, they finally arrived at the cave. This cave was discovered 5 years ago, and the preliminary work had been done very well. Right in front of the cave, there was a gentle grassy area, and the Biological Institute collaborated with the local government to set up a temporary resting place. While solidifying the foundation, they accidentally opened up a small cave beneath this grassy area, which was small at the entrance, but large inside, cooler, and just the right size to serve as a laboratory. It was truly a blessing, providing a natural laboratory that saved a lot of cooling equipment. The largest cooling device they brought up at that time was a small refrigerator, used to store some samples that needed refrigeration or freezing. Because the temperature and humidity were basically consistent with the large cave, other items could be placed directly in the cave laboratory without needing to be refrigerated. The makeshift house was built right above this laboratory cave, and the cave entrance was within the makeshift house, allowing living and experimentation to be combined. They could go down to the cave to work without even having to leave the house. In the past, several groups of researchers from the Biological Institute had come to sample and study the bats and other organisms in this cave. Lao Chun, being an expert in molecular biology and evolutionary biology, primarily studied where the bat populations came from, how many generations had lived here, and what variations existed. He had been there twice, so he was somewhat familiar. The team was led by Lao Chun, with Old Li and Wang Xiaobao focusing on virus sampling and analysis, while Zhao Dadu was responsible for assisting the three, essentially doing menial tasks. Sleeping there at night was quite interesting, although the room was makeshift. It was sturdy enough to withstand any wild animal attacks. However, there weren't many large wild animals in the mountains anymore. During the day, a diesel generator provided electricity and charged the batteries, and at night, they turned off the noisy diesel generator and relied on the batteries to power the refrigerator, lighting, and a fan blowing directly at their beds. The mosquito nets were very effective, allowing them to fall asleep peacefully while listening to the large, buzzing mosquitoes helplessly flying around outside the nets. The sampling on the first and second days went smoothly. They isolated samples in the cave laboratory and stored them in the refrigerator, since they needed to transport the samples. The long journey and high temperatures meant that some temperature-sensitive samples could only be freeze-dried to facilitate transportation. For example, bat blood was sublimated and dried in a low-temperature vacuum pump, drawing out the moisture from inside and outside the cells. The dried powder samples could be preserved or transported at 4 degrees or room temperature for a long time. An accident occurred on the third day. In the large cave, Wang Xiaobao climbed a 3-meter-high scaffold using a ladder, which the Biological Institute had specially set up to avoid disturbing the bats in the cave. Team leader, you should come up and take a look. These bats look really strange. Lao Chun climbed up, and the scaffold was covered in bat droppings and secreted mucus. Both smelly and slippery. Look, they're half-squatting. Wang Xiaobao pointed to a few bats hanging over a meter high on the rock wall, which indeed looked different from the other bats in the cave. Most of the bats in this cave were chrysanthemum bats, mostly gray-brown in color, appearing even darker in the dim light of the cave. However, this bat was smaller in size, with a long tubular protrusion on its nose. Its body was a brighter gray-white. Strange, this kind of bat shouldn't be found in Zishuangbana. Lao Chun slowly stood up and shone his specialized flashlight at these bats. The rock wall beneath the bats was covered in sticky secretions. This bat is called the round-eared, tube-nosed bat, characterized by the tube on its nose. And its ears are round. Lao Chun said they should live in Hainan. Xiaobao, come take a look and snap a few pictures. Wang Xiaobao stood up with a professional camera, but due to standing up too quickly, he startled the few bats, which suddenly flew up and charged towards Lao Chun and him. Lao Chun and Wang Xiaobao instinctively dodged, but Xiaobao stepped on the slippery scaffold board and slipped sideways, nearly falling down. Lao Chun reacted quickly, grabbing him with his right hand while his left hand instinctively grabbed a protrusion on the rock wall. Lao Chun felt a sharp pain in his left hand, not knowing he had grabbed something sharp on the rock wall. Fortunately, he caught Wang Xiaobao, and no accident occurred. Otherwise, he would have been caught by the bald director when they returned and would be in for a good scolding. Safety is no small matter. Next time, we must wear safety harnesses. After coming down, Lao Chun washed the wound with saline and cleaned off the mucus from his hands and body, disinfecting and sterilizing it. The wound wasn't deep. It was just a horizontal cut on the palm of his hand. However, that night, Lao Chun began to develop a fever, which shouldn't have been caused by tetanus. The next day, the fever worsened, and he became disoriented. 3 people discussed that continuing like this would lead to problems. So they called for support. They made a simple stretcher and carried old Chun down the mountain, taking turns with 1 foot higher than the other. Local government support personnel headed up the mountain. They finally met before sunset. Chen Pinru lay on the stretcher, watching the afterglow of the sunset, and vaguely thought of his son, remembering their high fives and hearing his laughter. He seemed to see his son growing up, doing research in front of a pile of high-tech instruments, so focused and so excellent. Chen Pinru turned his head and saw the distant wheat fields, with the sunlight's afterglow spilling over them. The wind gently blew, causing waves in the wheat, shining like gold. In the middle of the night, a vehicle took old Chun to the county hospital. After cooling down and receiving appropriate treatment, he managed to survive. Old Chun was very grateful to these 3 brothers. Chapter 12. The wheat field in the dream. The main rivers in Mohun Town, Mengla County, Zishuangbana, include the Namyu River, Nampo River, and Nanman River. Dongzongbao is also in this area. 10 kilometers further south is Laos, and about 50 kilometers north is the famous tourist spot, Wangdianshu. There is no modern pollution here. With lush greenery, misty mountains, and exceptionally good air, the river water is clear, and you can even see fish swimming at the bottom. Old Chin stayed in the Mengla County Hospital for 2 days. The fever subsided, and blood tests showed no abnormal indicators, just a bit of coughing, which was normal for anyone who had gone through that cave. Old Chun initially planned to return to the temporary research station in the cave to continue working, but he felt completely drained and would shiver at night, so he decided to rest in a hotel in the county for a few days. The 3 of them returned to work. He felt dizzy and his eyes were a bit blurry. Even the Minghai grilled chicken he used to love made him feel nauseous. He took a tablet of astaxanthin and fell asleep. However, the sleep was not deep, and dreams kept coming. Old Chin seemed to return to the feeling of being carried down the mountain on the stretcher a couple of days ago, his body floating, feeling cold and powerless as he looked into the distance. In the distance, the wheat swayed in the wind, and a young boy sat on the ridge, motionless, watching over the wheat field. He slowly sat beside him and asked, "Why do you keep watching over here?" The boy turned his face toward him, looking very much like his son, and said, "Will you forgive those who have sinned?" Old Chun was suddenly at a loss for words. "I never thought about such a profound question." The boy continued, "I think you would. You are a pure-hearted person, and you would also watch over this wheat field." Old Chin suddenly woke up, sitting up in bed, taking a deep breath, his back soaked. His condition had not improved or worsened, but he was too weak to work. Old Chin told his 3 colleagues and decided to return to M City for a checkup. He called Director Guanto, who said to come back and take a look. After going through several major hospitals in M City, no problems were found. The final conclusion was that it was a viral flu, plus a bit of gastrointestinal flu. But it's summer. Doctor, I'm still afraid of the cold. Old Chun said pitifully to the doctor. The doctor impatiently glanced at Old Chun and pointed to his blood routine and chest CT scan. I told you, you're fine, so you're fine. You can leave now. Next. Chinese hospitals are definitely the most profitable institutions in the world, without exception. Once, while chatting with a doctor friend about this, he seriously suggested that Old Chun have regular blood tests, as this illness was likely related to his hand being cut, and he might have been infected with some bacteria or virus. With no other option, Old Chun went to a traditional Chinese medicine hospital and got some herbal medicine to slowly regulate his health. A few days later, Zhao Dadu also returned, revealing that the house he bought had been left unfinished and the developers had run off. Zhao Dadu was in tears, joining a group of homeowners to cause a scene at the sales office. This young couple had sold their previous house, paid the down payment, bought a car, and rented a place to live. They would go to the construction site on weekends to count the finished floors, full of hope for a bright future. Unexpectedly, not only had they not received the house, but they also had to continue paying the mortgage, feeling as if they had fallen from the sky to the ground, which was infuriating. The herbal medicine worked well. In the past few days, Old Chun felt much stronger, and his complexion improved significantly. It was indeed inexpensive and effective. Although he was still a bit cold, he could feel he had regained some strength. However, the dreams became increasingly strange. His sleep quality had been good before, but after this illness, he was plagued by nightmares. Sometimes he dreamed of being stirred in a large machine, sometimes of flying in a world full of white, and sometimes running in a swamp. But there was always one dream that he repeated from time to time, continuing for more than half a year. Old Chun dreamed of a woman in white holding a child. He couldn't see her face clearly, but felt he had known her for a long time. She handed him something that he couldn't make out. Sometimes she was alone, standing in a golden wheat field. Although he couldn't see her face, he could feel her smile as she slowly reached out to give him something. That wheat field resembled the one Old Chun had seen while lying on the stretcher. The strangest part was that after returning to Kunming for treatment, this dream kept repeating, and Old Chun would occasionally dream of her handing him something. At first, he couldn't see what it was as it was handed to him, and he rubbed his eyes hard, but he still couldn't see it clearly. As this dream recurred often, the outline of the object became clearer, and finally, one day in the dream, he saw it clearly. It was a key. Just an ordinary, common house key. The dream scenario, which had been repeated for nearly half a year, ended up being surprisingly simple and ordinary. Old Chun woke up from the dream, feeling a bit dumbfounded and also a little disappointed. At least it should have given him the winning lottery numbers for the next draw. Even more astonishing was that after seeing the key, this dream disappeared, and he never dreamed of it again. After bathing and changing clothes, Chen Pinru went to the temple to have a vegetarian meal and chatted with an old monk he had a good rapport with about his various dreams, seeking his interpretation. The old monk lit a stick of incense and slowly looked at his face. Although Chen Pinru had not been well since coming out of the cave, his complexion was still relatively rosy, and his previously thin face had now become plump. The old monk said, "You must have done something in your past life, with an unfulfilled wish. Spend more time meditating and reciting scriptures to repay your past life's karmic debts." The old monk was half right. Old Chen later realized he was repaying his karmic debts for the next life. In the blink of an eye, it was 2019, and Old Chen's health had improved a lot. He applied to return to Mohun Town, Mengla County, to continue his research work on the mountain. The director readily approved his request, partly because the investigation report had indeed delayed progress, and partly because they couldn't stand seeing each other. So it was better for them to be apart. This time, Old Chun returned to the mountain unplanned, so he was alone. For safety reasons, the township leaders set up a surveillance system outside the house, equipped with an alarm function that would sound loudly if any animals or people appeared outside, enough to scare away any predatory animals or suspicious individuals. Of course, there were also machetes and batons in the temporary residence for self-defense. The winter in Zhishuangbana is also quite warm, with an average temperature around 16 to 18 degrees Celsius. Of course, it would be cooler on the mountain, but it was very comfortable for people. Old Chun had always found it incredible that the round-eared, tube-nosed bats he discovered in the cave only lived on Hainan Island, and it was impossible for them to fly into the limestone caves of Zhishuangbana. Bats do not have the ability or habit of long-distance migration. The few round-eared, tube-nosed bats had disappeared without a trace, which disappointed Old Chun. He spent several hours exploring the cave, since these bats have a light-colored and shiny appearance. If they were still in the cave, he could easily distinguish them from the dark bat species. They had indeed flown away. Old Chun climbed back up the rock wall. this time honestly wearing a safety harness. He caught a few bats that couldn't fly yet, planning to dissect them later and then do some cell cultures to see what bacteria and viruses they had. Old Chun collected some slime from the rock wall, where he scraped his hand, and brought it back to the small cave laboratory. He froze part of the slime to take back to Kunming and cultured the other part to see what pathogens might grow. Old Chun dissected a bat, taking some brain and internal organ tissues to create a chromosome specimen. After dinner, he drank some locally brewed self-roasted liquor, feeling relaxed. He took a preliminary look under the microscope to see if there were any pathogens or viruses in the living tissue. The underground laboratory was cool and comfortable, a paradise compared to the steamy environment above ground. He took the mixed liquid from the cell culture dish and looked under the microscope. There were many bacteria, which was expected, so he decided to continue the culture and see what would grow in the next few days. However, when observing the bat's brain chromosomes, Old Chin's heart sank, and he suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline. Through the eyepiece, he saw that there were intracellular bodies in the bat's brain cells, indicating that these bats carried the rabies virus. Old Chin's first thought was that it was over. 3 months ago, his hand had been cut, and he had come into contact with the bat and slime, combined with the fever he had experienced in the following days. And he suddenly felt that he must have been infected. Panicking, Old Chin quickly drew a vial of blood from himself. Although he knew that the rabies virus could not be detected in the blood at that time, he still wanted to see if there were any pathogens or viruses in his blood. Of course, most viruses could not be detected in this makeshift laboratory. Old Chin quickly and simply used the laboratory's available equipment and methods to conduct a virus test, including nucleic acid testing. He anxiously awaited the results the next day. Old Chin thought about it. If he had rabies, 3 months was indeed a critical period for the virus to manifest. It was possible it could break out tonight or tomorrow. All alone, he might quickly die from it. Old Chun decided to draw another vial of blood and separate the plasma to make freeze-dried powder for long-term storage, in case he really died suddenly in the morning, providing proof of occupational exposure, which would qualify as a work-related injury. He suddenly felt a wave of despair. He thought that even if he died, it didn't matter. But what about his son's tuition? Who would pay the mortgage? Who would take care of his parents in the hospital? The sorrow of middle age, living is hard. And dying is also difficult. Old Chun decided to go back to the makeshift house to drink some self-roasted liquor to numb himself. Just as he stood up, he heard a clatter from above in the makeshift house, and Old Chun immediately felt a chill and shouted, "Who is it?" Chapter 13. Snake Venom. Old Chun felt very upset, thinking that he had never truly been happy in his life. Especially after feeling that he was infected with the rabies virus, he became even more desperate. He decided to climb up from the cave laboratory to the makeshift house to drink some self-roasted liquor and numb himself. Just as he stood up, he heard a clatter from above in the makeshift house, and Old Chin immediately felt a chill and shouted, "Who is it?" Chin Pinru grabbed an aluminum pipe that was lying nearby. Although it was a bit light and not very handy, it was better than nothing. Old Chin stepped on the ladder and slowly climbed up to the ground of the makeshift house. He peeked out and, in the dim light, saw a person's back standing at the head of his sleeping bed, seemingly rummaging through something. Old Chin initially wanted to shout, but fearing he might be attacked while only poking his head out, he had no means to defend himself. So, Old Chin slowly climbed up, raised the aluminum pipe, and stealthily approached the person. As he got closer, he realized the person was completely naked. The person's skin emitted a faint glow in the darkness, looking as if it had been coated with oil. Old Chin gathered his courage and suddenly shouted, "What are you doing?" Generally, when someone suddenly yells from behind, a person's instinctive reaction should be to jump in surprise, turn around, or jump away. However, the person remained calm with no reaction, still facing away from Old Chin. Upon hearing Old Chin's angry shout, the person merely stopped moving. This calmness made Old Chin feel very scared. Generally, a master of martial arts would face away from their opponent, and before the opponent even saw how the master struck, they would already be defeated. Old Chin did not dare to approach him any further. What Old Chin saw next was a scene he could never have believed or imagined in his lifetime. The person began to evaporate from the top of their head, like a special effect in a movie. A real person rapidly vaporized. First, the head dissolved into a particulate state, mixing into the air, fading, and disappearing. Then the shoulders, body, legs, and finally the feet. As if a dandelion were blown away by the wind, the entire body inexplicably evaporated, turning into particles and then disappearing. The air left a hint of an ionized scent. Old Chun was dumbfounded, holding the aluminum pipe, frozen in disbelief at what he was seeing. His life experience and logical reasoning could not accept such a bizarre occurrence. Yet, it was right before his eyes. Suddenly, Old Chun felt a tightness in his chest, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. The next day, Old Chin started running a fever and felt weak, unable to get up at all. His first thought was whether the rabies had manifested, but rabies doesn't cause fever. Moreover, Old Chin felt an intense thirst. Thinking of this, he felt a bit more at ease. It must have been the shock from last night, Old Chin thought. It wasn't until the afternoon that he had a bit of strength to get up and made himself a bowl of noodles. He had only eaten half when a wave of nausea hit him, and he hurried outside the makeshift house to vomit on the already overgrown grassy area. Lying in bed, Old Chin summarized everything, realizing that it all stemmed from last year when his hand was scraped by the rock wall in the cave, leading to an infection. If it were a case of infection by the bat virus, the virus testing would have shown something, and there were no severe coughs or contagious symptoms. This indicated that there must be another novel virus infection, but its toxicity should not be strong. Otherwise, it would definitely be contagious. Old Chin heard squeaking sounds outside. Likely mice attracted by the smell of his vomit came to eat. Just thinking about the mice eating the noodles he had vomited made him feel nauseous again. And he rushed outside, bent over, and began to vomit again. Suddenly, Old Chin felt something soft and squishy under his foot. In an instant, he caught a glimpse of a green, slingshot-like object striking his leg. A sharp pain shot through his body, and instinctively, Old Chin jumped up. He focused his gaze and was immediately horrified to take a step back, seeing a green snake nervously raising its head to look at him. Its eyes deep and flicking its tongue. He had accidentally stepped on the snake. The snake must have been attracted by the mice, which were in turn attracted by his discarded trash and vomit. The snake's vibrant green color emitted a unique glow. Its body was covered in tiny scales, each smooth and shiny. The slender, agile body moved through the grass like flowing water and disappeared in an instant. Old Chin quickly crouched down to touch the area on his calf, where he had been bitten by the snake, feeling a tingling sensation starting there. He frantically checked the wound and found 2 rows of swollen bite marks, with the surrounding skin starting to become congested. Old Chin realized it was a venomous snake bite and that he needed to take action quickly to mitigate the consequences. Old Chin rushed into the house, crawled into the laboratory, took out hydrogen peroxide, and carefully cleaned the wound, squeezing out the blood. He remembered that there was snake antivenom in the laboratory refrigerator. He opened the fridge and, in his panic, accidentally knocked over a test tube containing the slime he had collected from the large cave rock wall yesterday, which shattered on the floor with a loud crash. Old Chin found the snake antivenom and, without caring what kind of snake it was from, quickly gave himself an injection. Old Chin drank some water to calm himself down. His heart was racing, and adrenaline was surging. He picked up his phone to call the town leaders to report the situation, only to find that there was no signal at all. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, he encountered a ghost and a snake, and now he couldn't even make a phone call. I need to stay calm. I need to stay calm. Old Chin took a deep breath and felt his heartbeat slow down a bit. Chin Pinru quickly entered the details of the snake bite incident and the handling methods into the computer work log. He deliberately omitted the surreal events he witnessed last night. Next, he left a letter for his wife and children, thinking that if he really did kick the bucket, at least there would be an explanation. He looked around and decided that the safest place for it was in the refrigerator, so he relabeled the letter, his freeze-dried blood powder, and other analysis samples, and put them back in the fridge. The phone still had no signal. Old Chin felt both hungry and cold, as he had hardly eaten anything today. A wave of cold hit him, and he groggily crawled out of the lab and into bed, feeling so cold that his teeth began to chatter. He felt a bit disoriented, as if his soul had flown into the sky, experiencing an indescribable sense of freedom. He felt like he was flying in a world covered in white snow. He felt himself falling into a dark hole, where many people were crawling around. He stared blankly at these scenes and gradually drifted into a deep sleep. As the sun set, the wheat in the fields danced with the wind, and a young boy sat on the ridge, watching over the wheat field. He slowly sat down beside him and asked, "Why do you keep watching over here?" The boy turned his face slowly, looked at him, and said, "Do you yearn for the future?" He suddenly didn't know how to respond. He had yearned for it before, but now he felt it was better not to think about it. The future must still be dreamed of. We can never know what our future will be like, so we live as much as possible in the present, while also being full of hope for the future. The boy smiled and said. Chin Pinru suddenly woke up, sitting up in bed, taking a deep breath, feeling his back was soaked again. Chapter 14. The key. Chin Pinru suddenly woke up, sitting up in bed, taking a deep breath, his back was soaked. The sun was shining brightly outside the simple house. Old Chin sat on the bed for a while before remembering the snake bite incident. He quickly lifted his leg to take a look. The puncture wound from the fangs had begun to scab over. Although it was still a bit red and swollen, it surprisingly had not become infected. Could it be that the snake venom serum worked? He glanced at his watch and was shocked to find that nearly 34 hours had passed since he was bitten that afternoon. In other words, he had been asleep for a whole day and 2 nights, and it was already the morning of the 3rd day. He felt extremely weak, struggling to get up. He boiled a bowl of noodles and surprisingly had a good appetite, finishing it quickly and feeling much better. Old Chin walked out of the house, carefully stepping on the grass, and saw no signs of snakes or mice. Everything had returned to tranquility. What a stroke of luck. Did the snake venom serum really work? Old Chin felt something was logically off. But facts are facts. He did not die from the snake venom, but instead felt quite refreshed. Somewhat like the villainous protagonist described in martial arts novels, who after consuming a deadly poison, opened up the meridians and greatly improved their internal strength and martial arts skills. He couldn't stay here alone any longer. Strange things had happened. After thinking for a while, Old Chun decided to return to M City. In March 2020, the chrysanthemum virus began to spread widely, and this virus was very unfriendly to the elderly and those with weak constitutions. Hospitals were crowded with elderly patients. Old Chun heard that his father had been sent to the 2nd affiliated hospital early in the morning, so he quickly called an old classmate who worked in the laboratory at the hospital. Coincidentally, 2 elderly patients in the respiratory department had passed away the previous night, and his classmate managed to convince the director to keep a bed available for his father. Old Chun rushed to the hospital, bought a mask at the entrance, and squeezed into the crowded elevator. In the elevator, both doctors and patients were coughing, and Old Chun instinctively tightened his mask. When Old Chun arrived at the respiratory department, he found it was just as crowded, with people standing close together, some lying on the floor, some squatting in corners, some coughing violently, while others were barely breathing. All the doctors were on duty, and even the inpatient department had turned into an outpatient clinic. Old Chun walked through the overcrowded hallways to see his father. His father's blood oxygen level was a bit low, he was coughing severely, but he was still in relatively good spirits and clear-headed. Old Chun held his father's frail hand and chatted about family matters. A team of doctors came in to do their rounds, and Old Chun noticed that their eyes were bloodshot. Some of them were still coughing continuously. Old Chun couldn't help but feel admiration and said, "You guys are working so hard." One doctor replied, "It doesn't matter if we work hard. It's a special time. We just hope the patients suffer less and recover sooner." Hearing such simple words, Old Chun genuinely felt the doctor's dedication. During this special period, doctors not only bore tremendous work pressure, but also faced the merciless virus and death themselves. However, they sustained the fight against the epidemic with their sense of responsibility and professionalism, always maintaining a reverence for life and caring for patients, doing their utmost to provide every patient with the best possible medical services, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly. Back at the unit, the bald director called everyone for a meeting. Based on the current situation, it was decided to implement a shift system, dividing everyone into 2 shifts to avoid the spread of the epidemic within the unit, which could lead to a complete shutdown of operations. Old Chun occasionally coughed, sometimes felt cold and weak. These were symptoms he had experienced after being infected in the cave. Yet this time he had not felt anything during the outbreak of the chrysanthemum virus. A month later, schools finally announced they would close. Today was the last day of classes, and standing at the school gate, parents were all wearing thick masks, huddled together waiting for school to end. The students, having heard that classes were canceled, were quite excited, beaming with joy. When Old Chin picked up his child, Chen Yulin saw the array of mobile snacks at the school gate, and immediately said he was hungry. "No shaved ice," Old Chin replied. "You can choose something else." The child ultimately chose the bean paste tangyuan. Old Chin first scanned the code and paid. Then the vendor handed the child a paper bowl, and they continued to queue. A group of children carried the disposable paper bowls handed out by the vendor. The vendor coughed while putting yellow soybean flour into everyone's bowls, sprinkling sesame and colorful candied radish, and then everyone waited for the vendor to cook the tangyuan, dividing 4 into each bowl, and finally pouring syrup over them. However, the vendor's pot was not large, and he could only serve 3 or 4 children at a time, so the waiting children had to wait for the next batch. Just as it was about to be Old Chin's child's turn, a loud shout suddenly came from somewhere. "The city management is here." The voice wasn't very loud, but it was deafening. All the vendors were indeed well trained, quickly packing up their things in a fluid motion. Perhaps it took only a few seconds. Various stalls, whether their pots were cooking or grilling meat skewers or making shaved ice, seemed to simultaneously hop onto tricycles or push carts, as if an army had collapsed, disappearing from the school gate into the surrounding streets and alleys, leaving the masses bewildered. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a few scraps of paper off the ground. Old Chun and his child held their paper bowls, which were filled with bean flour, fragrant, but without any tang yuan. Old Chun and his child stood there with their mouths agape, staring at the tricycles that had raced away, dumbfounded. The next day, it was Old Chin's turn to work the shift. He arrived at the office early, but the door was still locked. He was one of the earliest to arrive. Old Chun shook his head, thinking only us old comrades can be relied upon. The young people are probably still at home sleeping. Old Chun took out his keychain, pulled out the office key, opened the door, and just as he was about to put the keychain away, his eyes suddenly caught sight of another key besides the office key and his parents' house key. Old Chun was a bit surprised, unable to recall where this key was from, and he couldn't even remember when this key, marked with the Ghoulie brand, had been added to the keychain. The house door used a fingerprint lock, the unit door was opened with a card, and the keys to the houses he had sold were given to the buyers. This key on the keychain was obviously a door lock key, so ordinary and inconspicuous. The key just seemed a bit new. The reflective copper color looked somewhat glazed, particularly shiny. Lao Chen sat in his seat and fiddled with it, shaking his head and putting away the keychain. One day, he might remember, perhaps I've forgotten that I still have a house. Lao Chen muttered to himself, unable to help but chuckle. A useless knowledge base. Note, for technology enthusiasts, not affecting the plot cryptovirus. The human cryptovirus was isolated in 1965 among 59-year-old children. 50 can detect neutralizing antibodies, while 70 of adults test positive for neutralizing antibodies. The rhinovirus was discovered in the 1950s. It was first found that rhinoviruses are related to the common cold, but only about 50 of colds are caused by rhinoviruses. In 1965, TRL and others isolated a strain of virus from the nasal wash of common cold patients using human embryonic tracheal culture methods, naming it the B814 virus. In 1967, McIntosh and others isolated a batch of viruses from cold patients using human embryonic tracheal culture, with the representative strain being OC538. In 1968, Almeida and others conducted morphological studies on these viruses, and electron microscopy revealed spicules resembling chrysanthemums on the viral envelope. Hence the naming of this type of virus as cryptovirus. In 1965, TRL and Bino first cultured the cryptovirus using embryonic ciliated tracheal tissue, which appeared chrysanthemum-like under electron microscopy, thus named the cryptovirus, chrysanthemum virus. In 1975, the Virus Naming Committee officially designated the cryptovirus family. It is known that two types of cryptoviruses affect humans, with the common cold and respiratory infections in 23 premature infants caused by these two viruses. Currently, it is known that the cryptovirus family only infects vertebrates and is related to many diseases in humans and animals. Human diseases caused by cryptoviruses are primarily respiratory infections, including severe acute respiratory syndrome. This virus is very temperature sensitive, growing well at 33 C but inhibited at 35 C. Due to this characteristic, winter and early spring are peak seasons for cryptovirus diseases. The cryptovirus is one of the main pathogens for adult common colds, with higher infection rates in the elderly and children, primarily causing upper respiratory infections and rarely affecting the lower respiratory tract. In very few cases, it can also cause neurological syndrome. Chapter 15, Debris Flow, 2023. Chen Pinru felt he had Alzheimer's disease. He often forgot things. He would stand up from his computer, but couldn't remember what he was supposed to do. Nowadays, keys were rarely used. Besides having a key for the office and one at his parents' house, Lao Chen couldn't recall what the Ghoulie brand key in his keychain was for. The home door used a fingerprint lock, the unit door opened with a phone or access card, and he had given the keys to the houses he sold to the buyers. This key in the keychain was obviously a door lock key, not a drawer or safe key. Occasionally, when he used the key to open a door, Lao Chen would stare blankly at it, desperately searching his fading memory for which door it opened. Could it be that Lao Chen was a wealthy man who had forgotten even himself, owning several houses yet forgetting them all? Every time he thought of this, Lao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. After the pandemic ended, Lao Chen still suffered from some after effects. Physical discomfort persisted for a long time. Of course, these after effects were not necessarily caused by the virus. Lao Chen knew this well. However, it was strange that during the 2 or 3 years of the cryptovirus pandemic, Lao Chen hadn't contracted it at all. No matter how many times he went to the hospital to care for his father or how half of his office colleagues fell ill, his child and wife eventually caught the virus from outside, yet Lao Chen remained perfectly fine. He found it very strange. So he participated in various testing queues, went to the hospital to consult old classmates about his blood, returned to the lab for isolation experiments, and even used the lab's electron microscope's cryo-electron tomography technology to analyze his cell protease and other aspects, finding nothing unusual. Anyway, Lao Chun understood that after being infected in the cave in Menghan in 2018 and later bitten by a snake, he had developed immunity to the cryptovirus. However, his declining health was undeniable. After the nationwide lockdown was lifted, he decided to return to the Menghan Cave laboratory to continue his research. But then, another unexpected event occurred. After a phone call with Vice Mayor Yen, who was in charge of health education in Menghan town, he learned that a small debris flow had occurred in the Dongzongbao area last year, precisely where the cave was located, due to the lockdown. And since it was an uninhabited area, the town and township governments hadn't gone up to check. It wasn't until this year's reopening, just a week ago, that the town sent a forest patrol team to investigate. As expected, the large lava cave that housed many bats and the small lava cave with simple houses, which were their precious cave laboratories, had all disappeared in this debris flow. Shortly after, Vice Mayor Yin sent a large number of on-site photos via instant messaging software. The hillside was covered in dry red soil, and new vegetation had already begun to grow in the soil. Lao Chen quickly reported the situation to Director Guangtou. Director Guangtou was heartbroken and kept hitting his head with his hand. He was very pained that the instruments worth over 100,000 were buried. He then began to blame Chen Pinru, asking why he was only reporting this now. Chen Pinru didn't know how to respond, stammering, "Director, you also know the current situation. The whole country was locked down for so long, and the county just went up to check. We had no idea before." Director Guangtou wouldn't listen to his explanation, criticizing him for not being attentive, not communicating with the town regularly, and being unaware of local conditions. Such a significant loss was Chen Pinru's responsibility. Lao Chun was a bit angry, thinking these matters should have been within the administrative duties of the director. So why was he being scolded as a technical staff member? Thus, the two began to have some disagreements. Lao Chun, filled with anger, decided to personally go to Dongzongbao in Menghan. The next day, Lao Chun took Zhao Datu and rushed to Zishuangbana, arriving in Menghan at night. First meeting with Vice Mayor Yin to understand the situation and staying overnight. The next day, Vice Mayor Yin personally led the team up the mountain. Passing by the wheat fields at the foot of the mountain, Lao Chun specifically took a look and pointed at the wheat field, saying, "This wheat field looks like the one in my dream." Vice Mayor Yin turned back to look at the wheat field and said, "That means this wheat field is fated with you. Perhaps you were a farmer here in your previous life." Everyone laughed. Upon reaching the cave area, the joyful mood of climbing the mountain vanished. The entire cave area had completely changed. The few visible cave entrances that used to be there had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of new hillside. After the spring winds blew, this new soil had already begun to turn green, with various grasses and trees sprouting from the ground. A gentle breeze blew, birds chirped, and a fragrant scent of trees and flowers wafted through the air, as if the smile of spring could be smelled. A few local youths dug for an hour where a simple aluminum house should have been, but gave up. Unless they used an excavator, it would take at least a whole company of manpower digging for many days to achieve anything. However, machinery could not come up here. Lao Chan took photos and videos to send to Director Guangtou after descending the mountain. Chen Pinru gazed far and wide, sighing to Zhao Dadu, "This place is truly picturesque. But it might be our last time here." A prophetic statement. Chen Pinru never came back again. Half a century later, his son came here, excavated the cave, and built a luxurious tomb at the entrance of the laboratory that year. Title: Half a Lifetime of Clarity. Children offer sacrifices in the courtyard knowing that you are in a hurry to leave. I bend my body against the blue sky. Crying blood, I touch heaven and earth. Stomping my hooves on the white snow. Weakened and fragile, I carry the weight of the great Ding Mountain. A family full of loyal and honest people, with relatives passed down through generations. After returning, Chen Pinru still had to take the blame and bear some responsibilities. Not to mention, the year-end bonus was gone. The cost of the children's study classes became a problem again. Old Chun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and had no one to complain to. He really wanted to find an old lover to vent his frustrations, but she was busy going abroad. When she answered his call, she casually said, "These are all small matters. We'll talk when I come back." Throughout the entire pandemic, Old Chin never contracted the cryptovirus virus. After all, he was a professional and he dared to assert, this was definitely not luck. In the latest issue of Science and Nature, Old Chun discovered a recent study. Currently, 2 new viruses have been found to have certain infectious possibilities. One is the monkeypox virus, and the other virus has a shape resembling the letter Y, hence named the Y virus. The second type is also transmitted through the respiratory tract, with initial symptoms similar to those of cryptovirus virus infection, including cold and fever. However, the incubation period is longer, about a month. The mortality rate has not yet been calculated. This is very dangerous because, without knowing the infection status, one could be in contact with society for a month, unaware of how far the infection range might expand. The article concluded that this virus could also cause certain mental symptoms, but it was vague and lacked more information. Chen Pinru found it very strange, feeling that the infection from 2 years ago was very similar to what was described in the article. Old Chen sent an email to the author of the article, hoping to receive more information about the symptoms and testing methods. 2 weeks later, Old Chen received a reply. The author stated that due to special reasons, it was inconvenient to provide more information regarding the mental aspects of the infection, but they provided Old Chen with detailed testing methods. This method was similar to testing for the chrysumlid virus, but a few corresponding tests had different contents. On Saturday, while no one was around, Old Chen tested his blood according to the method provided by the author. The results came out in the afternoon. As expected, Old Chen had a large amount of the Y virus in his body. Although Old Chen was psychologically prepared, he still felt nervous when it was confirmed. He calmed down and thought that the people around him were all infected with the chrysumlid virus, and there was no one who had fallen ill from an unknown virus. Moreover, he was certain that his infection time was during the hand injury in 2018. Only after that injury did he experience various symptoms of fever and physical weakness. He hadn't had a fever since he was bitten by a snake, but his physical weakness persisted to this day. This indicated that he hadn't infected others. Chen Pinru was at a loss and sent the test data, spectral analysis, and electron microscope photos to the author, asking for further analysis and emphasizing that this sample might not be infectious. 2 days later, he received a reply that was filled with shock. Dear Mr. Chen, your letter has been received. Our research team conducted a secondary detailed analysis of the Y virus data you sent. After repeated verification, the S protein of the spike protein in this virus can no longer effectively bind to the human cell receptor ACE2, indicating that the Y virus in this sample is no longer effectively infectious to human cells. We are deeply shocked by this. This is the first time a non-infectious Y virus has been discovered. Could you please explain the source and collection process of the sample? If possible, we can have a face-to-face discussion. We await your response. It would be a privilege to learn from you. At the University of California, Lake Houghton Chen Pinru felt a wave of relief, as a professional team had finally confirmed that he was indeed immune. Not only was he immune to the Y virus, but it was certain that he was also immune to the chrysumlid virus. It was hard to say if he would be immune to other viruses as well. This could only indicate one thing. The Y virus in his body must have produced some biological reaction with the snake venom, resulting in a non-infectious mutation. Old Chen suddenly felt that his aging body, which had begun to deform, had taken on a golden value, and he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Chapter 16. Crossing oceans to see you. Although it was confirmed that he had immunity to both the pandemic chrysumlid virus and the yet-to-be pandemic Y virus, Old Chen's health had been poor. A few days ago, he suddenly experienced heart discomfort, and after much negotiation with the bald director at his workplace, he spent a week in the first affiliated hospital. They didn't find any issues, and fortunately, all major cardiovascular functions were normal, so he wouldn't die just yet. Old Chen strongly believed it was caused by the virus in the cave. That day, after dinner at the hospital, the doctor allowed him to take a walk outside, and Old Chen decided to stroll around the surroundings. While picking his teeth, he leisurely walked through the small vegetable market between Green City Primary School and the first affiliated hospital. This road was still the same as it was back in the day, and the surrounding buildings had almost retained the style of the 60s and 70s, unchanged. After Old Chen's family moved to Kunming, his primary school years were spent at this school, crossing this long vegetable market every day, leaving behind many beautiful and mouth-watering childhood memories. When he reached the building in front of the former construction group alley, by some strange coincidence, Old Chen glanced at the narrow passage between the two buildings that could only accommodate one person. It was dark inside, and a cool breeze blew out, sweeping around his ankles, crisp and refreshing, as if a pair of icy hands had suddenly brushed against him. Old Chen suddenly felt something stir within him, recalling a friend from primary and middle school who lived at the end of this dark alley. Without knowing why, he felt a bit impulsive, as if a hand had pushed him from behind, and Old Chen walked in. Everything was unchanged, just as it was during his primary school days. Even the black chimney that burned honeycomb coals still stood there, with faint blue smoke wafting up. Could he still be living here? Old Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and decided to go upstairs to take a look. The wooden stairs felt like they might collapse at any moment, and in the dim light, they had lost the color that which should have. Stepping on them, the stairs groaned as if they were about to break. A beam of light pierced through from somewhere, mingled with dust, shining down the corridor, combining with the creaking of the stairs to create a sense of desolation and abandonment. The sounds of cooking from other buildings contrasted sharply with the silence of this building, leaving one a bit bewildered. Turning around the stairs, he reached the second floor. And at the far end of the corridor was his friend's house. Old Chen felt a bit at a loss. It had been so many years since he had contacted them, and knocking on the door like this seemed too abrupt and impolite. Looking outside the corridor, he saw the back wall of another building, covered with various climbing plants. Old Chen thought for a moment. It was not in his character to not inquire. So he knocked on the door. The door was very dirty, covered with spider webs and dust, and the greasy feel of the door had formed a patina. It seemed that it hadn't been opened for a long time. The sound of knocking echoed inside, indicating that it was a very empty house. No one is home. Old Chen felt relieved and wouldn't have to awkwardly explain why he knocked. Alas, it seems we are fated to miss each other. Old Chen shook his head, preparing to go downstairs. However, Old Chen had a habit, neither good nor bad, of observing his surroundings whenever he entered a new environment. So he looked around to see if there was anything worth reminiscing about. Just as Old Chen was about to turn to leave, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a strange phenomenon, and his brain began to work as his inner thoughts began to stir. His peripheral vision caught the sight of the door lock. That door lock was very new, although it was also covered in dust compared to the blackened door. The metallic copper color of the lock was so dazzling that it was impossible not to notice. Any experienced person would be able to tell that this lock had been installed later. It showed no signs of rust, no grease, just a bit of dust. And the dust was very thin, indicating it had not been installed long ago. There was a piece of paper stuck to the wall beside the door. When he first arrived, due to the dim light and being busy knocking, he hadn't noticed this paper on the wall. In poor light, it was easy to overlook. Now he noticed it. It was written in a crooked manner, as if it had been painstakingly written. Please use the solid key to open the door. With a thunderous flash, Old Chen's heart suddenly began to race wildly, as he recalled that his key was indeed a Gonggu brand. And he had always been unaware of what door it opened. His heart started to feel ischemic again, and he became anxious. Taking a deep breath, Old Chen tried to calm his racing heart, thinking that he must be going crazy. Gonggu locks were everywhere. What did it have to do with him? He was truly ill. However, his hands did not stop. He took out his keychain, his hands trembling slightly, raised the Gonggu key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. The door opened. A cold wind rushed out, filled with a musty smell and a stench of decay. Old Chen's brain completely froze. He couldn't breathe and couldn't think about why this key could open a place he hadn't visited in 30 years. While his brain was still unable to process the situation, his eyes had already adapted to the dim environment. Suddenly, he saw a person standing in the corner near the left side of the empty room. Old Chen stepped back in fright. In the dim light, he could still see that the person was completely naked. The person's skin emitted a faint glow, appearing as if covered in oil like a bodybuilder. The light streaming down from a hole in the roof fell mottled on his shoulders. He heard the sound of the door opening and slowly turned his head. Old Chen saw his face and was horrified, wanting to scream but unable to make any sound. Old Chen felt dizzy and slumped to the ground. The face he saw was terrifying. The terrifying part was that Old Chen saw this face every day in the mirror, every morning washing his face, brushing his teeth, shaving. He watched this face change from a child to a youth, from youth to a greasy middle-aged man, from thick hair and youthful handsomeness to a receding hairline, puffy eyes. Old Chen was all too familiar with it. The only difference between this face and Old Chen's now was that this face still looked so young and lean. No, if it wasn't an illusion, this person was definitely his younger self. He looked at Old Chen, perhaps afraid of scaring him, and slowly approached him with a gentle smile, saying, "Finally, I see myself. Please don't be scared. Your life is my life. This is related to the future of both of us." This was the second time Old Chen was paralyzed with fear. The first time was in a makeshift room above the cave laboratory in Zishuangbana. The person he saw then was similar to this one, completely naked and glowing. Old Chen immediately connected him with the incredible scene he had witnessed in the makeshift room in 2019. In his chaotic thoughts, Old Chen mustered the courage to ask Zishuangbana, "Was that person who disappeared that night sitting on the ground, using his hands to gesture? Is that you?" The young Chen Pinru smiled, his muscles strong and his body lines very beautiful. "Yes, it's me. I sent you the key to this house." He reached out and pulled the middle-aged Chen Pinru up. "Hello, I am Chen. I am C2217, and I come from the future. Well, how should I put it? I am actually you, just the future version of you." The middle-aged Chen Pinru was a bit dazed, standing unsteadily. Chen Pinru took a breath and said, "Why do I always feel like this is a scam? Please don't just target me, okay? This is not a scam. This is a real fact. You say you come from the future, huh? How sci-fi. Do you think I'm a child? Trying to fool me? At this point, Chen Pinru became a bit clearer. May I ask, did you look like this when you were young? C-2217 pointed to his own face. That's definitely correct. But I don't have such good muscles. After saying that, Chen Pinru carefully examined C-2217's beautiful muscles, filled with a sour jealousy. He also looked down and pointed at C-2217's lower body. Yours is way more perfect than mine. C-2217 couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, that person in Bana is indeed you. Why did you send me the key to this house? Couldn't you just give it to me directly? Why so sneakily? Old Chen caught his breath. Or do you have something you can't say directly to me? Sigh. It's hard to explain. C-2217 showed a troubled expression. The glass windows were covered with dust and cobwebs, making it impossible to see outside. But one could sense that the twilight was fading. Chapter 17. So that's how it is, Sigh? It's hard to explain. C-2217 spread his hands, looking troubled. Time travel is not as simple as those brainless fantasies make it out to be, like just opening a door. Time travel requires a massive amount of energy to decompose a person into a plasma state, which can then trigger quantum entanglement in another time and space. I don't quite understand the specifics. You can ask Professor Lin in person when you have the chance. He is the real expert. Anyway, Professor Lin said that the universe doesn't actually have time. Time is just a record of quantum thermal motion. C-2217 scratched his head and said, the universe is made up of different periods of quantum mixed together. C-2217 scratched his head again. The point is to break you down into a plasma state in one place, and then restore your plasma state in another place through quantum entanglement. It's that simple. However, the destination of the time travel, the place of restoration, is not random. It's not that easy or romantic. The destination must have a time-space terminal that can provide a huge magnetic field environment and high-temperature environment for quantum entanglement. For example, this room, although randomly selected by the time-space travel machine, is a closed environment with long-term absence of magnetic field interference, making it a suitable terminal. What counts as an environment without magnetic field interference? Old Chen asked. In simple terms, it's best if no one lives there, no one moves around. And there are no electromagnetic interferences from mobile phones, televisions, microwaves, etc. C-2217's eyes scanned the shabby, dim house. Your classmate's house has been unoccupied for many years. Because you have been here before and had a magnetic field energy intersection with this house, it was chosen as the terminal environment. I don't understand. Chen Pinru became more confused as he listened. We found you by tracing your life trajectory and discovered that the makeshift house in Bana and your classmate's house were the most suitable. The environment is closed, with no one or very few people, which wouldn't cause unexpected magnetic interference. C-2217 continued, so we established terminals at these two locations sequentially. You know, establishing terminals in different time and space is itself a very energy-consuming task, let alone building two terminals in one area during the same time period. One area? Do M and Bana count as one area? Haha, of course they do. From the perspective of the solar system, M and Bana are just one point. The previous plan was only to establish a terminal at the makeshift house in Bana. Later, we found that you weren't often there, and when you were, your colleagues were basically with you. It was impossible to travel back and talk to you about some things. That wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that the closed terminal was a metal shed. Oh, an aluminum shed. You know, closed metal conducts electricity, generating a magnetic field that causes the magnetic induction intensity to become abnormal, increasing the magnetic flux, thus making the operating magnetic field of our terminal there quite unstable. A small mistake could lead to serious accidents for the person being transported, or even cause a collapse of the surrounding time and space. So we selected another environment with a stable magnetic field, a place where you had previous magnetic field interactions, which is your classmate's old house here. After C-2217 finished speaking, he touched his body and felt a bit cold. Old Chen quickly took off his coat and handed it to C-2217. Oh, thank you. C-2217 draped the coat over himself and felt much better. To guide you to the terminal here, we used two methods. One was when you lived in the metal shed. You were within the magnetic energy range of the terminal, and we sent a lot of subconscious messages to you. What? Old Chen's eyes widened. For example, sending information about the key, like a dream. Chen Pinru suddenly understood. No wonder I kept having the same dream for half a year. A woman in white handing him a key in a wheat field. It turns out to be a subconscious transmission. I have this dream too. 2217 lowered his head, and suddenly his smile vanished. You have it too? Haha. Chen Pinru laughed. Is there a woman in white in your dream? Chen Pinru asked. Yes. 2217's gaze suddenly became melancholic. His eyes seemed to be covered with frost. What's wrong? Shinpinru noticed his unusual expression and asked, "It's nothing, let's continue." 2217 took a breath and continued. "This subconscious will prompt you to open this door at the right time." "Will I definitely come to open this door? What if I don't come?" "You won't be able to resist the subconscious. You will definitely come." "Then how do you know I will come? Can you foresee that I would come?" "When I came in, you were already here." Lao Chen asked. "Time is not time. To you, it is a one-way vector. But in four-dimensional space, everything happens simultaneously." 2217 tapped his head. "Actually, I don't understand it either. Understand it this way. When you use the key I gave you to open the door, it will send a trans-temporal signal to us. At that time, the time-space administrator will know you have entered and can calmly notify me that you have arrived. Then I can leisurely have a steak dinner with my girlfriend Jiang Xingyan, take a shower, tell the time-space administrator a joke, and then dive into the machine to come to you." 2217 said with a smile. "Just set the destination time of the crossing to the moment you open the door. Understand?" I think I understand a bit. I have two more questions. First, do you have to be naked when you cross over? Second, in the simple house in the cave, that key was put into my key pouch by you, right? Since you had already crossed over. Why didn't you just tell me directly instead of secretly putting the key there and letting me subconsciously come here to talk to you?" Lao Chen still felt many explanations didn't make sense. It's like this. For the first question, when we cross over, we lie on a bed made of metal superconductors. And we must be completely naked. If we wear clothes, there is a great possibility that during the plasma aggregation at the destination, the molecular materials of the clothes will fuse into the body, turning us into monsters, worse than death. For the second question, the first question already explains that besides the person lying on the bed made of this room temperature superconductor is also capable of time-space crossing. In other words, only superconductors can perform time-space crossings without participating in plasma quantum entanglement. The whole crossing machine is made of superconductors. Only when the superconducting material is working can its super strong magnetic field resonance ensure it is not plasmaized. As mentioned before, in a place where the magnetic field is unstable, the time of crossing is too short. 2217 turned around, pointing to a spot near the wall on the left side of the empty room. "Look carefully at that spot. There's a relatively large black dot in the air. Can you see it?" Shinpinru looked closely and indeed saw a black dot floating in the air. At first glance, one might think it was a spider hanging there. 2217 draped his clothes over his shoulder and walked over, pressing down on that black dot. With a hissing sound, the dot quickly enlarged like a camera shutter opening, revealing a new space in front of the wall, warm orange light spilling out, and a metal bed emitting a faint blue light floating in the air. "This is the bed, made of room temperature superconductor." 2217 pointed inside. Lao Chen's eyes widened, his mouth agape, and he began to feel a bit dizzy from lack of oxygen. "So, I could only bring a set of door locks made of room temperature superconductor and tools made of superconductor here, change the lock, and put up a sign saying to use the reinforced key to unlock. We deliberately made it into a key of a certain brand so that you could easily find it without getting it wrong. The reason we didn't talk to you in that simple house in Zishuing Bana was the same. The simple house was made of metal, and we didn't consider the material issue of that panel house at the time. After we crossed over experimentally a few times, we found the magnetic field extremely unstable, and we could only stay for a few minutes, which was very dangerous. So it was impossible to have the time to explain everything to you now or state our purpose for finding you. Then we checked your life trajectory history. During your last visit to Menghan in Zishuing Bana, while you were doing experiments in the underground cave laboratory, I risked my life to cross over. Secretly placing the key in your key pouch, just as I was about to press the switch to go back, I accidentally bumped into your wash basin, dropped it on the ground, startling you, and when you came up, I hurriedly pressed the return button, and what you saw was my remnant shadow slowly disappearing. 2217 said excitedly, stretching out his hands, causing his coat to fall to the ground, and he became naked again. He quickly picked up his clothes, patted them, and draped them back on. "Sorry, so that is how it is." Shinpinru felt relieved, realizing that at that time, it indeed wasn't a hallucination. "Oh, that wasn't a wash basin, it was a foot basin," Shinpinru corrected. "During this time, we continuously transmitted subconscious messages to you, urging you to take the key to open this house of your classmate." 2217 took a breath and continued. "After you returned to M, we removed the transmission terminal from the simple house. However, during the removal, there was still an unpredictable issue that caused a time-space collapse with a diameter of about 1 cubic centimeter. This resulted in a large-scale landslide in Wuming Mountain, covering your laboratory and the Bat Cave. Professor Lin also asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. So that is how it is. Chen Pinru suddenly thought of the bald director's reprimand and felt indignant. So, after talking for so long, I'm not an important person, and I'm not the chosen one. Lao Chen stared at 2217, asking, why did you go to such great lengths to find me? Mr. Chun, can you buy me some water? I'm cold and thirsty. After talking for so long, 2217 felt a bit tired. After reassembling from the plasma state, he lost a lot of moisture and felt extremely thirsty. Oh, I'm sorry, I was so busy talking to you. Look, it's already past mealtime. You wait here, just put on my clothes. I'll go buy some late-night snacks and beer, and I'll also buy you a set of clothes and shoes. Chen Pinru ran out and disappeared into the night. Chapter 18. Why virus? How about this? It's already late, and your stomach must be hungry. Look at you. You're naked, you can't go out. I'll go out to buy you a set of clothes and get some late-night snacks and beer. We can talk slowly. Lao Chen said. Okay. I also need to drink a lot of water. Thank you. 2217 felt that he was indeed hungry. 40 minutes later, Lao Chen not only bought a lot of barbecue, fried rice noodles, beer, and mineral water, but also bought a set of clothes, underwear, shoes, and 2 simple fishing chairs. There was no furniture in the room. Time is short. I have something important to tell you. 2217 put on the new clothes and drank a lot of water, feeling much more comfortable. The two began to eat barbecue, and 2217 found it really delicious, though it was a bit too spicy. Do you know you are a very special person? 2217 stared at Lao Chun and said, Special? I don't feel that way. I just feel like I've always been very ordinary. And living painfully. Haha well. Let me be direct. Haven't you noticed that you cannot be infected with the chrysanthemum virus? I have noticed. My family and people around me have been infected. But I haven't. Lao Chen said somewhat proudly. Later you found out that the Y virus also wouldn't infect you, right? 2217 asked with a smile. How do you know? Lao Chun was startled and genuinely shocked. We know a lot about you, or my past life. 2217 said patiently. In the future of humanity. I cannot disclose the specific time. The Y virus suddenly broke out, and the 0 patient was never found. The cause of the outbreak is unclear, 2217 said. How many people will be infected in the future? Old Chen asked hesitantly. In the future, you shouldn't ask how many people will be infected. You should ask how many are left. 2217 took a big gulp of beer. How many are left? There are still 3 billion people left on the entire planet. The two fell silent. At that moment, Old Chen really wanted to smoke a cigarette, even though he had never smoked before. You were infected with the primitive Y virus in the cave. It's just that at that time, you didn't separate this new virus, so you never knew. This is the original strain, which hasn't mutated and isn't very toxic, 2217 said, looking at Old Chen. So even though you had a fever, felt cold, and were dizzy, your immune system basically resisted it. So it didn't spread. It's as if your immune system sealed a childhood demon inside you. And there's another key point. You wrote in your letter to your family that you were bitten by a green snake, right? You know about this too? Old Chen felt like he was about to be stripped bare. The details of past events were all too clear to the other person. And it seemed he really wasn't a fraud. Or maybe he was a super high-level fraud. Old Chen thought. Fortunately, that snake was a small bamboo viper. If it were a big one, 2217 pursed his lips. Did you think it was your anti-venom that worked? No, the serum you received was for pit vipers, but... Well, this serum works against neurotoxins as well. The main effect is still the Y virus. Thus, the snake venom protein modified the Y virus in your body, or rather, the Y virus neutralized the snake venom. You were so lucky. 2217 continued. The hook in the Y virus, that is, the S protein, both S1 and S2 proteins, disappeared under the action of the snake venom protein. 2217 slapped his forehead. Anyway, that's how Professor Lin and Xingyan made me memorize it. Actually, I don't understand. 2217 laughed. In other words, the hook in the Y virus that infects human cell receptors, ACE2, is gone. 2217 stretched his hands outward, making a gesture of disappearance. And surprisingly, the Y virus in your body has now turned into a virus that protects you. Other viruses that come in will exchange receptor genes with the mutated Y virus. And other viruses will also remove the hooks. This prevents them from infecting human cells. So, not only can you resist Y virus infection, but you can also resist infections from other viruses like the chrysanthemum virus. This is the reason you haven't been infected for so many years. 2217 explained. Your son, Qinyuan, will make significant contributions in the future. 2217 revealed another secret. What? Old Chen was very surprised. His company will be very successful in the future. While researching your history, They unexpectedly discovered emails between you and Professor Lehman from the University of California from half a century ago in an old email server, which confirmed that you would not be infected by the Y virus. So the company began to dig deep into the reasons for your immunity to the Y virus and chrysanthemum virus. To cover up, your son deliberately created a company worship culture, and the idol of worship is you. Chen Pinru didn't know what to say. They believed that the period when you worked and researched in Zishuangbana was a key point, so they used the ancestral tracing activities to excavate the cave complex in Mohan. Zishuangbana, which was covered by a mudslide. They not only opened the cave where the bats were, but also found your makeshift house. Since your cave laboratory was underground in the makeshift house, although the house was collapsed, the various aluminum plates effectively blocked the soil from filling it in. So this cave laboratory was once again sealed underground, returning to the state it was in before it was excavated. 50 years later, your son brought people to reopen the sealed laboratory. In the lab, they found your letter, your freeze-dried blood, and other experimental specimens. They were overjoyed, taking your freeze-dried blood back to the company for research, but for some reason, the Y virus in your bottle of freeze-dried blood did not have resistance. They only found that these Y viruses belonged to the most primitive strains. Chen Pinru laughed, sighed, and said, "Fate. Sometimes it just plays tricks on people. I have always reasoned that my immunity to the Y virus has a huge causal relationship with being bitten by the snake and simultaneously receiving the antivenom. It turns out that after being bitten, I really have not contracted the chrysanthemum virus or had an outbreak of the Y virus. And that bottle of freeze-dried powder was prepared the night before I was bitten. I thought I had rabies and was preparing it for work injury evidence. In other words, that bottle of freeze-dried powder has no antiviral capability." Old Chen shook his head. "Yes, but back then, no one thought that your bottle of freeze-dried blood was prepared the day before. They all thought it was prepared after you were bitten, and initially, it was not connected with the snake venom. After years of research, they still couldn't obtain the analytical data results attached to your email. The scientists at their company were baffled." 2217 spoke, as if he were a detective uncovering a mystery. "The principle of snake venom's antiviral effect that I mentioned earlier was only understood by scientists 10 years later. They suddenly realized that your bottle of freeze-dried blood was actually what you mentioned in your letter as being left before being bitten," 2217 said. Thus, the scientists at Yulin Company adjusted their research direction and began to study the relationship between the Y virus in your blood and the snake venom. But no matter how they combined your freeze-dried blood with the bamboo viper venom, they just couldn't remove the S protein. And by this time, your freeze-dried blood was already used up. So, you yourself became the only living laboratory with antiviral capability. You must go to the future to save the infected humanity. The harmless Y virus in your body can be produced in batches as long as it undergoes simple special treatment, becoming a special drug for treating Y virus infections. 2217 seemed a bit excited at this point. "Can't future technology cure the Y virus?" Old Chen asked. "They tried. But the Y virus mutates too quickly to develop effective and stable antiviral drugs. Scientists don't know why you were able to form a stable immune Y virus in your blood after being bitten by the snake. So they hope you can travel to our era and save the infected. Also save humanity." "Haha, you're putting so much pressure on me. I can't bear the great task of saving humanity." Old Chen took a sip of beer and grabbed a skewer of chicken wings, chewing it with gusto. "Hee. I believe everything you said." Old Chen looked up at his younger self. "I only have one question. Why don't you just draw my blood and take it back to make the medicine?" 2217 suddenly burst into laughter. "You and I are really smart. You hit the nail on the head. This is the key reason I'm here." The team led by Professor Lin Yongsheng, and of course, other internationally renowned scientific teams, after more than 30 years of tireless research, have gained some understanding of this time-space transmitter that shouldn't exist in our world. The time machine is not Earth's technology, you know? In the early days, many people died to start this machine. After so many years of research, as far as I know, humans have obtained these basic pieces of knowledge. Wait, wasn't it developed by future scientists themselves? Chen Pinru asked. Haha, no. Human technology can't even cure a virus. How can they talk about developing a time travel machine? That's even more complicated. 2217 patted his head. Let me tell you the story of Professor Lin and the time machine in the shortest time possible. Chapter 19. Mount Nixus. The two sat in fishing chairs, eating barbecue and drinking beer, as 2217 began to tell the story of Lin Yongsheng and the time machine in the future. Although the future was a bit urgent, that didn't stop 2217 from telling the story, because time is not time. In 2145, Saturn's synchronous orbit, command room of the cruiser Puzzla. Zhang Zekin frowned as he looked at the huge orange-yellow planet. Should we continue sending probes? First Officer Joel asked. Let's pause for now. Zhang Zekin sighed. Let's convene a meeting with the science department to discuss this. The 12 experts from the science department arrived in the conference room. First Officer Joel pushed the door open and announced, Captain and Commander of the Joint Fleet Zhang has arrived. The experts stood up. Zhang Zekin entered the conference room, waved to everyone, and they all took their seats. The first officer turned on the wall-mounted display. The screen showed video footage of a drone flying and capturing images beneath the dense clouds of Titan. The scene was a white expanse, with the atmosphere composed of 9,844 nitrogen. In the distance, methane in the atmosphere reacted to solar radiation, forming thick orange-red smoke clouds that resembled cotton candy hanging in the sky, heavy and solid, giving the impression of a cartoon cutout that shouldn't be able to float. The icebergs on the ground stretched endlessly, alternating blue and white, reminiscent of Earth's Antarctic, but the reflection on the ice surface was unlike that of Earth's ice, appearing particularly strong with a plastic-like texture. This was because the composition of the ice primarily consisted of methane, ethane, butane, propane, and propionitrol. As the drone's lens zoomed in, orange-red began to appear on the ground, revealing a methane snow mountain with a steep side that was bright red, contrasting sharply with the surrounding white world. In front of the snow mountain was a lake of ethane, calm and without waves, yet vibrating like jelly. The drone gradually flew closer to the snow mountain, and the deep red cliffs became visible where they met the ground, revealing a huge cave, the color transitioning from bright red to deep red. The drone approached the cave, slowing down, and the footage showed several black drones and green ground robotic remnants lying haphazardly on the shiny ground in front of the cave, which was a mix of white and red. The footage continued to get closer to the cave, where it was dark and deep. Suddenly, the video cut off. Speak up, Captain Zhang Zekin said, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, looking at everyone. The room fell silent. A young scientist adjusted his glasses and said, clearly, there is an unpredictable magnetic field or some energy in the cave that caused the drone to crash. Zhang Zekin chuckled. That's something we all could have thought of. So, what exactly caused the drones to crash? Chief Scientist Broncrest stood up, walked to the wall display, and said to the first officer, let's pull up the data. The first officer pressed a button on the remote, and a histogram appeared on the display. Broncrest habitually rubbed his bald head and pointed at the screen, saying, at the point closest to the drone's loss of control, we placed several sensors with the robots. From the data from the fifth, we can see that atmospheric wind speed, solar wind particles, magnetic fields, temperature, and atmospheric chemical composition have all fluctuated around the average value, indicating that at least for the past 5 days, everything has been stable. During these 5 days, we were here, just beyond the sensors, and lost 3 drones and 2 ground robots. Broncrest rubbed his head again. What does this indicate? Zhang Zekin asked. Broncrest squinted. It indicates that there is a high probability that our drones and robots were attacked. The 12 experts had discussed this beforehand, so they were not surprised by this conclusion. However, Zhang Zekin and First Officer Joel stared at the screen, shocked. Mr. Broncrest, are you suggesting that there is intelligent life there? There is a high possibility. At this point, another scientist stood up. If it can be proven that it was indeed the work of intelligent life, the significance is not just the discovery of extraterrestrial life. It would mean the discovery of extraterrestrial life with extremely high intelligence, and their technology could be far superior to ours. Zhang Zekin seemed a bit excited. Joel, send the John Bull team to investigate tomorrow. They must be fully armed. The scientists named the mysterious methane mountain Nyx, after the Greek goddess of night. On Titan, nitrogen winds were often above level 10, but beneath the cliffs of Nyx, the winds became very gentle. The John Bull team of 10 donned all the protective gear they could think of. The innermost layer was form-fitting quick-dry clothing. The second layer was ordinary insulation. The third layer was a water circulation system to maintain body comfort. The fourth layer was a Kevlar carbon fiber composite material to protect against high-speed objects or jets. The fifth layer was a spacesuit, which itself had a complete isolation and circulation system, along with a crucial auxiliary exoskeleton. The sixth layer was a real bulletproof vest made of carbon fiber and depleted uranium steel plates, worn in pieces on their bodies. The seventh and outermost layer was not a traditional garment, but a thin layer of superconducting coils distributed across their bodies, creating a massive magnetic field capable of resisting impacts from high-speed metal objects and external magnetic field interference. The helmets were equipped with the most advanced superconducting strong magnetic field technology, and the VR display system could provide a 3-dimensional attack route, while individual AI could give real-time warnings of potential dangers. Each person was helped into their gear, transforming them into large, cumbersome figures, and they joked and laughed at each other. Such heavy gear would be impossible to stand up in on Earth, but on Titan, where gravity was just slightly stronger than that of the moon, the soldiers felt it was just right. The patrol combat vessel detached from the cruiser Puzzla, descending swiftly from synchronous orbit into Titan's atmosphere, leaving a trail of orange-red like a watercolor painting. The patrol combat vessel flew as close as possible to the cliffs of Nyx, where sensors had been placed, and the John Bull team disembarked from the airship, raising environmental sensing antennas from their backs and slowly advancing. Each was equipped with the Rain-Ling S-45 assault rifle, with each magazine containing 50 rounds, and they carried 5 magazines. It could also connect to an automatic ammo supply system on their bodies, but today there was no need to install the automatic supply system. Among the last 4 members, 2 carried a plasma gun, which would deliver strong firepower if needed. The team split into 3 groups, 3 in the front, 3 in the middle, and 4 in the rear, forming a combat formation as they slowly stepped over the wreckage of drones and ground robots, advancing forward. The team leader, Sergeant Robert, and Private Jack along with another private walked at the front. The methane ice surface crunched under their space boots, emitting cracking sounds. In their headsets, they could only hear their own and their teammates breathing. Outside, there was not even the sound of wind, an eerie quietness. Chapter 20. Contact. The team encountered no obstacles and advanced about 50 meters. At this point, everyone began to feel something unusual. At first, it felt as if their pores were standing on end, like encountering static electricity. Logically, this shouldn't be the case, as the superconducting coils worn on the outside were already generating a massive magnetic field, with each person surrounded by a field of up to 20 Tesla, far exceeding Earth's magnetic field of 0.00004 Tesla, enough to resist typical magnetic interference. Team leader Robert, who was in the lead, was the first to notice the change. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist, signaling everyone to stop advancing. "Does anyone feel anything?" Robert asked. Yes. Voices came through the headsets. "Jack, load your weapon and try moving forward another 20 meters. "Okay, Captain." Jack disengaged the safety, raised his S-45 assault rifle, and gently pressed the trigger. The charging sound echoed as the power indicator on the barrel's heat dissipation sleeve gradually filled up. Jack took a deep breath, holding the gun, and slowly advanced towards the cave. The snow boots crunched on the methane ice surface, making a breaking sound. Jack felt all the hairs on his body stand up. And at the same time, he sensed a resistance gradually increasing, making it increasingly difficult to move forward. Suddenly, his headphones began to emit noise, resembling the static of an old-fashioned radio tuning in. He stopped, feeling a bit nauseous. "Captain, I feel like I'm going to vomit. Is the Geiger counter showing any increases?" Jack looked at the VR display on his helmet screen. "No, Captain. Stop and wait. I'm coming up." Robert, the snotty dragon, slowly walked towards Jack. His pores were fully raised as if attracted by a huge static charge, and he faced the inexplicable increase in resistance as he stood in line next to Jack. "There's not a bit of wind here." Robert noticed this strange phenomenon. The data from the wind, temperature, and radiation triband antenna extended to the virtual display screen in his helmet, showing that the wind speed was about level 0.2, equivalent to the airflow of someone gently blowing on you. At that moment, something strange happened. Both of them simultaneously felt images appearing in their minds. It started with black and white bubbles rising, followed by gray transitional colors, and soon the images became fragmented and colorful, with complex geometric patterns appearing in their minds, refreshing at an increasing speed until their brains could no longer identify what they were. They looked at each other through their visors, feeling some pain at the back of their heads. "Did you feel that, Jack?" "I felt it. There are so many images, right, Captain?" Robert took a deep breath. "Don't move. Hold me with the rescue rope. If I show any abnormalities, drag me back." Robert lifted the side protective depleted uranium steel plate and pulled out a thin carbon fiber nylon composite line from his waist, attaching it to Jack's waist. Robert raised his gun, turned the power up to full, and slowly moved forward. He could feel his heart racing. At that moment, the images in his mind disappeared. Robert seemed to hear some sounds, but they didn't come from his headphones. Instead, they appeared directly in his mind, replaced by auditory hallucinations. At first, Robert thought he heard some tuning sounds, then the cosmic background noise, and then he seemed to hear some singing that was both melodious and mournful, but not in the traditional sense. Robert also felt his stomach churning and wanted to vomit. At that moment, a voice he could understand echoed in his mind. "Stop." Robert was stunned. He checked the magnetic field, radiation, and temperature. Everything was normal, with wind speed nearly at 0, indicating calm. "Who is talking to me?" Robert said aloud. His words were transmitted through the microphone, reaching not only his teammates' headphones, but also relayed back to the mothership, the Puzzla, which was operating in orbit. At a safe distance behind the squad, for drones were capturing their actions in real time. In the command cabin of the Puzzla fleet, Fleet Commander Zhang Zekin and Chief Scientist Blankers, along with a room full of people, stared at the big screen as if watching a TV drama. Blankers glanced at Zhang Zekin and said, "Two possibilities. Either he's hallucinating, or someone is really talking to him." Robert asked again, "Who is talking to me?" All channels only heard Robert's voice and his heavy breathing. Another virtual big screen displayed the physiological indicators of the 10 people. It was evident that Robert's heart rate and blood pressure had skyrocketed. "What did you say?" All that could be heard on the channel was Robert asking. "What question are you answering?" Only Robert's voice remained. The sound had some static interference. "What is 11 equal to? What are you joking about?" Robert asked. After a moment of silence, it felt like Robert was listening to something. "Okay, 112, right?" The camera showed Robert taking 2 steps forward. "Are you talking about the third planet?" "Of course I know, it's our Earth." The drone's camera showed Robert taking 2 more steps and stopping. At this point, the interference in the voice channel began to increase. "The sixth one? The sixth one is obvious, it's Saturn. I don't know what you call it." On the screen, Robert's heart rate and blood pressure began to drop, starting to relax a bit. Robert took 2 more steps forward. The people in the scientific department watching the live broadcast began to discuss eagerly. Clearly, someone was asking questions to Captain Snotty Dragon Robert. But the signal transmission channel could not capture the other party's questions, only Robert's repeated responses, which allowed for some guesses about the content. "What is sin 30 equal to?" "I don't know." Robert's heart rate suddenly spiked on the screen. On the ice, Jack saw Robert suddenly raise both hands, twist, and then, with a thud, fell onto the ice. "Snotty Dragon," Jack shouted, quickly pulling the rescue rope while calling his teammates behind him. Everyone rushed to Jack's position, and some wanted to continue forward but were stopped by Jack. Together, they pulled the captain back. Jack looked up at the sky and shouted into the microphone, "We need rescue. We need rescue." Zhang Zekin stared at the screen, his brow furrowed, and said, "Everyone retreat." On the physiological screen, Captain Robert's heart rate formed a red line. Useless knowledge base. Note, for tech enthusiasts, not necessary for the plot. Titan, also known as Saturn VI, is a moon orbiting Saturn, the largest of Saturn's moons and the second largest moon in the solar system. Discovered by Dutch physicist, astronomer, and mathematician Christiaan Huygens on March 25, 1655, it was the first moon discovered after Jupiter's Galilean moons. Due to being the only moon in the solar system with a dense atmosphere, it is highly suspected to host life, and scientists speculate that the methane in its atmosphere may be the basis for life. Titan's surface gravity is extremely low, comparable to that of the moon, but it possesses a dense atmosphere, with a surface atmospheric pressure about 15 times that of Earth, making it a great subject for studying planetary atmospheres. The thick atmosphere combined with relatively low surface gravity makes landing and takeoff easier. Titan is known to have a true atmosphere. Its surface is covered by dense cloud layers that obscure its surface topography. Researchers have observed Titan through ground-based telescopes and believe that various signs suggested the presence of liquid oceans on this Saturnian moon. Titan's atmosphere is 98 for nitrogen, making it the only nitrogen-rich body in the solar system besides Earth, and it contains a large variety of hydrocarbon residues, including methane, ethane, butane, propine, propionitrile, acetylene, propane, as well as carbon dioxide, cyanide, hydrogen cyanide, and helium. These hydrocarbons are thought to originate from methane in Titan's upper atmosphere. When methane reacts due to solar radiation, it produces dense orange-red smoke clouds. Titan lacks magnetic field protection, so when it sometimes operates outside Saturn's magnetosphere, it is directly exposed to solar winds. This leads to atmospheric ionization and the release of some molecules in the upper atmosphere. Near the surface, Titan's temperature is about -291.7 F. At this temperature, water ice sublimates, resulting in a small amount of water vapor in the atmosphere. Titan's surface, besides being covered by global haze, also has various clouds that may consist of methane, ethane, or simple organic compounds. Other rare complex chemicals are why Titan appears orange in space. Chapter 21. Funeral Vidi Levu. Suva City, the location of the highest government international union assembly. Vidi Levu, known as an island free of pandemics and infections, is hailed as a pure island. When the highest government was established in 2110, this place was chosen. After discussions with the Fijian government, Suva City, originally the capital of Fiji, was designated as the headquarters of the union government. Since the 22nd century, for more than half a century, VD Island has strictly controlled the entry of infectious diseases and those suffering from their aftereffects. A confidential telegram regarding a significant discovery on Titan was sent to the League of Nations government. Arson Dilek Du hurriedly entered the office of the president of the League Council, Juan Hernan Gomez Du, holding the telegram. In the office, President Du was discussing a bill with two legislators. Mr. President, Arson bowed. I have an urgent confidential telegram, which is also being sent to the Prime Minister and you. Oh. The president adjusted his glasses and said to the two legislators, let us wrap this up for today. We'll have a general debate next time and discuss it in the meeting. The president stood up and escorted the two legislators out of the room. After closing the heavy ashwood door, he turned to his secretary and asked, what is the telegram? Read it to me. Sure. Arson opened his tablet reader, pressed his fingerprint, and handed it to Juan Du, saying, you need to press yours too. This is classified as top secret, Dad. Juan Du also pressed on the tablet. The tablet reader verified the confidential document successfully and lit up. Young Du read, telegram. To Prime Minister Pintock and President Du. Since the cruiser Puzzla entered orbit in early 2145, it has made astonishing discoveries, as previously reported. However, none compares to the significant new discovery in early May. Initial exploration in the northern hemisphere of Titan, under the cliffs of the Nix Mountains in the Sabins region, has revealed an unusual magnetic field or energy. There were casualties during the investigation. The scientific department of the Puzzla has preliminarily determined that there is a possibility of advanced intelligence existing there, not attributable to Earth technology. We earnestly request the Prime Minister's office and Parliament to approve the dispatch of corresponding experts in biology, physics, astronomy, and psychology to participate in the research in the Saturn system. Additionally, we request the dispatch of 3 light cruisers and accompanying combat patrol boats. Respectfully submitted, Puzzla Cruiser. May 20th, 2145. After hearing this, President Du raised his long eyebrows, a bit surprised. It was hard to believe that humanity had discovered extraterrestrial civilization in such a short time during the early stages of space exploration. An emergency special meeting will be held this afternoon. All party leaders and senators of T2 level and above on VD Island must attend. President Du felt that this matter was indeed significant and of great importance. Okay, Father. No, Mr. President. Young Du nodded and exited the office. Young Du was 33 years old, graduated from the University of Maryland, College Park. He inherited his father's good genes, being intelligent, eager to learn, quick-witted, and ambitious. After graduation, he worked for 3 years in the Intelligence Committee under the League of Nations government, gaining some government work experience. Then transferred to work in the League Council for a year, before being directly moved to the President's office as a secretary, working under his father. Although many people scoffed at such nepotistic promotion, young Du was humble, warm, and amiable, and since old Du treated his subordinates well, it wasn't long before no one discussed this matter anymore. Young Du had a long, thin face, and his eagle-like eyes were always filled with confidence and competence. Once, while drinking in a bar, he managed to down 5 colleagues, becoming a legend. Of course, he ended up in the hospital. This incident received severe criticism from old Du. Young Du always felt that his father's style was outdated and conservative, and privately even argued about certain congressional issues. Old Du was furious, thinking, how dare this kid, at his age, instruct me on how to do things? What old Du did not know was that his son, young Du, had discovered a shortcut to the pinnacle of power in life. This shortcut was dark, ugly, and twisted. The Puzzla Cruiser. After an autopsy by the Puzzla Hospital, Sergeant Robert, the Snot Dragon, had no external injuries, no penetrating wounds, no high-temperature burns or low-temperature frostbite, and his internal organs were intact. Upon opening the brain, a small amount of cerebral edema was found, but it was not fatal. In short, the cause of death could not be determined. 3 days later, 100 soldier representatives stood in neat rows, dressed in formal attire, on the outer observation corridor of the ship. Other groups included representatives from the Scientific Department, Command Room, Engineering Department, Hospital, and Soldiers' Union, totaling nearly 200 people. Outside the pressure glass, half of the view was the dark universe sky, and half was the orange Titan, creating a spectacular sight. Looking down, one could see the front hull of the mother ship and the only large weapon on board, the plasma cannon. Sergeant Robert lay quietly in a transparent coffin made of pressure-resistant glass, covered with the flag of the League of Nations. Captain Zhang Zekin, also the commander of the Joint Fleet, stepped onto the podium, his brow furrowed. He first saluted everyone, then took off his hat and began to deliver the eulogy. Today, we gather here to mourn the loss of Sergeant Robert Will. Since enlisting, Sergeant Will has been an outstanding soldier, a highly professional military man. He loved his military profession and demonstrated excellent work capability and military quality in his short 5-year service. At home, he was a good husband and father. In the Army, he was an excellent captain of the elite John Bull team, completing many arduous tasks. Captain Zhang's speech was broadcast live throughout the mothership. As the maiden voyage of the Puzzler cruiser headed towards the Saturn system, it had a trial nature, with only about 30,000 people on board. Half of the average normal population of 60,000. About 20,000 of these 30,000 were watching the live broadcast. Although more than 20 people had already died due to work accidents, traffic accidents, illnesses, and personnel conflicts during the 3-month journey from Earth to Saturn. None of these were considered heroic stories. Only this incident could be considered a genuine heroic exemplar, truly sacrificing for cosmic exploration. Naturally, the captain had to personally preside over the funeral. After reviewing the glorious life of Sergeant Robert, Captain Zhang Zekin concluded, "May God comfort our sorrowful hearts. May God take away his unruly spirit. He is a pioneer of cosmic exploration, but he will not be the last. We must have the courage to sacrifice ourselves at any time and the ambition to explore the cosmos. All of us will become heroes remembered throughout history. Let us observe a moment of silence for him." Then, the honor guard lined up on either side of the coffin, raised their ancient Mauser 98 rifles, loaded with blank cartridges. At the command of the officiant, the honor guard fired into the air. The gunfire echoed throughout the vast corridor. Morning music played as Sergeant Robert's coffin was sent into the inflatable chamber via the conveyor belt. The inner door closed, and the chamber was filled with air at 2 atmospheres. The outer door opened, and his coffin was immediately launched into space. Everyone stood by the observation corridor's floor-to-ceiling glass, watching his coffin slowly drift away until it disappeared. Soldiers adjusted their military hats and stood at attention. Many women, whether sincerely or pretentiously, took out tissues to wipe their tears. Everyone, including Captain Zhang Zekin, was unaware that a truly significant era had just begun. Chapter 22. Questions. Answers. The second cave exploration was led by 2 young scientists from the scientific department, William and Martin. They built a temporary workstation behind the detector ring at the entrance of the cave, creating a circular structure with a diameter of 3 meters from pressure-resistant glass. Using high-temperature rods, they melted several large holes in the methane-ethane mixed ice surface and placed the steel framework of the workstation inside as its foundation. Inside the workstation was a data server that stored 100 terabytes of knowledge in modern mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, mechanics, engineering, and astronomy. Why not include the humanities? The science department considered that if the people in the Nix cave were to ask questions, they would certainly ask universal truth questions, such as what is 112? Or how many hydrogen and oxygen atoms are there in a water molecule? Or questions like what is the diameter of the sun in our solar system? They would not ask what Shakespeare wrote or what the name of your wife's uncle is. The premise of this assumption is that these people would not understand human culture and history on Earth. If they were fair and intelligent enough, they wouldn't ask us Earthlings about our history and culture because we wouldn't be able to understand it either. Unless there is a possibility that they have been observing human evolution from a godlike perspective, mastering and understanding all of human evolution and social development. They might ask questions related to literature and art. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the science department also stored about 5 terabytes of historical and literary content on the server. This time, a voluntary registration method was adopted for the cave exploration mission. Unexpectedly, more than 30 people signed up, which deeply moved Captain and Joint Fleet Commander Zhang Zekin. While reporting to the League of Nations government, the fleet organized a second cave exploration. Jack, a member of Robert the Snot Dragon's team, also signed up. With previous experience, he was chosen as the first candidate to start the deadly adventure. To reduce casualties, this time the team was composed of 3 people per group. One person would advance while the other 2 assisted. In terms of equipment, the heaviest depleted uranium carbon fiber bulletproof plates were removed, and a portable display was hung horizontally at the lower part of the chest. With answers provided by the server in the circular workstation, the advancing person could look down to see the content displayed on the screen and then answer. Because the VR display in the helmet showed too much information, to avoid interference with answering questions, a clumsy decision was made to use a single display. Jack embarked on the deadly journey for the second time, not knowing what results he would encounter. He stepped on the footprints made a few days ago and moved forward. The 2 team members behind him held onto his rescue rope, following him from 20 meters away. Because the area about 500 meters from the cave suddenly became windless, the footprints remained visible. Some were made by Robert, and seeing those footprints made Jack feel a mix of emotions. As the resistance increased, The frequency modulation sound in his head repeated itself, and he walked to the last spot where Robert had stood. A voice appeared in his mind. Stop. Jack took a breath and said, I have stopped. Actually, he was saying this for the workstation's benefit. All these video signals and sounds were synchronized to the cruiser puzzle. In the command cabin of the mothership, about 200 people gathered, holding their breath to watch the live broadcast of life and death. What is 11 equal to? The voice in his brain asked. 112. Jack felt Robert the Snot Dragon's life continuing through him. You may take 2 steps forward. Jack took 2 steps forward. He looked down at the computer screen, which prominently displayed 112. In the small window at the bottom right, he could see the 2 scientists in the circular workstation. Looking tense. What is the diameter of Saturn? Jack glanced at the screen, which displayed 116,464 m, 116,464 m. Jack swallowed and said, Take 2 steps forward. Jack sighed and, with difficulty, took 2 steps forward, feeling his legs weaken. Why does the sky of Titan appear white from the surface, but orange-red from space? Jack hurriedly repeated the words that appeared in his mind. The 2 scientists in the circular workstation quickly relayed the question to the AI. Subtitles appeared on the screen in front of Jack, and he quickly read aloud. The atmosphere of Titan is 98 for nitrogen, and there are large amounts of various hydrocarbons, including methane, ethane, butane, propane, propionitrile, acetylene, propane, as well as carbon dioxide, cyanide, hydrogen cyanide, and helium. Due to the high density of the atmosphere, these substances mix in the sky, preventing sunlight from scattering, combined with strong ground reflection, so from the surface, the sky appears white. When these hydrocarbons are in the upper atmosphere of Titan, methane reacts due to solar radiation, creating dense orange-red clouds. Therefore, from space, it appears orange-red. Suddenly, the voice in his mind paused, and Jack felt that his time was up. He took a deep breath, waiting for this moment. Take 2 steps forward. The voice sounded again. Jack was almost about to kneel on the ground. He struggled to take 2 steps forward. Suddenly, he regretted becoming a volunteer and thought he would rather be killed on the battlefield at the first moment. This was too terrifying. Can I go back now? Jack swallowed and said, Not now. You must answer all 12 questions before you can go back to rest. The voice in his mind replied. Jack thought, What kind of rule is this? What is sin 30 equal to? Jack looked at the computer. Actually, he knew the answer without looking because this question caused Robert's death. 05. Jack was very confident about this question. Take 2 steps forward. Jack took another 2 steps. In his headphones, he could hear the nervous and heavy breathing of his 2 teammates pulling the rescue rope behind him. They had already walked nearly 8 meters, and he was scared to death, still at least 300 meters away from the cave. On your 3rd planet in the solar system, there are oceans and something that can move on the water, which you call a ship. There is a soft ladder hanging from the side of the ship, 2 meters above the sea surface, and the sea level rises half a meter per hour. In a few hours, the sea will submerge the soft ladder. The 2 scientists exchanged glances and confirmed, then simultaneously shouted into the microphone, 4 hours. Jack could calculate this without the scientists, so he answered, 4 hours. The voice in his mind paused again, and this time it lasted a bit longer. Incorrect. The voice was cold and emotionless. What? Jack hadn't even finished asking where it was wrong. He hadn't even had time to be scared when suddenly his mind went blank, and he collapsed to the ground. On the mothership, Captain Zhang Zekin frowned, glancing at the physiological monitor, where Jack's heartbeat had become a straight line. Launch a strong attack. Zhang Zekin slammed the table and stood up. Everyone in Nix Mountain withdraw today, Zhang Zekin said to First Officer Joel. We won't wait for the government to send a light cruiser. It will take at least 3 months to get here. Zhang Zekin felt he was being toyed with, and he didn't even know whether his opponent was human or ghost. How many combat patrol boats do we have now, Joel? 12 boats. Too few. Yes. Our mothership is only for exploration and scientific research, not for fighting. As a black man, Joel was indeed outstanding. Zhang Zekin furrowed his brows, looking at the giant Titan outside the glass wall, saying, Deploy 6 boats for a test attack to see if we can break through that magnetic field or whatever high-tech blockade. Understood, Captain. Oh, Joel. You lead the team personally. Yes, Captain. First Officer Joel turned and walked toward the command room door. Oh, First Officer. Zhang Zekin called out. Do not directly attack the cave. I want the ghosts inside. Zhang Zekin felt that using the word ghosts was quite good. The next day, after the ground personnel evacuated, 6 combat patrol boats descended from the mothership's synchronous orbit, charging into the atmosphere, leaving countless orange trails. In the air 15 kilometers away from Nix Mountain, the 6 combat patrol boats formed an attack formation, with First Officer Joel sitting in the last No. 06 combat patrol boat, pulling down his anti-glare sunglasses. According to the plan made yesterday, boats number 01 and number 02 launched their attacks. Each launched one EMP, electromagnetic pulse, missile and one plasma cloud explosive. And just a reminder, do not directly attack the cave entrance. Do not directly attack the cave entrance. On the first and second, 2 missiles were quickly launched, trailing thick black and orange smoke through the dense atmosphere, heading towards Nix Mountain. 3 minutes later, 2 EMPs exploded in the middle of the Nix Mountain ridge, with no visible explosion damage to the naked eye. However, any electronic devices or power systems nearby would be destroyed by the powerful electromagnetic pulse. Following that, 2 plasma cloud bombs detonated at the mountain's peak, creating high-temperature plasma clouds that mixed together and slowly rolled down. Then, a massive secondary explosion occurred, visible from 15 kilometers away, with dazzling bursts of light and rapidly expanding shockwaves. Suddenly, black smoke billowed around Nix Mountain, and a gigantic mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Joel, sitting in the third row of the linked cockpit, said over the intercom, 05, and I will go check the scene and assess the damage. Machines 05 and 06 descended in altitude, flying 3 kilometers away from the mountain, hovering in the air, releasing several drones to begin recording. In the footage, apart from some black scorch marks above the halfway point of the mountain, the landscape at the foot of the mountain and the cave remained unchanged in color. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Joel's mind. Come here, child. Come here, child. Before Joel could give an order, the pilots of machines 05 and 06 accelerated their patrol aircraft towards Nix Mountain. Joel's eyes widened as he watched his patrol aircraft crash into the massive mountain. Unable to utter a word, the 2 patrol aircraft collided with the Nix Mountain ridge, exploding into 2 brilliant orange-red fireworks. The shattered debris scattered down the cliff around the cave. The previously released drones faithfully recorded this breathtaking moment. In the mothership's command cabin, everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned into silence, not expecting events to unfold this way. The atmosphere in the command cabin immediately became tense. Zhang Zekin frowned, stood up, and slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking thoughtfully at the massive satellite. Chapter 23 Professor Lin Yongsheng in the same year that faced immense challenges during the secret investigation on Titan, 2145. Earth. National University of Singapore, Faculty of Science. Department of Physics. There were not many students attending Professor Lin Yongsheng's class in the lecture hall. Professor Lin taught quantum mechanics and solid-state physics, and very few were genuinely interested in the subject, while many of the girls sitting below were there to see the most handsome professor in the Faculty of Science. Whether they understood or not was secondary. Seeing an idol-level professor resembling Dr. Jones from the famous movie Indiana Jones from 200 years ago was satisfying for the girls. Professor Lin glanced at the students below, noticing that very few were genuinely paying attention. It might really be too difficult to comprehend. A few girls gazed at him with affection, their minds completely elsewhere from quantum theory. Lin Yongsheng sighed and pressed the light pen, flipping the screen to the next page. Professor Lin was only 35 years old this year, yet he was already a full professor in the Faculty of Science. Other professors dared not teach quantum mechanics because it was too difficult, and there were not many students interested in learning it. However, Lin Yongsheng had the ability to explain many unimaginable aspects of the quantum microworld in simple terms during his years of teaching. He had conquered the review committee with his doctoral thesis, which kept him at the university. His thesis was titled, Observation of Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen Entanglement on Superquantum Structures by Induction through Nonlinear Transuranic Crystal of Extremely Long Wavelength ELW Pulse from Modelock Source Array by the Intrinsic Relationship between Quantum Entanglement and Spacetime. Time seemed to have left no trace on his face. He indeed had a handsome and finely chiseled appearance. His bright eyes sparkled with vitality, capable of communicating with others through his gaze, and his charming white teeth shone when he smiled. He often participated in outdoor activities, exploring high mountains, seas, and desolate cities like Dr. Jones, with sunshine, giving his skin a healthy bronze color. In quantum mechanics, time is a fundamental physical concept and, along with space, constitutes four-dimensional spacetime. Time is viewed as a continuous and universal variable used to describe the states of objects at different moments. According to quantum mechanics, both matter and energy exhibit wave-particle duality, and their motion and behavior can be described by wave functions. Thus, time also becomes an important parameter in quantum mechanics. The time evolution in quantum mechanics is described by the Schrödinger equation, which can predict the state of an object at a future moment. Moreover, this equation is reversible, meaning if the state at a future moment is known, one can also trace back to the current state of the object. In summary, in quantum mechanics, time is a fundamental physical concept, describing the state of objects at different moments through the time evolution of wave functions. At the same time, time is also a component of four-dimensional space-time, forming the framework of the entire macroscopic world alongside space. The professor continuously waved his arms, as if narrating a grand and magnificent event. A few female students in the audience nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with admiration. At this moment, a faint vibrating sound came from the communicator in the professor's pocket. He paused slightly but ignored it, then continued teaching, displaying the professionalism expected of a teacher. The communicator in his pocket vibrated again and kept vibrating. He quickly pressed it to stop the shaking. Lin Yongxing suddenly felt something was off. Those familiar with him generally knew he was in class at this time. Perhaps he should take a look, as it might be important. Reluctantly, he picked up the communicator, continuing to lecture while checking the message. Your wife and her fitness coach have just arrived at your old residence. Lin Yongxing frowned. It was a message from the detective he had hired. The Lin family's old residence was a small villa built in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, not far from the tourist attraction former house of Tan Yone. The villa was made of stone, with an exterior of expensive marble and Malaysian bricks, featuring a red roof and white walls, very stylish. The window glass was of the Margaret flower pattern type, somewhat resembling church windows, adding a classical touch to the entire building. In front of the house was an L-shaped British-style long corridor, where one could enjoy afternoon tea. Further ahead was a small garden, where red koi fish were raised in the pond when someone lived there. This old residence had been passed down through generations, recording the rise and fall of the Lin family and their memories. After entering the 22nd century, the Lin family members hardly lived in this old residence anymore, but regularly sending someone to clean. Occasionally relatives and friends from out of town can stay. Lin Yongxing married his wife in the old house when he was 30, and they spent their first day as newlyweds there, creating many beautiful memories. The class bell rang. The old-fashioned bell is one of the traditions maintained by the National University. Today, there will be no extended class. The teacher had to leave early for something. He smiled as he glanced at a few female students sitting in front of him. Professor Lin walked calmly out of the classroom, quickly crossed the campus, and ran to the street, heading for the flying car parked at the school gate, jumped in, and told the driver to hurry to Penang Road. Sitting in the car, Lin Yongxing rubbed his temples, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He had long noticed that his wife had been acting strangely for the past 6 months, but hadn't caught any evidence. It was only after hiring a detective to follow her for less than 10 days that he discovered the truth. He desperately hoped to catch this pair of cheating lovers before they began their sordid affair. He could hardly imagine the sight of his wife entangled with another man, naked and exposed. An affair was bad enough, but in the old Lin family home, wasn't that a deliberate humiliation to his ancestors? They had spent countless romantic moments there, dreaming of a shared future. And now, this place might become the end of their love. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, rubbing his temples harder. It had been many years since he felt such a mix of anger and urgency. The flying car stopped at the small garden gate. Lin Yongxing quietly pushed open the garden door and hurriedly crossed the garden and corridor, trying to make as little noise as possible until he reached the hall door. He pushed open the large door, took a deep breath, and walked to the inner door. He hesitated for a moment. Just as he was lowering his head in contemplation, he heard his wife's giggles from the living room. Blood rushed to his head instantaneously. Unable to bear it any longer, he kicked open the inner door. His wife was half naked, sitting on the sofa in the living room, entangled intimately with the fitness coach. That was the ancestral sofa. His wife's hands were constantly caressing the fitness coach's body, and their laughter echoed in the living room. On the side table of the sofa, there were a bottle of red wine, wine glasses, and some leftover roast chicken. The two looked at Lin Yongxing in terror. His wife immediately got up, grabbing her clothes to cover her upper body. The fitness coach looked stunned, clearly recognizing that this was her husband. Lin Yongxing charged at the coach like an enraged bull, landing a punch to the coach's face, and then began to kick and hit him relentlessly. At first, the fitness coach, knowing he was in the wrong, endured the blows, but as he realized that Professor Lin was not weak himself, the punches and kicks grew heavier, and anger surged within him. He swung a punch, striking Lin Yongxing on the chin. The professor had not expected the cuckold to suddenly counterattack, and he was knocked back several steps, the impact causing him to bite his tongue. A metallic taste filled his mouth. "Stop! Don't hit anymore," his wife cried out, covering her upper body and squatting on the floor, crying as if she had suffered a great injustice. The professor spat a mouthful of bright red saliva on the floor. Now furious, his tongue hurt, and he could only shout hoarsely, "You shameless woman! You and your adulterer! I'm going to kill you both." The coach seemed to see a chance to escape. Leaving his shoes behind, yanking up his pants with both hands, and ran towards the door. Seeing the cuckold trying to flee and still enraged, the professor grabbed a statue of Queen Elizabeth II from the side cabinet and smashed it towards the fitness coach's head. The statue was heavy and solid, bought by the Lin family after Queen Elizabeth II's death in the 21st century, not some cheap plaster statue. The statue struck the fitness coach's head with a dull thud, and his body instantly lost balance. He let out a grunt and fell forward to the ground, convulsing a few times before becoming motionless. In the moment of falling, his pants slipped down due to not being properly belted, revealing a pair of brightly colored tight underwear. Lin Yongsheng panted heavily, dropped the statue of Elizabeth II, and spat a mouthful of blood on the coach's colorful underwear, feeling much better inside. His wife's terrified screams became the background noise in the living room. A week later, after finishing his class and exchanging instant messaging app numbers with 2 female students, Lin Yongsheng was notified to go to the principal's office. Someone was looking for him. Professor Lin. 2 middle-aged men in black suits, one smiling and talking to Lin Yongsheng, while the other remained silent and glared at him, leaning against the principal's desk. Of course, the principal had tactfully stepped out for a walk. Your recent actions have seriously violated the League of Nations criminal law and Singaporean law. The smiling man picked up a teacup, blew on the tea leaves, and took a gentle sip. According to our investigation, your wife and that fitness coach indeed have an improper relationship. We express our sympathy. He glanced at the silent man beside him, then continued to the professor. However, due to your improper handling of the situation, the male party has suffered brain damage and is currently paralyzed on one side. You have committed a criminal offense, do you understand? Lin Yongsheng smiled. I understand. I'm already prepared to go to jail. The man in black, who had been silent and leaning against the principal's desk, turned his head to look at Lin Yongsheng and said, going to jail is not that simple. First, you will lose your current well-paying job, and it will be very difficult for you to work in the education sector in the future. Second, your beloved cutting-edge research will no longer exist. Third, Coach Li intends to file a huge civil lawsuit against you. As far as I know, selling the old house wouldn't even cover the compensation. And that's after serving 5 to 10 years in prison before you can pay. The smiling man in black walked over with his tea. In this way, your life will be ruined. The two sang in harmony. I feel like there's something more to your words. Professor Lin was not a fool. He sensed that they might have a solution. He looked up at the two. Who exactly are you? We are from a special department of the International Joint Conference Government. The two showed Lin Yongsheng their credentials. There is a way for you to avoid prison, not have to pay compensation, keep your job, and continue your research. The smiling man in black revealed a somewhat forced friendly smile. Oh, such good news. Lin Yongsheng smiled. What do you have in mind? The 2 men in black simultaneously looked out the window at the sky, which was a clear blue without a cloud in sight. The smiling man in black leaned closer to Professor Lin, lowering his voice. Do you know about Titan? An unnecessary knowledge base. Note, for tech enthusiasts, it doesn't affect the plot if you don't read this. Gordon Freeman graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Department of Theoretical Physics and earned a PhD. Freeman is from Seattle, Washington, and developed a strong interest in theoretical physics at an early age, such as quantum mechanics and relativity. After observing a series of teleportation experiments in the experimental physics department, how to achieve teleportation became a persistent dilemma for Freeman. Professor Lin Yongsheng built upon Gordon Freeman's research framework to conduct further studies, revealing that Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen entanglement is a special observable situation of quantum entanglement, and also interpreting the basic principles of telepathy and precognition from the perspective of quantum mechanics. This research laid a good theoretical foundation for later studies on time machine technology. Chapter 24. The history of human development. When it comes to Lin Yongsheng, one must mention the history of the century before 2145. 80 years ago, in 2063 and 2065, 2 major events changed human history. One significant event was the high-temperature superconducting technology. In 2063, represented by Lin Technology Company, humanity initially solved the problems of high-temperature superconducting technology and materials, allowing the Meissner effect of superconductors to be maintained at room temperature for extended periods. The superconducting market began to take off and develop. After 40 years of continuous research and optimization, by 2100, superconducting technology gradually became widely applied, with stable performance. Large-scale and miniaturization became 2 key development directions. Large-scale advancements led to revolutionary leaps in industrial manufacturing, power transmission, transportation, and space exploration. Transportation logistics became extremely fast and inexpensive. Energy losses in electricity became minimal, significantly improving humanity's energy usage efficiency. giving the entire society and economy a feeling of recovery from a low point. On the other hand, miniaturization, especially micro-superconducting technology, showed bright prospects in medicine, biology, and nuclear physics. Another significant leap in miniaturization, which countries around the world avoided discussing, was in weaponry. With the further development and optimization of superconducting materials, under the background of superconducting miniaturization, firearms gradually phased out gunpowder propulsion technology. And superconducting gun barrel inner tracks became a reality, propelled by high-pressure electromagnetic valves. After a century of development, by the 2130s, space exploration became possible due to the pioneering use of superconducting technology, with the extensive use of high-temperature superconducting energy storage, SMEs, and high-temperature superconducting motors. Humanity rapidly expanded outward, soon setting foot on Mars and establishing the first closed city, Pompeii. Pompeii quickly became a paradise for adventurers. Just 10 years later, humanity moved beyond the asteroid belt and successfully established an exploration base on Titan, beginning to investigate what was long believed to potentially harbor life. However, an unfortunate event began. Humanity experienced a massive catastrophe. After achieving high-temperature superconductivity for the first time in 2063, humanity saw a renewed hope for prosperity. With widespread optimism and a sense that a technological revolution was on the brink of bringing happiness. However, the subsequent reality was not so optimistic. In 2065, a strange Y-shaped virus that infected the respiratory system and even the entire body ravaged the globe. Its origin was unknown, and there was no zero patient. The virus resembled the letter Y, hence the name Y virus. Despite the advanced medical technology of the time, people were still helpless against this virus. This virus was highly contagious, resulting in a global infection rate of up to 65. Its symptoms and outcomes rewritten human history, causing societal fragmentation. The virus was particularly deceptive in that, after infection, individuals only exhibited mild coughing, neither fever nor diarrhea, resembling mild cold symptoms. A month later, the Y virus had spread throughout the bloodstream, leading to a total outbreak. During this month-long incubation period, a vast amount of the virus was expelled, unknowingly infecting many people. Each infected individual, in turn, transmitting it to others. By the time the government realized the danger, it was already uncontrollable. Initially, infected individuals would experience bleeding in epithelial tissues, resulting in bleeding from the nose and eyes, with later patients vomiting or coughing up blood. The virus would then attack the nervous system, causing patients to become sensitive to sound and water, experiencing convulsions, and exhibiting symptoms reminiscent of rabies, which had been eradicated for years. The most frightening aspect was their extreme aggressiveness. At this point, the respiratory tract harbored little virus, with the virus concentrated in bodily fluids such as blood and saliva. Due to the much higher density of the virus in bodily fluids compared to its earlier presence in the trachea and lungs, a normal person bitten would have nearly a 100 chance of infection. At this stage, patients resembled zombies, completely unable to control their behavior. If this state could not be contained, most patients died from dehydration, starvation, or blood loss, while some with pre-existing conditions succumbed to complications and infections. Even with medical intervention, the mortality rate remained around 30. Based on the rabies-like symptoms of the patients, humanity reopened a long-dormant rabies virus repository and accelerated the development of a viral antibody, which succeeded 5 years later, reducing the mortality rate from 30 to around 0.1, marking a milestone victory in the war against the virus. Humanity celebrated for a year. However, their joy was premature. As the reproductive age population that had been infected began to give birth, doctors and scientists grimly discovered that if either parent had been infected, their offspring were highly likely to be deformed, many not surviving past 10 years, and these deformed children exhibited strong aggression, breaking furniture, biting other children, and even attacking household pets. Due to the resource scarcity following the pandemic catastrophe, many countries and regions were unable to cope with the numerous survivors with sequelae and the deformed children born to recovered patients, resorting to concentration camp-like management methods, forcing severely affected patients and deformed children to survive in environments lacking medical care and food, with minimal humanitarian resources provided, leading to tragic deaths. Thus, within just 40 years from the initiation of high-temperature superconductivity in the 2060s to the practical application of superconductivity in the 2100s, the virus ravaged humanity, resulting in massive deaths. The sequelae caused a sharp decline in the population, compounded by resource shortages leading to wars, hunger, and other unnatural deaths, causing the global population to plummet from 10 billion to 4 billion, with the decline curve becoming steeper and faster. Many cities became desolate, abandoned, and turned into habitats for wild beasts. Vast tracts of arable land lay fallow, overgrown with weeds taller than humans. Many traces of humanity gradually faded away with time in the annals of history. Apart from primates, other animals seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, rapidly thriving in numbers and populations, while cities, towns, or farms previously dominated by humans quickly returned to the wild, filled with weeds, trees, and animals. Governments around the world became weak and had to abandon resource wars and political intrigues. In 2110, the remaining global population of over 4 billion voted unanimously to establish a new United Nations organization called the International United Assembly, or League of Nations. It had a more governmental structure and authority than the previous United Nations, effectively establishing a true global government, with national governments becoming local governments. On global issues such as virus prevention, medical resource allocation, international disputes, global trade, climate protection, and global resource distribution shortages, all must comply with the League's arrangements. At the same time, space exploration was also unified under the League's command and management. Humanity was striving to save itself. However, social classes became even more polarized, with the global Gini coefficient alarmingly high. After a brief period of stabilization, the global population began to decline sharply again, reaching only 3 billion by 2130. From the 2060s to the 2170s, a full century of human evolutionary history was contradictory. On one hand, the elite scientific community made groundbreaking advances in high-temperature superconductors, low-temperature nuclear fusion, genetic technology, and space exploration. On the other hand, the worldwide spread of the virus devastated human bodies and society, leading to extreme economic turmoil and worsening social stratification, with those who had contracted the virus seemingly forever separated from healthy individuals, forced to live and displaced. Impoverished conditions akin to concentration camps or collective farms. Very useful knowledge repository. Note: suggested reading for those interested in the human development history from the 2060s to the 2170s. 1. Professor Luan Lei, female, 204-52116. The Social Evolution History of the 21st and Early 22nd Centuries, Peking University. 2. Professor Nassim Dashi, 2135, Reflections on the New Industrial Revolution and the Decline of Humanity. Imperial College London. 3. Researcher Jack Zhao, 208-32147, wrote Development and Research of Y Virus, Rain Technology Company's Institute of Biology. 4. Professor Perez Sis, 2095, authored World History of the 22nd Century, University of Oxford. 5. Professor Abvai Pat, 2113, wrote Survival and Rights Protection of Y Virus-Infected Individuals, Princeton University. 6. Sir Lucio, biography unknown, authored research on the new resistance organization of the International United Conference, League of Nations government documents, for internal reading only. 7. Professor Lin Yongsheng, 2110, wrote Engineering Contributions of Room Temperature Superconducting Technology to Spacetime Leap, National University of Singapore. 8. Professor Lin Yongsheng, 2110, authored The Intrinsic Relationship Between Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen Entanglement of Superquantum Structures and Spacetime Quantum Entanglement, National University of Singapore. Chapter 25, Flight to Mars. The incident involving Lin Yongsheng quickly spread throughout the global physics community. Gossip on the internet was vivid, with descriptions that made it feel as if one were at the scene. The divorce proceedings went swiftly. After calmly completing the paperwork, Lin Yongsheng and his ex-wife walked to the courthouse entrance. As his ex-wife reached the courthouse steps, trying to conceal her guilt, she said to Lin Yongsheng, "Goodbye." Lin Yongsheng still felt some residual anger. He then teased her, saying, "Happy in my ancestral home, and our ancestors are watching you." He mocked with a laugh. His ex-wife was taken aback, her anger flaring as she rolled her eyes. "Don't think you're so innocent. Have you forgotten how you flirted with those female students at the National University? Or how you fooled around with that female trekker in Nepal?" "Humph." She glared at him and huffed coldly. Professor Lin shook his head, loosened his clenched fist, and walked away without looking back. He realized he might have been weary of the marriage long ago. Dragging it out for a few more years would lead to the same outcome. Love is fleeting, but the mundane is everlasting. Time, if quantum mechanics acknowledges it as a reference quantity, can smooth over all problems. With this thought, he felt at ease. After all, it was all over. Asia's largest interstellar port is in Hong Kong. Inside Victoria Bay, tethered at heights ranging from 0 to 4,000 meters, various large spacecraft are docked. They float in the sky like enormous airships, some brightly colored and adorned with beautiful patterns, while others are rusty and seem to have been in service for many years. Due to the sheer number of ships, Victoria Bay remained shrouded in shadow. Lin Yongsheng wore a brown, faded leather jacket, light-colored jeans, and a pair of rugged outdoor shoes. Carrying a large backpack, just like when he used to go on adventures. He stood on the dock, looking up at the various spacecraft above. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between the ships, casting streaks of light onto Hong Kong Island. The professor boarded a shuttle to the E-12 dock at 3,000 meters. Entering the cargo and express delivery spacecraft Poseidon bound for Mars. The lower 3 levels were cargo holds filled with grains, cattle, sheep, pigs, fresh vegetables, fruits, and other goods. The upper 3 levels contained passenger cabins. The top level was first class, with rooms typically containing either a single bed or a double bed. Second class was divided into double and quadruple rooms on the second floor. The third level was third class, featuring a large room accommodating 6 to 12 people. Half of the third level was designated for those who had been infected with the Y virus and for deformities. Any large transport vehicle has a designated area for passengers who have contracted the virus. Worried about encountering acquaintances, Lin Yongsheng specifically chose a VIP room in first class. The walls were entirely made of floor-to-ceiling glass, and the room contained only his bed. In addition to the standard bathroom, there was a refrigerator, microwave, and a full audiovisual system. Standard meals were free, with a wide variety of dishes available. If unsatisfied, one could order other dishes. Of course, there was also the option to dine in a high-end restaurant. With a loud bang, the nearly 200-meter-long cargo spacecraft released its tether at an altitude of 3,000 meters, slowly backing out of the superconducting magnetic levitation dock, followed by a long, low horn that echoed through the clouds. As the spacecraft descended rapidly, the view outside the window transformed into a beautiful blue planet, Earth, the home of humanity. Lin Yongsheng gazed at the magnificent space outside, deeply sighing, thinking he might not return for a year and a half. However, he did not expect that it would be over 30 years before he returned. The long journey to Mars, lasting 12 days, began. 2 days later, as Earth and the Moon gradually disappeared from view, the dark, silent space grew monotonous and dull. Professor Lin could no longer contain himself and stepped out of his room to take a walk. He wore a mask. Not because he was with infected individuals on the ship, but to avoid being recognized and becoming a laughingstock. Strolling around, he reached the front of the cargo spacecraft, where there was an entertainment hall filled with various slot machines and gaming tables. Inside was a bar. He continued along the observation corridor, checking out the second and third levels. The further down he went, the more passengers there were, and the air grew increasingly polluted. Children ran joyfully up and down the corridors. Upon reaching the third level, he intentionally walked into the area designated for passengers who had contracted the virus. At that moment, he heard a commotion coming from the isolation zone. Instinctively, he adjusted his mask and approached the iron fence of the isolation area. The crew member stationed at the entrance looked indifferently at the scene inside, where several adults were pleading for something while holding a child. "What is going on?" Lin Yongsheng asked the crew member. The crew member, noticing Lin's distinguished appearance and unsure of his background, hurriedly stood up and replied, It's nothing. Just a child with post-viral syndrome having a seizure." "What's wrong with a seizure?" Lin Yongsheng frowned. He glanced at the people inside the fence. A woman, clearly the mother, was holding a girl who seemed to be having a severe seizure, convulsing violently. The woman was crying and begging the crew member to open the door, while the other adults were either pleading or angrily scolding the crew member. "What do they want?" Lin Yongsheng asked the crew member. "They want to go to the infirmary." The crew member answered. "Then why won't you let them go? They're infected individuals." The crew member replied assertively. "Can they still transmit the virus?" Lin Yongsheng glared at the crew member. "Not anymore. We conducted another check before boarding," the crew member responded. "What reason is there to deny them medical treatment?" There really isn't a reason." The crew member pointed at a sign on the fence. The sign hanging on the fence read, "Virus-infected area, unauthorized personnel, keep out." "Without approval, the people inside cannot come out," the crew member said. At that moment, the little girl was convulsing even more severely, even rolling her eyes back. The mother cried out loudly, "Please open the door." Lin Yongsheng looked at the sign, furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of anger, and asked the crew member, "Let me ask again, are there infected individuals inside?" Seeing this unknown person appear to be someone significant, the crew member became flustered. "And no. But I was ordered not to let them out. Even if they die?" The crew member was at a loss for words. Lin Yongsheng felt the little girl was on the brink of death, pushed the crew member aside, grasped the latch on the outside, and quickly pulled it open. Unlocking the gate, the little girl's mother shouted thank you while running out of the quarantine zone towards the medical room on the third floor. A few people followed her. A man with only one eye said to Lin Yongsheng, "Thank you." He wanted to reach out to shake hands, but suddenly thought of something and withdrew his hand. Lin Yongsheng pulled his hand over to shake it and said, "Hurry up." Lin Yongsheng watched them rush towards the medical room, then turned to the crew member at the door and asked, "Can I go in?" Sir, you want to go in?" The crew member was a bit surprised. "Yes." "Is there a problem?" the professor asked. "No problem. But sir, are you sure you want to come into contact with them? They are not contagious." "Why can't I come into contact with them?" Lin Yongsheng felt a bit helpless and was no longer angry. He was well aware of whether he would be infectious. Having explored and interacted with various infected populations around the world besides teaching in the ivory tower of the university. Generally, when buying tickets, health statuses of everyone are checked in a global database, and besides needing a permit, visa, to go to Mars, everyone must also have an electronic health certificate in their personal portable terminal. Normally, untreated infected individuals are not allowed to travel. All right. The crew member stepped back and let him in, quickly closing the gate behind him. The back half of the third-level cabin was a closed area, with only that iron fence leading to the outside. Each room was a large dormitory accommodating 15 to 30 people, regardless of gender or age, all living together. The rooms were chaotic, crowded, and dirty, with only one bathroom. Lin Yongsheng frowned as he walked inside. The passengers there looked at him with astonished eyes. It was rare to see someone from outside the quarantine zone enter voluntarily. From his leather jacket, it was clear that someone who could wear such clothing must be either wealthy or noble, and at least on the surface, he did not appear disabled. It was hard to imagine a healthy person would enter the quarantine zone, unlike these passengers who obviously had visible disabilities. Some were missing limbs, others had facial deformities, asthma, or were emaciated. Lin Yongsheng felt very sad. Whenever he encountered people with post-infection sequelae during his explorations, he would offer whatever help he could. At the end of the corridor, two men were smoking, witnessing the earlier scene of the door opening, watching the middle-aged man in the leather jacket come in, looking around. A thin man winked at a taller man, who walked over, took out a cigarette from a pack, handed it to Lin Yongsheng, and said, "Thank you, brother. You opened the door for them." Lin Yongsheng waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, just a small effort. I don't smoke, thank you." "What's your name?" the tall man asked. "Me? My last name is Lin. Just call me Old Lin," Lin Yongsheng replied with a smile. "Oh, I'm Robespierre," he said, pointing to the thin man. "And my friend here is Dickens." The thin man, holding a cigarette butt, waved at Lin Yongsheng. Lin Yongsheng chuckled. "Are you the forerunners and great writers of the French Revolution?" "Haha." The tall man laughed. "You could say that. You are a good person. It seems you have sympathy for us infected. Of course, no one wants to get sick. You were all healthy before. Getting sick is not your choice. Being sick is painful in itself. After being cured, why should you still face discrimination?" "Yes." From a distance, the thin Dickens answered loudly. "If everyone thought like you, we would live happily and freely. Can I buy you a drink at the bar?" the thin man asked. "Haha, of course. It's always a pleasure to meet friends," Lin Yongsheng said with a smile. "All right, see you at the bar at 8 p.m., the thin man said. "Haha, okay." Lin Yongsheng felt quite happy. "Hey, can you leave the quarantine zone?" Lin Yongsheng suddenly thought. The thin Dickens took a puff of smoke, looked at the distant camera, pursed his lips, and smiled. "Of course. Money can do a lot." Chapter 26 Mars Space Agency. According to Hong Kong time on Earth, it was around 8 p.m. Lin Yongsheng played the slot machine for a while, felt bored, and walked into the bar. The bar was deafening, with dazzling lights. A dancer was performing a pole dance on stage, and there were only a few scattered people watching. He sat down at a spot by the stage, ordered a bottle of beer from the bartender, and watched the dancer's performance with little interest. Seeing someone finally sitting in front to watch, the dancer smiled and began to dance seriously. Professor Lin Yongsheng took a sip of his drink, watching the performance of the stripper. Her 3 breasts were full and upright. After dancing for a while, she walked up to Lin Yongsheng and bent down. Old Lin shook his head, thinking that while others only had one cleavage, a single bill would suffice. This one had 2, so the bills needed to double. Old Lin stuffed a few bills between her breasts. The dancer, upon receiving the money, danced even harder. The thin man he had seen in the afternoon walked over, found a stool, sat down, waved for the dancer to come over, and also stuffed a few bills into her cleavage. The dancer danced even harder. Very charming, right? The man turned to Lin Yongsheng with a smile. "Haha, yes. Just a bit expensive," Lin Yongsheng replied. Hearing this, the man laughed heartily, understanding the joke. Lin Yongsheng looked around and asked, "Why are you the only one here?" "Dickens?" Although the thin Dickens was slim, he seemed quite capable. "I don't have enough money to bribe the guard at the door. I still need to remove the surveillance cameras." Dickens laughed. Lin Yongsheng laughed too. "Do you often fly to Mars?" Dickens asked. "Not really. This is my first time," Lin Yongsheng answered honestly. Oh, actually, I haven't been there many times either. Dickens took a sip of his drink and continued. I heard Pompeii is a city full of opportunities. So I wanted to see if there were chances to make money. Lin Yongsheng turned to look at him. So, have you made money? Not at all. I can only make ends meet. Haha. The man laughed. Are you also going to make money? The man laughed, showing his white teeth, which looked especially bright in the psychedelic lights. Me? No. I'm going to report to the local space agency and then work outside the asteroid belt. Wow. Dickens was surprised. So impressive. Are you an astronaut or a scientist? Me? I'm nothing. Just an adventurer wandering the world. Lin Yongsheng sighed as he watched the dancer spin around the pole. Haha, you are too humble. Dickens smiled at Lin Yongsheng. Do you want this girl to accompany you for a night? Her name is Carolina. Dickens pointed with his chin at the dancing girl. Ha ha ha. Lin Yongsheng laughed heartily. No need. No need. I'm not interested. The thin Dickens also laughed heartily. Mr. Lin, there aren't many people as brave as you who come out to help the infected, right? I think there are still many. Anyway, I have many friends around me who help those with post-infection sequelae. We have also established many online groups to help the infected and underprivileged populations, Old Lin said. Oh, really? Can I join? Dickens's eyes widened. You? Old Lin hesitated. Although I am also a person with post-infection sequelae, I am not in a difficult situation. Not to be modest, I live quite well, so I also want to join your group to help the poor infected. Of course you can. Professor Lin felt very gratified, believing there are still many good people. Just in time, we have a leftist in our group in Mars Pompeii City, and I need to meet him when I go back. That's great. Let's exchange contact information. Dickens raised his beer bottle and clinked it with Lin Yongsheng's bottle. Mars is the fourth planet closest to the Sun and the second smallest planet in the solar system, after Mercury. It is one of the 4 terrestrial planets in the solar system. Its orange-red appearance is due to the surface being covered with hematite, iron oxide. Mars has a diameter of about half that of Earth, and its axial tilt and rotation period are similar to Earth's, but its orbital period is twice that of Earth. The atmosphere of Mars is primarily composed of carbon dioxide, 95.3, and it is thin and cold, featuring numerous impact craters, canyons, dunes, and gravel, with no stable liquid water. After a long journey of 2 weeks, the cargo and express ship, Poseidon, arrived at Mars. In 2145, Mars had built a total of 2 cities, Pompeii and Troy, with Pompeii being the most developed. Construction of Pompeii officially began in 2135, and, after 10 years, it reached a certain scale, currently housing a permanent population of 30,000 and a floating population of 40,000. The entire city of Pompeii consists of 4 large dome-like canopies that lean against each other and are connected by several massive passages. Each dome is made up of countless large pressure-resistant glass domes, supported by hexagonal steel frames of various sizes. This design isolates the Martian atmosphere outside. The 4 domes have diameters ranging from 3,000 to 6,000 meters, with the highest point being about 500 meters tall, resembling 4 gigantic transparent bowls turned upside down on the surface. Inside the canopy domes, each small community has its own small dome, with diameters ranging from 400 to 1,000 meters. This setup ensures that if one large dome leaks, the other 3 domes remain usable. In case of an emergency evacuation, residents can hide in the small community domes for a day or 2 until the situation is manageable. From above, Pompeii appears as 4 semicircular glass domes reflecting golden light. Resting on a vast Martian plain, Lin Yongsheng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass of the VIP room on the ship, watching as it slowly descended. Red dust swirled in the atmosphere, and Pompeii looked like 4 ant nests in the red soil, seemingly about to be submerged in the waves of sand. The biggest feature of both Pompeii and Troy is the absence of a quarantine area, regardless of where you come from. Whether you are a survivor of the Y virus or whether you are healthy or disabled, everyone is treated equally here. Many newcomers from the ship found it difficult to adapt, with the privileged healthy people feeling superior and the disabled feeling like second-class citizens. Survivors of the virus were overjoyed, while isolationists were disheartened. The Poseidon docked at a superconducting magnetic levitation dock 2,000 meters above the surface, emitting a long whistle. The sound was not as deep and resonant as on Earth. Due to the thin air, it sounded dry and high-pitched, almost comical. People entered customs through a closed passageway, undergoing health checks before entering the city. After bidding farewell to his companions, Lin Yongsheng took a low-flying vehicle straight to the space agency to report in. The space agency is located within the largest dome, the Manhattan District. In Pompeii, apart from essential departments such as agriculture, oxygen, and water management, The most important department is the space agency, as all the arduous construction efforts ultimately aim for space exploration. When Lin Yongsheng arrived at the space agency, he almost laughed out loud, thinking the driver had taken him to the wrong place. The agency was located beside a bustling street, which was bustling only in comparison to the other deserted roads. In reality, this so-called bustling street had only a sparse number of pedestrians and vehicles. The building of the space agency resembled a larger supermarket with 3 floors. The first floor indeed housed a small supermarket, with a large sign reading, Manhattan Space Supermarket. Below it was a smaller sign, Mars Space Agency. Lin Yongsheng seriously doubted he had come to the right place, and entered the supermarket to ask a clerk, "Excuse me, is this the space agency?" The chubby female clerk did not look up, focusing intently on dyeing the nails of her 6 fingers with a quick dye gun. With a drop, her red nails turned blue, and with another drop, the blue turned green. Lin Yongsheng felt a bit annoyed and raised his voice, "Excuse me, is the second floor accessible via the stairs on the left?" The clerk impatiently interrupted him and raised her hand with her 6 fingers, pointing to the stairs. Lin Yongsheng glared at her and went up the stairs to the second floor, where he saw a passing staff member and asked, "Where can I report?" The staff member adjusted their glasses and asked, "Who are you?" "Oh, my name is Lin Yongsheng. I'm from Singapore." Before Lin Yongsheng could finish, the staff member shouted loudly into the hallway, "Professor Lin is here." After a few seconds of silence, people suddenly rushed out of several rooms, all talking at once. "Professor Lin, you've arrived. Please come to the office. We'll notify the minister right away." Shortly after, the minister arrived. A chubby elderly man with a rosy complexion, shaking Lin's hand continuously. "Thank you for your hard work. We've been waiting for you. You know the situation is very urgent, and we need your expertise. Come to my office. Augustina, please bring the professor some coffee." Following the minister to his office on the 3rd floor, the minister closed the door and said, "Professor Lin, my name is Pablo, and I'm thrilled to welcome you. Do you know the situation?" The chubby minister asked, already sweating after a brief tour of the building. "I only know that there was a major discovery on Titan, but I'm not aware of the specifics." "Oh, you're still unaware. You truly are a noble and fearless person, coming here for science without regard for anything else." Pablo wiped his sweat. Just then, Augustina knocked on the door and brought in the coffee. Lin Yongsheng took a whiff of the coffee's rich aroma, thanked Augustina, and watched her leave, thinking to himself, "I have my reasons for coming to this godforsaken place. I'm not that noble." "Please, go ahead, minister," Lin Yongsheng said. "Let us get straight to the point." In early May, the exploration fleet made a significant discovery in the northern hemisphere of Titan, at the Nix Mountains in the Sabine area. Pablo described the events vividly, as if he had participated in them himself. Lin Yongsheng listened while sipping his coffee, and by the end, he was shocked. "We really encountered extraterrestrial civilization? Professor Lin, the situation is urgent, and you are the last expert to arrive. According to plan, we leave for the Saturnian system tomorrow, and it will take another 2 months to travel." Pablo bent slightly, but his tone carried an air of command. "All right, no problem," Lin Yongsheng replied. "Then you should go back to the hotel and rest well. We'll come to pick you up tomorrow." "Oh, the hotel key card is with the supermarket clerk on the 1st floor. Just ask her for it." Pablo opened the door and saw Lin Yongsheng out. Suddenly, Lin Yongsheng remembered the female clerk and said, "Minister, your supermarket sales clerk seems a bit absent-minded. I asked her a question, and it took her ages to respond. And she was very impatient." "Oh, you're talking about Marta? The one who looks like me? Haha, you're not fat." Lin Yongsheng reassured the minister. "God bless that poor child. She's my niece. My sister's family contracted the virus, and, after being cured, she gave birth to her. She was born with some disabilities. You must forgive her." After saying that, Pablo seemed to be on the verge of tears. "Oh, I see. It's all right, it's all right." Lin Yongsheng quickly smiled apologetically. Old Lin went to the 1st floor to get the room card from Marta and glanced at her. She was still tirelessly changing her nail colors. Lin Yongsheng thought to himself, another one of the minister's relatives. At that moment, the phone rang. Lin Yongsheng picked it up, and the voice of the thin Dickens, whom he knew from the ship, came through. "Old Lin, brother, let us go to the bar tonight and relax. I want to talk to you about the rescue." Chapter 27, Flight to Titan Mars Time, 8 p.m. Old Lin arrived at another dome on a ground effect vehicle, finding the smuggler's bar. The bar was small, still maintaining the noise and dimness typical of such places. As soon as Old Lin entered, he spotted the skinny Dickens and the tall Robespierre by the stage. The drinks here were expensive, as currently, the 2 cities on Mars lacked the raw materials and processes for alcohol fermentation, so all beverages were shipped from Earth. Dickens ordered a cocktail for Old Lin, which was considered a high-end drink. Old Lin looked up and was surprised to see the 3-breasted dancer Carolina performing a pole dance. the same one he had seen at the Poseidon bar. Old Lynn pointed at Carolina and asked Dickens, "Why is she dancing here again?" Haha, Carolina is very popular. Dickens made an exaggerated gesture on his chest. Haha, Old Lynn laughed. In fact, Carolina spent most of her time dancing on Mars and only occasionally performed on various spaceships. Robespierre added, "You seem to know her well?" Lin Yongxing asked. "Yeah, as post-pandemic survivors, we are quite familiar with each other," Dickens replied. Old Lynn clinked glasses with Dickens and Robespierre and took a sip. Carolina was climbing and performing various provocative moves on the pole. The number of men in the audience was much larger than on the spaceship, and they were very enthusiastic, whistling and shouting inappropriate comments. At that moment, another girl came up, and the two girls began dancing together with interactive movements, creating a small climax in the audience. Old Lynn watched the performance on stage, then turned to Dickens and asked, "What are you planning to do for work? Any leads?" "Oh, before Robespierre and I set off, we had already submitted job applications at the spaceport. We interviewed at the second transfer station this afternoon, and there were no issues. There's a shortage of people everywhere." Dickens leaned closer to Lin Yongxing and asked, "What about you? When are you leaving?" Lin Yongxing felt it was not a secret and replied, "Tomorrow." "So soon? I might not see you for a long time then." Dickens looked regretful. "Haha, it's okay, we can stay in touch online. Plus, I'm happy to make friends right after arriving in a new place." Old Lynn took a sip of the cocktail and found it quite unpleasant, completely unlike the taste from Earth. "Mr. Dickens, to put it bluntly, this drink tastes just like what I had in the Budapest safe zone of the Lost City." Haha. Dickens laughed. "Yes, some drinks lose their flavor after long-distance transport. So, what happened in the Saturn ring system?" Dickens squinted and asked. It's not convenient to say right now. Let us wait for public news." Lin Yongxing took another sip of the cocktail. "Haha, you still hold your principles strongly." Dickens laughed. "Once we stabilize, we'll participate in the post-pandemic patient rescue efforts." Dickens said to Lin Yongxing, I probably won't stay in the Saturn system for long." Lin Yongxing felt a bit tipsy and his mind was drifting. The two girls on stage were getting into the groove, taking off their tops and interacting with the audience, causing quite a stir among the men. Lin Yongxing, feeling hazy, took out a stack of money from his wallet and waved it at the two girls. Seeing the money, the girls happily twisted their bodies and came down from the stage, one on each side, resting their arms on the professor's shoulders. The professor divided the money into 3 parts, stuffing them into Carolina's 2 breast seams and one of the other girl's breast seams. The 2 girls were very pleased and each kissed the professor on the cheek. The asteroid belt is a very dangerous ring. The shuttle to the Saturn ring system must travel at least 50,000 kilometers away from the ecliptic plane to be safe. From above, far from the asteroid belt, countless fragments drift slowly, year after year. As long as the sun hasn't become a red giant, they will forever orbit the sun. The Mars Mineral Company established a collection center in the asteroid belt, a massive spaceship floating in the belt, synchronously operating with the asteroid belt, sending out manned or unmanned mining machines to land on various meteorites and extract various rare minerals. Sometimes if a meteorite is too small, they directly use a net to drag it back to the collection center. The collection center was transformed from an almost decommissioned shuttle, designed only for preliminary crushing and sorting. The company initially intended to install furnace equipment, but later found the electricity and air required too excessive, making it unprofitable, so it was turned into an open-air crushing factory, only needing to ensure artificial gravity, and any dust suppression or spraying equipment like on Earth was unnecessary. The dust could just drift into space. Only the personnel living quarters required constant temperature, pressure, water, and electricity, greatly reducing costs. The professor sat in the VIP room of the shuttle, watching the countless meteorites move slowly below, suddenly feeling the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of humanity. All human suffering seemed trivial and fleeting compared to the universe. A few days later, when a server brought food, he kept smiling ambiguously at Old Lynn. Old Lynn felt something was off and asked what was wrong. The server said, "You might want to check the Martian news." Lin Yongxing quickly opened the large screen of the Martian Regional News Network, where the headline in red on the entertainment section read, "Recently divorced famous professor caught in a Mars bar with women on each arm." Below the title was a clear photo of 2 topless dancers kissing Lin Yongxing's face, their chests stuffed with money. Lin Yongxing smiled at the server, shook his head, and said, "I didn't expect them to really put in the effort." After the server left, Lin Yongxing picked up his network phone and dialed Dickens' number. As they had just passed the asteroid belt and were now at a certain distance from Mars, resulting in a 10-minute delay in the call. So Lin Yongxing only said, "Mr. Dickens, check the news. You guys must have taken the photos, right?" And hung up. Half an hour later, Dickens called back. and Lin Yongxing saw his name, but didn't answer. After 2 months of long travel, Professor Lin finally arrived in the Saturn ring system. Although they passed through the Jupiter system, it was far away and did not have the same impact as directly entering the Saturn ring system. Upon beginning to enter the Saturn ring system, Lin Yongxing looked at the immense Saturn and its rings filling the sky and couldn't sleep for 3 days. He was so excited. It felt like a blessing to be here, making this life worthwhile. The white body of the shuttle slowly descended to Titan's synchronous orbit, looking much smaller compared to the 600-meter-long gray-black cruiser Pulsar. The shuttle gently docked at the dock, where the gas valves connected to the shuttle, releasing some gas. The enclosed bridge connected to the ship, and people began to disembark one after another. The professor was still wearing that faded leather jacket and carrying a huge backpack. As soon as he walked out of the bridge, he saw 2 girls in standard black office uniforms holding a sign, "Welcome Professor Lin Yongxing." Lin Yongxing smiled and pointed at himself in response to the sign. The 2 girls respectfully led the professor to the ground effect vehicle, and one girl quietly said, "Professor, you are so handsome." Everyone laughed together. They flew to the command tower, where one of the girls led the professor to the Pulsar science department. Upon arriving at the science department, he saw Chief Scientist Blancres and several scholars from the department waiting in the hall. Blancres hugged Lin Yongxing and exclaimed, "You're the last piece we needed. Professor, with your arrival, we can finally tie the knot." Chapter 28. Continuing Exploration 1. The Science Department's Nix Mountain Project team consists of 31 experts from research institutes, universities, and professional research institutes around the world. The original plan was for the project team to consist of 30 scientific experts, but in the end, there was an unexpected addition, Lin Yongxing. In fact, there were already 5 physicists, 2 of whom were also leaders in quantum physics. The professional seminar was held in the science department of the mothership Pusilla for more than 10 days. Some discussions that began politely eventually escalated into heated arguments. After more than 10 days, a preliminary opinion was reached and submitted to the command of the Pusilla fleet. Captain Zhang Zekin looked at the 10 conclusions. 1. It can be concluded that there is advanced intelligence in the Nix cave, but it is unknown whether it is a living being or an intelligent machine. 2. The influence range is limited, only capable of affecting a few kilometers around the cave, but the exact distance needs testing. 3. No obvious hostility was detected, but it can sense objects approaching the cave and has significant defensive capabilities. 4. The defense method is peculiar if it is a living being. It answers questions directly, and if it answers incorrectly, it loses its life. If it is a machine, it will be destroyed within a certain range. 5. Current forceful attacks have not disabled the opponent's defenses. Under the premise of no threat to human survival, the things in the cave should not be completely destroyed. 6. The opponent communicates directly with the brain without any language, but can make the brain understand the intended message. This indicates a clear superiority over human technology. 7. Currently, the questions from the opponent are still understandable to humans, limited to science and engineering topics. The biggest challenge is that it asks riddles, which are difficult to answer. 8. It is recommended to continue communication with the opponent, using humanoid algorithm robots for testing. If that fails, continue recruiting volunteers. 9. The value of what is in the cave is unknown. 10. Future exploration should consider excavating from the side or back of the mountain to get closer to the objects. Zhang Zekin, representing the fleet staff, invited the science department and the 31 new experts to dinner. The table featured rare sea crabs and salmon, and luxuriously served each person Caspian caviar and Australian sweet shrimp. Fresh tomatoes and cucumbers were also served. It took nearly 3 months to fly from Earth to here, and it was unclear where they sourced the food. The fleet commander and captain raised a toast. "Thank you all for your research and exploration over the past half month," which has pointed the fleet in the right direction for the next phase of exploration and action. Today, Zhang Zekin finally relaxed his furrowed brow and smiled. The elite team of the science department, represented by Bronkers, is the brain of our fleet. Every thought you have influences the entire fleet's actions. Tonight is a relaxed evening. We will not discuss work or the new round of actions starting tomorrow. Come, everyone. Raise your glasses. This wine has been stored in Pompeii for 24 months. We have every reason to drink it. Laughter erupted as everyone raised their glasses and shouted cheers. Lin Yongxing also raised his glass, looking at everyone, feeling that the real challenge was about to come. The next day, the science department continued with 2 young scientists, William and Martin, leading 2 volunteer death squads and 2 high-performance robots back to Nix Mountain. The exploration continued. The high-performance robots were not human-like. They were ordinary small track tanks about a meter long. To avoid being easily destroyed, The inner layer was made of composite ceramic armor, and the outer layer was 15 centimeters thick manganese steel. The robots intentionally mimicked human brain activity with some meaningless calculations and replaced the simple air cooling system with a more expensive water cooling system, to see if it could make the opponent think it was a living being. At its core was a high-performance data server capable of answering most known human knowledge offline. The receiving device covered the entire radio frequency spectrum, from extremely low frequency 10 Hz to extremely high frequency 30 GHz, and could accept a full spectrum of light, including ultraviolet, visible, and infrared. The core computer could analyze the information received, understand its meaning, then call upon the database to find the answer and respond using the full spectrum of radio frequencies. Of course, all of this was just a trial, hoping to minimize human loss. At the spherical workstation in front of Nick's Mountain, William, Martin, and the volunteer death squad watched the screen. William began to remotely control the robot, successfully reaching the spot where Jack had been knocked down and stopped. The sensors received no signals. The robot was dragging a rescue rope. If it was destroyed, they could still pull it back to investigate the reason for its destruction. William and Martin exchanged looks and pushed the control stick, and the small tank continued to move forward. At that moment, the sensors received a segment of radio signal. The spectrum changed. William immediately stopped the robot and instructed the onboard computer to analyze the signal. After nearly 5 minutes, the analysis results were transmitted to the screen, which displayed meaningless signal. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. This indicated that communication between the opponent and the machine had not succeeded. Martin looked at the chief scientist Bronkhorst on the screen and asked, "What's the next step?" In the command center of the mothership, Bronkhorst turned to the experts watching the live broadcast and asked, "What should we do?" Everyone hesitated for a moment, and then opinions began to diverge. Some suggested moving forward, while others suggested retreating to analyze the data first. Lin Yongxing thought for a moment, stood up, and said, "I suggest we continue moving forward. Our computers have already received data, and we can analyze it later. Currently, it seems that communication between the opponent and the robot is ineffective, and the robot did not understand the meaning of the data. However, if the opponent did manage to communicate with the robot, it at least indicates that they could not distinguish whether it was a machine or a living being, which is progress." Many people nodded in agreement with this idea. Bronkhorst scratched his bald head and said, "Then let's continue moving forward." On the surface of Titan, William pushed the joystick, and the tank began to move forward again. At that moment, the tank's sensors received a segment of a more intense oscillating sine wave signal. William thought for a moment, and without hesitation, pushed the stick all the way down. The tank quickly charged toward the cave entrance. In the tank's camera view, a dark circular object could be seen inside the cave. The tank moved forward less than 8 meters before suddenly losing power. The control signal was also interrupted, and the camera feed went black. The people behind quickly pulled the tank, trying to drag it back. It suddenly started smoking, and then with a loud bang, a violent explosion sent the tank flying. Thick black smoke billowed up. A few people, about 20 meters away, hurriedly pulled the tank back and extinguished the fire with a fire extinguisher. But it was too late. The entire tank was completely burned. Lin Yongxing looked at the other experts. Each expert appeared to be in deep thought, showing no response. Old Lin gritted his teeth and said to Dr. Bronkhorst, "I think we need to send someone." Chapter 29, Continuing Exploration, 2. Lin Yongxing gritted his teeth and frowned, saying to Dr. Bronkhorst, "We must send someone." Bronkhorst nodded in agreement with Lin Yongxing's idea. He raised his head and addressed the experts watching the live broadcast. "No objections?" Some people nodded, while others remained silent. He turned to William on the screen and said, "Continue with manual exploration." The third exploration team set out. The volunteer for exploration was named Blair. This time, Blair had an AED defibrillator installed at his heart position. If he suddenly collapsed, the defibrillator would automatically perform cardiac resuscitation. However, Blair no longer had the bravery he had when he first signed up. After the previous setbacks, he realized that this method of exploration was fraught with danger. Yet, for the sake of reputation, he had to muster the courage to go on. Blair walked to the spot where Jack had been knocked down and heard a voice in his brain. "Stop." "I stopped," Blair shouted. On the physiological screen at the Joint Fleet Command, Blair's heart rate had already reached 130. The function ISIN x13 sin 3x obtains an extremum at x3. What is it equal to? What? Blair completely didn't understand, but he reacted quickly. "Could you repeat it again, please?" The other party repeated it, and Blair hurriedly recited it again. In the spherical workstation, William and Martin stared at the AI's recognition of Blair's voice and confirmed that the input was fine, immediately requesting an answer. In less than a second, the answer was given. The screen in front of Blair displayed 2. He hurriedly recited the answer. You can take 2 steps forward. Blair felt as if his legs were filled with lead, and he struggled to take 2 steps forward. In your culture, there is a literary figure named Shakespeare, who once said, "The time of life is short, but even if life rushes with the hands of the clock, declaring its end at an hour, it would still be too long to waste this short time in a base manner." From which article does this sentence come? All the experts watching the live broadcast in the command room gasped in shock, because everyone's conclusion was that the opponent would only ask about science and engineering knowledge, and would not inquire about the unique historical and cultural content of the Earth. This question broke the previous setting, making the database much more complex, and the AI intelligence had to quickly upgrade its version. Henry IV, Part 1. Blair looked at the screen in front of him and answered the question easily. This type of clearly described simple question is much easier than repeating mathematical formulas. He took 2 more steps forward. On the 3rd planet in your solar system, there are oceans and something that can move on the water, which you call a boat. There is a soft ladder hanging by the boat, 2 meters above the sea surface, and the sea level rises half a meter every hour. In a few hours, can the seawater flood the soft ladder? The opponent brought up the question that caused Jack's death again. Everyone hated this question. Such brain teaser problems have little technical content, but can easily lead to death. The soft ladder will never be submerged, because the boat has buoyancy and will rise with the water. Blair swallowed hard, but was confident that the answer was correct. Please take 2 steps forward, the opponent said in his mind. This time, the question asked of Blair was clearly more difficult than the previous ones. The outlook was not optimistic. Explain the photon cave you know, which posed a difficult question to answer. The AI quickly provided an answer, and Blair read it. A photon is a basic particle that transmits electromagnetic interactions and is a type of gauge boson. Photons are carriers of electromagnetic radiation, and in quantum field theory, photons are considered mediators of electromagnetic interactions. Compared to most fundamental particles, photons have 0 rest mass, which means their speed of propagation in a vacuum is the speed of light. Like other quanta, photons exhibit wave-particle duality. Photons can display classical wave properties such as refraction, interference, and diffraction, while the particle nature of photons can be demonstrated by the photoelectric effect. Photons are particles that carry energy in light. The energy of a photon is proportional to the frequency of the light wave. The higher the frequency, the greater the energy. When a photon is absorbed by an atom, an electron gains enough energy to transition from an inner orbital to an outer orbital, causing the atom with the electronic transition to change from a ground state to an excited state. He read on, and the other party patiently listened without interrupting him. Lin Yongsheng watched the live broadcast with a strange feeling. It wasn't that he disagreed with Blair's answer. He didn't even listen closely to the response, which belonged to his area of expertise. His feeling was, why did the other party in the cave ask questions? The most impressive aspect is the ability to communicate in a way that humans can understand. If it were a completely different alien civilization, this communication ability is indeed impressive and undoubtedly far exceeds human scientific and technological capabilities. But why did it want to ask questions? After Blair finished answering this question, the other party fell silent for a long time, seemingly trying to understand and digest his answer. Take 2 steps forward. After a while, the other party suddenly said. The viewers of the live broadcast sighed softly, feeling that the answer was indeed not easy. After this question, it leveled the number of questions answered by Jack before. Your human genome aid is nicknamed the dark genome. Can you introduce the latest research? Blair repeated, completely not understanding. The answer displayed on the screen, and Blair read it. Research on the human genome has a history of over 250 years. Among the earliest well-known research projects is the Human Genome Project, which was launched in the 1990s at the end of the 20th century. On April 14, 2003, laboratories from multiple countries completed the sequencing work of the Human Genome Project after more than 10 years of effort, mapping the human genome for the first time. However, the sequences obtained from the Human Genome Project at that time still left about 8 blank and heavy technical limitations, along with an incomplete understanding of the content that unknown genomes might be responsible for, led to only partial sequences being completed in 2003. Since this aid of the genome is not rich, many scientists are not interested in the extra efforts required to complete it. Therefore, this missing aid of the genome has been nicknamed the dark genome, or referred to by some as junk DNA. However, many peers do not consider it junk. They see potential treasures. Blair recited these unfamiliar contents verbatim. Lin Yongsheng looked at Blanc-Cress, the chief scientist, who also looked puzzled at the live broadcast. Today, God favored Blair, and he answered all 12 questions correctly. The other party allowed Blair to go back and rest. In fact, it was not considered completely correct. Some questions were open-ended. Or rather, The other party wanted to understand. Blair became a hero, returning an honor to the mothership Puzzla. The commander of the United Fleet, Zhang Zekin, personally welcomed him in the waiting hall and held a banquet to treat Blair. Lin Yongsheng came over to toast Blair and asked, when the other party asked you questions, did any other questions flash in your mind? Blair was taken aback. It seems not. Why did you suddenly think of this? It's nothing. In scientific research, sometimes you think of other situations. Lin Yongsheng smiled and clinked glasses with Blair. After 3 days of rest, the server and AI upgraded the historical and cultural content. At the same time, experts from the scientific department summarized information from various sources and reached new conclusions. 1. The other party understands human history, as they asked about Shakespeare. 2. The other party, through the questions, learned about some modern ongoing scientific technologies, such as biotechnology. 3. The various sensing devices of robots still cannot receive the other party's mode of communication and must rely on flesh and blood to explore. The command center planned to send someone else to explore, but found that almost all the previous volunteers had withdrawn. The reason is simple, rationally. This is a reckless exploration with no chance of winning, risking one's life. No one is willing to make a pointless sacrifice. The command center had no choice but to find Blair again, promising that this would be the last time they sent him. If he returned successfully, he would surely be promoted. Blair felt that nothing mattered anymore, as long as he could come back alive. Last time he answered 12 questions, advancing about 18 meters. And there were still about 260 meters to the cave entrance, which was truly difficult. There was still no wind at the foot of the cliff. Blair returned to the last question answering spot and said heroically, "You may ask your question." After waiting for a while, there was actually no response. Blair had to take 2 steps forward and finally heard the familiar melody in his mind. Stop. Blair took a deep breath and said, "You may ask your question." Chapter 30. Escaping death. Blair took 2 steps forward, and he finally heard the familiar voice in his mind. Stop. Blair took a deep breath and said, "You may ask your question." You have a story. Theseus once led the Athenians to Crete, where he defeated the monster Minotaur. On the way back to Athens, Theseus's ship underwent a series of repairs and replacements. Whenever a plank on a ship is damaged, it is replaced by a new one. Whenever a mast breaks, it is replaced by a new mast. Eventually, every part of the ship has been replaced, and no original planks or masts remain. When all the parts of the ship have been replaced, is it still the same ship? If it is, what determines its continuity? If it is not, then at what point in the replacement process did it become a new ship? What? Blair completely didn't know how to rephrase this. Could you repeat it again? The other party was very patient and roughly repeated it, while Blair stammered and relayed the question to the AI and the scientists. The psychologists in the expert group immediately recognized it as the famous ship of Theseus problem. The answer to this question is itself open-ended, with no precise answer. The psychologists quickly explained this philosophical question to everyone. The hearts of those watching the live broadcast tightened. They understood that this ancient philosophical question could easily cost the already heroic Blair his life. Professor Lin Yongsheng sniffed, as if trying to detect the scent of beasts among the mountains, searching for various logical traps. The experts took 5 minutes, combined with the AI's prompts, to provide an ambiguous answer. Blair looked at the monitor in front of him and read word for word, in modern philosophy. The ship of Theseus problem has sparked many interesting discussions. Some philosophers believe that the continuity of objects is an illusion, as all objects are constantly changing. According to this view, the ship of Theseus is no longer the same ship during the replacement process, but rather a series of similar, yet not completely identical ships. However, other philosophers hold the opposite view. They argue that the continuity of objects exists in our cognition. When we see a ship, we compare it to ships we have seen before, thus identifying it as the same ship. In other words, continuity is a subjective cognitive construct rather than an objective entity. I don't need this kind of answer. The other party interrupted Blair's reading. I need a definite answer. The experts exchanged glances. This question inherently could not have a clear answer. Any expert providing a definitive answer could potentially end a life. Everyone looked at Chief Scientist Dr. Blancrease. The doctor's face turned pale, and sweat began to bead on his bald head. He wiped it with a tissue and helplessly looked at Lin Yongsheng. Professor, do you have any opinions? Lin Yongsheng was also at a loss. It was difficult for anyone to make a decision at a moment that could determine someone else's life or death. Old Lin suddenly thought of something and asked, does he have an AED, automated external defibrillator? Yes, Dr. Blancrease replied. I have a feeling that no matter how Blair answers, it will be wrong. My suggestion is to have his teammates behind him ready to drag him back. Lin Yongsheng bit his teeth and said, Doctor. Blancrease's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Yongsheng. The command hall fell silent as everyone considered the feasibility of this. Answer the question. It wants me to answer the question. Blair's anxious voice came through the loudspeaker. Lin Yongsheng looked again at Dr. Blancrease, whose face had grown even paler, and sweat was pouring down his shiny head. His voice trembled. Should I report to Commander Zhang Zekin? There's no time. Lin Yongsheng looked at the screen, frowning deeply. Doctor. Blancrease trembled as he pressed the microphone. You run back. What? Blair either didn't hear clearly or couldn't believe the order. Run back now. Lin Yongsheng shouted into the microphone. This time, Blair understood. He turned and ran back, his space boots crunching on the methane ice. After running less than 5 meters, he shouted, "Oh God," and fell to the ground as if shot. In the command hall, the life status display showed Blair's heartbeat turned into a straight line. Pull him. Pull him. Lin Yongsheng shouted at the screen. The 2 team members 20 meters behind struggled to pull the rescue rope, dragging Blair back. The AED began to work, delivering shocks to Blair inside his spacesuit. Each shock caused the heartbeat line on the hall screen to jump. The 2 teammates pulled him onto the stretcher and hurriedly pushed him to the circular workstation. Inside the circular workstation, William and Martin raised the pressure to 18 atmospheres, opened the door, and dragged Blair inside. They then returned to 1 atmosphere. The 4 of them removed Blair's helmet, opened the spacesuit, allowed the defibrillator to continue working, and simultaneously placed a pressurized mask on him to increase oxygen content. 3 minutes later, miraculously, Blair's heartbeat began to resume its autonomous rhythm. Breathing gradually started to recover. The command hall of the mothership erupted in cheers. On the physiological screen, Blair's heartbeat and blood pressure gradually stabilized. Lin Yongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He watched the live broadcast from the drone, lost in thought. 3 months later, in Pompeii City on Mars. After returning to Mars, Dickens found Lin Yongsheng and swore that he hadn't let anyone take a photo of old Lin. Because his half-face was also in the photo, he couldn't let himself appear in the entertainment section. Old Lin believed him. Lin Yongsheng stood next to a church in Manhattan, distributing food and medicine to a line of patients with post-infection sequelae alongside friends from the assistance group. Most of these supplies were shipped from Earth at considerable cost. Also participating in the volunteer service were Dickens, Robespierre, and the dancer Carolina. Carolina was dressed in a very conservative student sports outfit today, wearing light makeup, looking like a recent college graduate. Each time a piece was handed out, the volunteers would say to the recipients of the post-infection sequelae, "God bless you." Everyone exchanged thanks with smiles, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Although the discovery of advanced intelligence on Titan was still confidential, the maiden voyage of the Pulsar involved more than 30,000 people, making it impossible to keep it a secret. When the Pulsar docked in Pompeii a month ago, the news had already spread like wildfire, becoming an open secret that everyone discussed during meals. The less ordinary people understood the matter, the more curious they were. The day after arrival, Dickens and Robespierre sought out old Lin to have a meal together, wanting to hear some inside information. However, Professor Lin was tight-lipped, only casually mentioning a bit, leaving both men feeling as if they were being clawed by a cat. During the 2-month journey back to Mars and a month living on Mars, the Fleet Command and Science Departments held many meetings to discuss the next steps. The final consensus reached was, 1. Further exploration is currently paused. We need to reorganize our thoughts. 2. Gather elite scientists from around the world to study and discuss this event and provide reasonable exploration methods. 3. If no better methods are found, we can only invest heavily to recruit a volunteer death squad to carry out the exploration. 4. Further study whether artificial intelligence can communicate with the other party. If communication is possible, exploration will no longer sacrifice lives. 5. Investigate whether it is possible to drill holes from the side or back of Nix Mountain to connect with existing caves. 6. We must preserve this advanced intelligence and not let it be damaged. Blair was very fortunate to have been rescued, but would be confined to a wheelchair for life. The gray matter cortex of his brain suffered some damage, leaving him unable to recall the exploration process. Apart from his mother, he could hardly recognize anyone else. Blair was sent back to Earth, in the Council Hall of Suva City on Fiji's Viti Levu Island, where the highest government international assembly was located. A grand award ceremony was held. Prime Minister Pintock and Speaker Duke personally awarded Blair, who sat in a wheelchair with a vacant gaze, the Human Liberation Medal, the highest honor awarded in the past 30 years. At the same time, the title of League of Nations Hero was awarded to the late John Bull Group member. The sniveling dragon Robert, Jack, and the fleet's first officer Joel, along with the crew of the combat patrol boats 05 and 06. And substantial compensation was provided to their families. The general public was unaware of the specifics of the events that transpired, only knowing that these heroes sacrificed themselves for science on Titan. Meanwhile, In a luxurious hotel in the Manhattan district of Pompeii City on Mars, Professor Lin Yongsheng sat on a genuine leather sofa, took a sip of wine, and looked through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows on the top floor at the lights of Pompeii City, observing the pink sky where the sun was about to disappear beyond the horizon, and sighed. "Darling, why are you sighing again?" Carolina, with her 3 ample bosoms, wearing a semi-transparent nightgown, also holding a wine glass, sat down and cuddled up to Professor Lin. Old Lin smiled and embraced Carolina, asking, "Why do you think it asks such stupid and boring questions?" Carolina scoffed and shot Old Lin a glance. "Can't you figure that out?" She shook her wine glass. "It's testing your IQ, to see how many of you men aren't idiots." She giggled, her 3 full bosoms rising and falling. Enlightened, Old Lin suddenly understood Carolina's point. "That's right. It is indeed testing our IQ. Because it wants to cooperate with us. That's why it keeps testing us." Haha. Old Lin laughed heartily, startling Carolina. Lin Yongsheng took Carolina's wine glass, placed it on the table, and turned to pounce on her. Chapter 31. High compensation volunteer on a macro level. The exploration of Titan was no longer limited to Mount Nix, as the United Fleet initiated a comprehensive investigation of Titan. No particularly exciting discoveries were made at other locations on the satellite. However, the investigation of Mount Nix remained a priority and continued unabated. Through gradual exploration of the caves, it was discovered that robots could not communicate with the entities inside at all. All human electronic transmission and reception technologies were tested, but none could identify any signals from the other side. Although some changes were detected in the magnetic field, the usable data was too scarce for analysis. Geological exploration of Nix also faced obstacles. Radar probing encountered interference near the caves, making it impossible to investigate the geological structure within. Consequently, it was impossible to determine where to drill with the shield machines. Ultimately, it was concluded that sending humans directly was the cheapest way to get answers. Starting in 2146, a grand recruitment campaign for Titan warriors was simultaneously launched on Earth and Mars. The recruitment did not specify the details of the exploration, only stating that there was a significant adventure on Titan with a possible death rate of 50, an initial death rate of 50, while the actual death rate later rose to 99, requiring brave warriors unafraid of death to sacrifice themselves for cosmic exploration. Completing one mission, i.e., answering 12 questions, would earn 2 million League of Nations credits. This was an amount of money that an ordinary person could never earn in several lifetimes in the 2140s. The average monthly salary was around 1,008 yuan, with anything over 400 yuan considered high income. If an explorer died, their family would receive 3 million in compensation, along with lifetime free medical care and free education for immediate family members. Suddenly, applicants were flooding in, eager to participate, especially among those with disabilities from infection sequelae. The application rate was extremely high. With everyone struggling to get by, they saw it as a gamble. Even if they died, they could leave a substantial inheritance for their families. Lin Yongsheng scoffed at this method of selecting volunteers for death. However, he couldn't find a better way to approach the caves. At first, each warrior was tethered with a steel cable, and if they were killed, they could be dragged back for a high-standard space burial. Later, as the death rate became unacceptably high, they stopped dragging bodies back altogether. Outside a 200-meter radius from the cave, corpses lay scattered everywhere, and some sequelae patients in wheelchairs also lay peacefully to rest. The closer they got to the cave, the harder the questions posed by the entity became. Many people died on the very first question, either unable to provide clear content to the AI or giving incorrect answers based on various experts' input. Near the 200-meter mark, very few could answer more than 3 questions. Those who could answer all 12 questions had become legends. In the first year, Lin Yongsheng occasionally visited the site to analyze the intelligence of the entity and the logic of its questions. As the number of deaths increased, Old Lin could no longer bear to watch and chose to fly back to Mars to analyze the relationship between the questions posed by the entity and the various magnetic field data. Lin Yongsheng attempted to find the logical model relating different types of questions posed by the entity to magnetic field lines. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The League of Nations government also realized it could not sustain such massive compensation payouts, slowing down the cave exploration project to only grant 1 exploration spot per month. With compensation reduced from 3 million to 900,000, the 31-member expert team was disbanded, leaving only Lin Yongsheng to continue researching on Mars. He had his reasons for not returning to Earth and did not wish to go back. The other experts returned to Earth and eventually transitioned to part-time research on the matter. Besides continuing his scientific work, Lin Yongxing's work with the Sequelae Assistance Association on Mars was flourishing, and he even became the honorary president. As the Assistance Association expanded, it began to benefit the Sequelae Assistance Association on Earth, with personnel frequently visiting from Earth to learn from their experiences. After a year of being with the three-breasted Elena, Lin Yongxing broke up with her after a big fight. A year later, he met a 22-year-old female Sequelae patient at the Assistance Association, and the two quickly became inseparable, living together. In 2149, it was clear that this situation was unsustainable. The president of the League of Nations Council, Juan Hernando Gomez Duque, stated at a secret hearing of the League of Nations Council in Suva, Fiji, after hearing reports from the United Fleet Commander Zhang Zekin and Chief Scientist Dr. Bronkley about the midterm assessment of Titan, everyone shook their heads. Alcindi Cleek Duke sat in the audience, repeatedly nodding in agreement with his father's remarks. Alcindi Duke had transitioned from being his father's secretary to a council member, which was the best and quickest growth choice under his father's shadow. I agree with the Prime Minister's statement that the League of Nations government cannot sustain such a massive exploration project with unpredictable end times and results. Council President Juan Hernando Gomez Duque concluded. Adjusting his glasses, the president said, "Now we will proceed with general statements." Alcindi Cleek Duke raised his hand, stood up, and began addressing the council members. "We can no longer allow so-called explorers to engage in paid death. This exploration has turned into a disguised selling of lives. It is extremely inhumane. Many of these people are the bottom tier of our society, desperate risk-takers with no way out. Their participation does not provide any valuable scientific data for exploration or advance us further into the caves. They are dying just to die, hoping to obtain a large compensation. I dare say that many of them, with ulterior motives, deliberately misstate the first question, leading to immediate death and compensation. They have never considered contributing to science. Only the compensation." The council members nodded in agreement. "Therefore, I support Prime Minister Elzequin Pinto's recommendation to further reduce the compensation to 300,000. Returning to the essence of scientific exploration, we should allow those who genuinely wish to explore the universe to participate, rather than those who come to die needlessly for money." Old Duke and Young Duke returned together to Old Duke's home in Suva City. Mother hadn't seen Young Duke for half a month, and upon seeing her son return, she hurriedly instructed the cook to prepare a delicious meal. At the dinner table, Old Duke mentioned again the issue of large funds being used for the exploration of Titan in recent years, expressing serious doubts that the compensation and actual death toll matched, suggesting there were hidden agendas. Young Duke opened an oyster, squeezed a bit of lemon on it, and slurped it into his mouth, closing his eyes to enjoy the freshness of the oyster. "Dad, I have an idea." Young Duke opened his eyes to look at his father. "Go ahead." Dad gestured for him to continue. "You have an old friend at Rainforest Corporation, right? Are you talking about Manolo Gabriel?" "Yes, Dad. Isn't he in charge of the biotech and life engineering at Rainforest Corporation?" "So what?" Old Duke asked. "Rainforest Technology recently bought a deserted island, which you might not know. They plan to focus on biological research and development there. The person in charge is Manolo," Young Duke said, looking at his father. Mom, seeing the father and son talking about work again, got a bit angry and said, "Haven't you talked enough at the office? Do you have to discuss it at home too?" "Huh." Mom glanced at Young Duke and started nagging. "You're already 36 this year. When do you plan to get married?" Young Duke laughed. "Mom, there are plenty of girls around me. No need to rush. Of course I'm anxious. Your good friends are already having children, and you're still single," Mom said while eating her steak. "I'm just saying the last work-related thing, Mom," Young Duke replied. Young Duke turned to look at his father. They named that island Happiness Island. Chapter 32. National volunteer Old Lin's life was going well in Singapore until it was all disrupted by his wife's infidelity. Although Old Lin always wanted to return to Singapore, he couldn't go back. Coach Lee was injured by Old Lin and could no longer stand or walk. After 2 years, he still sued Lin Yongsheng. For some unknown reason, the mysterious department of the National Federation government failed to resolve the issue with Coach Lee. Old Lin seriously suspected that the two men in black from that mysterious department took bribes and did not give Coach Lee enough support, which led to the later lawsuit against him. This was basically the truth, something anyone could figure out. If he went back, he would inevitably face a series of lawsuits. So it was better not to return. After all, Mars currently had judicial independence and immunity from Earth-related lawsuits. Gradually, Old Lin felt quite comfortable on Mars. The work on Titan continued, and his salary was no less than that at the university. The National University still retained his position. Another venture was the Post-Infection Aftercare Association, where Old Lin gradually transformed from an honorary president into a key participant in various charitable activities. Additionally, Old Lin was satisfied with his romantic life, enjoying a pleasant relationship with 22-year-old Elisa, who had post-infection symptoms. In 2150, Professor Lin received a secret call from a colleague and friend at the National University, saying that Coach Li, in conjunction with his ex-wife, came to the university to protest, claiming that the school did not provide them with Old Lin's contact information. The school, in order to protect Professor Lin, would not provide that information without a court subpoena. His colleague also informed him that the two of them shamelessly sued, demanding that Old Lin compensate Coach Li with the Lin family's ancestral home. Old Lin was truly furious. While he had been away from Singapore for 5 years, those two had done a lot. What made Old Lin even angrier was that those two men in black had patted their chests and promised that once Old Lin arrived on Titan, there would be no more lawsuits. Old Lin realized how naive he had been to believe others without any written agreement. Of course, such matters could not be publicly documented. The Lin family's ancestral home was the only heirloom passed down through generations, whether in terms of traditional culture, family history, or property value. It was priceless to Old Lin. Irreplaceable, and not for sale. Now, two people with a different surname wanted to lay claim to his ancestral home. It was outrageous that they could even think of such a thing and manage to act on it. Moreover, the court actually accepted the case. Old Lin's blood pressure surged, and his temper worsened, leading him to inexplicably scold Elisa several times. Elisa felt very wronged, which exacerbated her post-infection asthma. Old Lin also felt guilty and decided to let Elisa go to Earth for a visit. Elisa had fled to Mars with her parents as a child due to the infection, and her memories of Earth were quite vague. Old Lin bought Elisa a ticket and gave her some travel money. He also called friends in Singapore, Hong Kong, North America, South America, and Europe, asking them to take care of Elisa if she visited those places, assuring them that Elisa was not infectious. Old Lin sent Elisa to the fifth dock of Pompeii. The fifth dock was located 3,000 meters high, and looking down, the four domes of Pompeii looked like building blocks for children. Old Lin gently touched Elisa's face. Have fun. Enjoy the beautiful scenery of your mother planet. Elisa tossed her golden hair and shared a long kiss with Old Lin. I'll have a great time. Just don't be angry anymore. Health is important, she said playfully with a smile. She waved goodbye to Old Lin, blew him a kiss, and turned to board the shuttle. With a bang, the shuttle departed from the superconducting dock, sailing into the red sky, eventually becoming an orange. Old Lin felt a bit anxious for some reason. His sixth sense was right. 2 months later, Elisa died at the hands of the National Federation Army. The place of death was North America. The National Federation Army explained that there was an increasingly active resistance organization there, and for some unknown reason, Elisa was believed to be associated with the resistance. During a crackdown operation, she was mistaken for a member of the resistance and shot. Old Lin was truly driven mad this time. He wanted to fly back to Earth immediately to settle the score. The problem was, who would he confront? There was no clear target. He would only face the entire National Federation government. Passing the buck could wear a person out. Besides, he also had a lawsuit pending against him. And returning would only lead him into a web of legal troubles, potentially losing his ancestral home. The highs and lows of life can sometimes occur in an instant. The disparity between highs and lows can torment a person to death in a moment. Old Lin drank heavily with old friends from the Post-Infection Aftercare Association, like Dickens and Robespierre. Sitting outside the bar, Old Lin cried his heart out, feeling that he was increasingly on a downward slope in midlife. In 2152, Old Lin led a new 3-member research team to establish a forward research base at the foot of Mount Nix on Titan, connecting it to the earliest circular base. To show respect for virus-infected individuals, just like the civil rights movement for African Americans in the 20th century, one member of the 3-person team was Alfredo, who had previously studied at the National University of Singapore and had post-infection symptoms. Although Alfredo was not a student of Professor Lin, he had heard of the young and handsome Lin Yongsheng. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate on the distant Titan, he became a member of the professor's research team. At this time, volunteers were no longer available. No one was willing to sacrifice themselves for a mere 300,000. The challenges faced were extremely high, with a 100 mortality rate. During this period, a small combat spaceship, the Moon Goddess, was operating in synchronous orbit. Its research environment, power supply, and living comfort were far inferior to that of the Plaza mothership, making it impossible to guarantee even the replacement of the small high-temperature superconducting energy storage system, SMES, at the advanced base. There had been 2 power outages already, causing the data servers to shut down. Fortunately, no one was exploring the caves at the moment, so there were no casualties. Professor Lin was greatly angered by this, but felt helpless. One day in March, Old Lin led the team on the Moon Goddess to model the magnetic field of the northern hemisphere of Titan. At that moment, the phone rang, and a strange voice said, "Professor Lin? Hello, I am National Federation Congressman Al-Syndic Lick Duke." Old Lin was a bit surprised as to why such an important person was calling him. "Congressman Duke? I know you. I've seen your live speeches." Old Lin said. "Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. I have something to discuss with you. This conversation is confidential, and the phone channel has also been encrypted. The League of Nations Parliament has secretly gathered some volunteers who are true warriors passionate about science and indifferent to income. Please wait patiently for their arrival. How to explore and how to use them is entirely up to you. Oh, it's really not easy. The League of Nations government is impressive. They have actually managed to recruit volunteers again." Lin Yongsheng buttered up a bit. "Haha, we are the League of Nations Parliament, not the government." Little Duke corrected Professor Lin. Professor Lin felt a bit embarrassed. 3 months later, the volunteers recruited by the League of Nations Parliament arrived at the Moon Goddess. Chapter 33, Enlightenment 3 months later. The volunteers recruited by the League of Nations Parliament arrived at the Moon Goddess. The first batch consisted of 20 people. Old Lin and the other 3 members of the team were completely taken aback by these volunteers. They were completely different from the downtrodden people who used to come to scam for compensation. They were all healthy young individuals, 10 males and 10 females, each robust, full of vitality and sunshine. The team leader said that for confidentiality reasons, each of them had been given a code name. The males were numbered from M1 to M10, and the females from W1 to W10. The team leader prohibited them from interacting with the crew of the Moon Goddess, citing confidentiality needs. Professor Lin found this quite surprising. How could these young, handsome guys and beautiful girls be willing to risk their lives? How had they been brainwashed? But seeing the team leader's serious expression, Old Lin dared not ask further. The next day, the first batch of 4 young volunteers boarded a combat patrol boat, following the research team to the forward base. As the team assistants helped the first volunteer, M1, put on his spacesuit, Old Lin stared at him and asked, "Are you afraid, young man?" M1's eyes were filled with a fervent yet hollow look. He stared fixedly out the window and replied, "Why should I be afraid? We are warriors. Our mission is to forge ahead, to save humanity." Old Lin looked into his eyes, feeling an indescribable sensation. He glanced at the other 3 volunteers, and their expressions were essentially the same. There was no hint of fear. Each of them seemed invigorated and filled with the spirit of battle. Old Lin shook his head, unsure of what the parliament had done to brainwash these young people. Moreover, the most impressive thing was that they did not seem to have any post-traumatic symptoms. They appeared to be quite healthy and perfect. The first one was dispatched, and on the physiological monitor at the forward base, M1's heartbeat and blood pressure were surprisingly within normal ranges. This indicated he was not afraid at all. Approaching about 200 meters from the cave entrance, M1 stopped. The other side began asking questions. In different cells of the human body, mRNA has specific differences, but tRNA does not have specific differences, right? Why? M1 repeated according to the voice in his head. After a while, the computer on his chest displayed the answer, and M1 read from the screen. Yes. Different cells in the human body are produced and differentiated from a fertilized egg through mitosis, so the genetic material, DNA, is the same. But the luxury genes are selectively expressed, forming different mRNAs, which are translated into different proteins, thus determining the different morphological structures and physiological functions of the cells. However, the types of tRNA are the same. One type of tRNA can only carry 1 amino acid, and one codon can only determine 1 amino acid. Take 2 steps forward. M1 took 2 steps. At the entrance of every elevator from the 1st to the 10th floor, there was a diamond of varying sizes. If you take the elevator from the 1st to the 10th floor, the elevator door will open once on each floor, and you can only take 1 diamond. The question is, how can you get the biggest one? M1 repeated the question. Lin Yongsheng and the other 3 members of the team were stunned for a moment. Old Lin's heart sank, realizing that this question was going to lead to trouble. The AI provided an answer, and M1 read it aloud. This is a question without a standard answer. In fact, it tests open-mindedness and logical reasoning ability. One possible answer: choose not to take any diamonds from the first 5 floors. Observe the sizes of the diamonds on each floor and keep a mental note. Then, on the last 5 floors, choose the diamond that is closest in size to the largest diamond that appeared on the first 5 floors. The other side fell silent, seemingly analyzing this answer. After a while, they said, "I don't need this kind of answer." The other side responded, "I need a definite answer." "Incorrect answer." M1 shouted, "Impossible." Then he fell forward like a rock, his heart stopping. Lin Yongsheng and Alfredo sighed. Another vibrant life had come to an end. Old Lin turned to look at the other three volunteers, expecting them to be sad or afraid, but instead found their eyes hollow, their expressions still showing excitement. Completely unaffected by M1's death, Old Lin was extremely astonished, unable to comprehend how these emotionless volunteers had been trained. He even felt a bit angry. He turned his chair around, stared at them seriously for a moment, and then asked, "Aren't you sad for M1? The three stared blankly at Old Lin. One of them replied, "We are sad. But this is our destiny. We are here to sacrifice ourselves. We feel honored." The other two nodded in agreement. Lin Yongsheng and Alfredo exchanged glances, speechless and feeling uneasy, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, a lightning bolt flashed through Old Lin's mind. It seemed like he grasped something amidst the chaos in his head, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Old Lin cautiously asked the three volunteers, "What is 9 times 9? The three volunteers seemed a bit confused, staring blankly at Old Lin. "What about 58? What does that equal?" The three shook their heads. "We haven't learned that yet in our training. After our internship, we will go back and study." One of them answered, "You call this an internship?" Old Lin suddenly understood a bit. They were not only brainwashed, but also deceived. "Do you know that going there?" Lin Professor became agitated, pointing to the cave in the distance outside the pressure-resistant glass, "is going to lead to death. Do you know that?" "We know," a girl replied. "We are willing." Old Lin was so furious that he felt like his eyes were about to pop out. "Professor, the superconducting energy storage device is running low on power again." Alfredo pointed at the system screen. "Have you reported to the Moon Goddess?" "We have contacted them. The command center has asked us to overcome this first. All 3 superconducting energy storage devices are charging slowly now. It will take another 24 hours to fully charge the first one. This is really an old problem. No cure for it." Old Lin felt powerless to get angry. "While there's still power, let's send out the second volunteer." Lin Yongsheng tapped the fish screen display and asked the 3 assistants, "I always feel something is off, but I can't articulate it." "What's off?" the 3 assistants asked. "Don't you feel it is increasingly asking questions related to our society? Some of them are even classic intelligence test questions." "What does that indicate?" Alfredo asked. "I have a feeling I'm grasping something, but I can't articulate it." Old Lin tapped his head. The second volunteer is ready to depart. Old Lin really felt a pang of compassion, but the bow was drawn, and he had no choice but to release it. This time, the one departing was W1, a young girl. Old Lin couldn't bear to watch and simply looked away, letting the 3 assistants help the AI answer the questions. W1 arrived at the spot where M1 had fallen. There were already several corpses piled up there. "Please ask the question," W1 said. As soon as W1's words reached the forward base, there was a loud bang, and the power went out. The room went pitch black. The computer servers buzzed and all shut down. Even the emergency lighting was gone. At this critical moment, communication with W1 was completely cut off. Old Lin became anxious and shouted in the darkness, "Why hasn't the backup power started yet?" 30 seconds later, the backup power kicked in. But it only provided power for the air circulation system, pressure system, and temperature system to operate, with only 2 emergency lights casting a dim glow. The server and database were completely shut down. Lao Lin anxiously watched W1 through the pressure-resistant glass, and communication with W1 was entirely interrupted. Everyone could only watch and wait for her to collapse. How did the SMEs, superconducting magnetic energy storage, become so unreliable? An assistant complained. The power supply from the Moon Goddess power plant was insufficient, and the charging was too slow. There was nothing to be done. It was not designed for high-power fast charging of the SMEs. We had only charged it to 60 before taking it offline for use. Professor Lin explained while watching W1 outside. Lao Lin and the assistants sensed that her time to fall was approaching. But then a miracle happened. She turned around and walked back. Lin Yongsheng and the assistants gaped as they watched her walk back step by step, not collapsing at all. It was truly a miracle. Had God opened his eyes? No one could walk back without answering all 12 questions. The professor welcomed her in, and everyone hurriedly opened her spacesuit, asking her in a flurry, "How did you come back?" "I walked back," she replied. "Didn't they ask you any questions?" No. Everyone was greatly surprised. "Not a single question?" Lao Lin pinched his chin with his fingers, a bit in disbelief. "They didn't ask." W1's answer should not be a lie. "Did they say anything at all?" Lao Lin asked. "They said, 'Let me go back.'" W1 looked disappointed, feeling it was a pity not to have died. Another moment of inspiration struck Lao Lin, and he seemed to sense something. Lao Lin looked at W1 and asked, "Haven't you learned any languages, mathematics, physics, or chemistry?" W1 looked confused and replied, "What are those?" Lao Lin stood up, chuckled coldly a couple of times, then threw his head back and laughed out loud. The 3 assistants felt that Lao Lin was on the verge of breaking down. Lao Lin glanced at the powered-off data server, then at the bewildered 3 volunteers. He pointed at M2. You go now? If they tell you to come back, then come back. If they ask questions, answer them as best as you can. The 3 assistants seemed to understand something. After helping M2 put on his suit, they sent him out without any communication. This had previously been an inconceivable and unexecutable task. Sure enough, as the professor predicted, after a while, M2 returned. They hadn't asked a single question and just let him come back. M2 also looked disappointed. The professor looked at the 3 assistants, a bit excited. Did you discover the problem? The 3 nodded. Alfredo said, the server is out of power. And then? The professor's eyes lit up. They stopped asking questions. Another assistant said, exactly. Why did they stop asking questions? Lao Lin asked. The 3 assistants seemed to have also discovered the problem. Professor Lin laughed. The server is down. There is no content being transmitted from the server. He looked at the 3 volunteers and continued. These volunteers have no knowledge of mathematics, literature, physics, and chemistry. They haven't even heard of them. Such a coincidence is almost impossible. But it happened. Professor Lin smiled as he looked at the cave. So, as you can see, they can't ask questions anymore. Professor Lin's face turned red with excitement. All the questions it asked came from us. Initially, the questions were simple because it dug knowledge from our brains to form questions for us. At that time, there was no data server set up at close range, so it couldn't access advanced knowledge. Whatever knowledge we had in our brains, it asked about that content. Once the frontline server was established, because the distance was close enough, it could access the server data and draw a large amount of knowledge to test us later. That's why it suddenly asked about Shakespeare's works and questions in the humanities. When the database crashed and there was no content transmission, it couldn't call upon the database's knowledge to ask profound questions. And this time, encountering these volunteers with empty heads, it couldn't ask a single question. Lao Lin rubbed his hands in joy. But we have knowledge in our heads. Why didn't it call upon the knowledge in our brains? An assistant asked. We can only think this way. The server has powerful power, and the wireless signal transmitted over a long distance can receive the server signal from our forward base. But our human brain has very little power. Unless at close range, it cannot be sensed. And the volunteers who went at close range earlier didn't yield any knowledge. It could only awkwardly send them back. At least Lao Lin looked at the cave, seemingly thinking of something else. At least it is very humane, follows rules, and didn't act recklessly to kill people. Lin Yongsheng felt that victory was within reach. Chapter 34 New Journey. Lin Yongsheng felt that the dawn of victory was right in front of him. He should be able to enter the cave very soon. The next day, the professor flew back to the moon goddess with everyone from the frontline base. He found the captain and scolded him, telling him that having no power supply was a dangerous thing. Deep down, he was somewhat grateful to the error-prone captain, as the power outage allowed him to discover some issues he had previously overlooked. In the evening, all spacecraft departing from Mars follow Mars Pompeii city time. Lao Lin had a lavish meal alone, indulgently eating fresh peas stir-fried with Micronesian amoeba and cold tomatoes. He returned to his room, where 2 photos were prominently displayed. One was of the Lin family's old house, and the other was of his girlfriend, Eliza. He knelt on the ground and, following Eastern customs, bowed 3 times to the 2 photos. Lao Lin wrote a will, sealed it in an envelope, and placed it in a prominent position. Through the window, Lin Yongsheng looked at the orange Titan, took a deep breath, and thought that perhaps his life was about to end there. He walked alone to the combat patrol airport, wrote a mission statement for himself under the plane, signed it, and handed it to the on-site dispatcher. He boarded the patrol aircraft and left the moon goddess. The patrol aircraft whizzed through the dense atmosphere and landed at the forward base. The professor entered the base through the docking interface. Since the new superconducting energy storage device wouldn't be fully charged and delivered to the base until tomorrow, the 3 spherical buildings at the base were still in complete darkness, with only a little emergency lighting in the command cabin of the main sphere. For safety reasons, the professor unplugged the power supply to the server and database server. Even if the superconducting energy storage device suddenly provided power again, it would not start the server. Lin Yongsheng put on his spacesuit, exited the forward base, and walked toward the deep red cave, stepping in the footprints of those who came before him. His heart pounded, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead. The feeling of walking toward death was truly unpleasant. The night on Titan was still bright. During the day, the gray Saturn and the rings spanning the sky became clear and bright at night. When he reached the spot 200 meters from the cave, in front of M1's corpse, a voice rang in his mind. Stop. Since there was no need to repeat the information in his mind, he stopped and said nothing, waiting for the judgment of fate. Although most systems at the forward base were shut down due to lack of power, the life support and monitoring systems were guaranteed to remain on. Therefore, The surveillance camera at the top of the large spherical building captured the image change and transmitted the video to the command cabin of the moon goddess. The duty officer checked the dispatch records and discovered that the person walking toward the cave was actually the chief scientist of the research team, Lin Yongsheng. The duty officer dared not be negligent and quickly notified the captain. Before long, a crowd rushed in, regardless of whether they were relevant or not, all anxiously staring at the screen. Although the clarity was not as good as that of a drone live broadcast, the long-distance footage could still clearly capture the person's movements. However, due to the lack of power at the forward base, the spacecraft could not hear Professor Lin's speech. Lao Lin took a deep breath and said, "You can ask." He tried to empty his mind as much as possible, not thinking of anything. The other party remained silent for a long time, seemingly searching for the question. "In your understanding, clarify whether the speed of light can be surpassed or not." The professor smiled internally, as expected. The other party's inquiries were centered around the knowledge of the questioner. The premise is that there is no knowledge base from a data server. For a culturally less advanced soldier, he might ask a question like, "What is 11 equal to?" But for Lin Yongsheng, whose mind is filled with physics knowledge, the first question delved into some core issues of the universe. The professor spoke about this as if he were in class, with great ease. In our traditional thinking, time is just time, and time has no relation to space. Simply put, both time and space are absolute, completely unrelated, which is also the absolute space-time view under Newtonian classical mechanics. However, with Einstein, it was entirely different. He proposed the concept of relative space-time, where any time and space are not only relative, but also an organic whole that cannot be separated. Any act of discussing time and space separately is, in fact, meaningless. That is to say, time and space cannot exist independently, both must exist simultaneously. Time, along with three-dimensional space, constitutes the four-dimensional space-time we inhabit. The speed of motion of all things in the universe is the same, and not only that, but everything moves at the speed of light. Because space and time are one, when an object moves in space, it must also move in the dimension of time. In other words, strictly speaking, everything moves in space-time. Not just in space. What I just said about everything moving at the speed of light specifically means that everything moves at the speed of light in four-dimensional space-time, rather than just moving at the speed of light in space. In simpler terms, each person's speed of motion has two directions, the speed in the spatial dimension and the speed in the temporal dimension. And the final speed of motion is the composition of these two-dimensional speeds, resulting in a constant speed of light. In plain language, the speed of an object in space-time is determined by both its speed in space and its speed in time. If an object moves faster in space, then its speed in time will slow down. Conversely, if the speed in the spatial dimension is slower, the speed in the time dimension will increase. The professor seemed to return to his university classroom, passionately lecturing into the air. The other party listened very politely, not interrupting the professor's lecture. Meanwhile, in the distant monitoring head transmitting back to the command room of the moon goddess, only the professor's gestures could be seen, with no sound, leaving one unaware of what was being said. This went on for half an hour, and the other party did not interrupt his lecture. Therefore, our current human research conclusion is, the reason why the speed of light cannot be surpassed is entirely due to the inherent property of four-dimensional spacetime. And this inherent property is based on the constancy of the speed of light. This characteristic of four-dimensional spacetime is unrelated to any objects within it. Nothing can surpass the speed of light. After finishing his conclusion, the professor took a breath and said, "I am done." There was a moment of silence. Within 500 meters of the cave entrance, there was almost no wind, and with no wireless signal, Lao Lin felt the silence was unreal. Not knowing whether the other party understood, after a long time, the other party finally transmitted a voice into Lao Lin's mind. "Take 2 steps forward." Lao Lin stepped forward 2 steps. Introduced the intrinsic relationship between the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen entanglement of superquantum structure and quantum entanglement in spacetime. Lao Lin felt that his mind was exceptionally clear now, and he heard clearly that the other party said to introduce. Lao Lin became increasingly confident that he was heading in the right direction. The question about the Rosen entanglement and quantum entanglement was the subject of his doctoral thesis. Only he could discuss this. This corroborated that the other party's questions indeed came from the mind of the questioner. If the server were open, the questions would come from the server's database. Unexpectedly, the server that was supposed to help answer questions ended up raising the difficulty and breadth of the questions, leading to the downfall of many. Lao Lin felt exceptionally relaxed, standing there discussing his thesis theory in detail. During the explanation, he deliberately stated a few logical errors to see if the other party could detect them. Another half hour passed, and Lao Lin transitioned from relativity to quantum entanglement. discussing the impact of the Y virus on society from the Mesopotamian civilization to modern times. After finishing, Professor Lin licked his lips. His mouth was dry. Again, there was a long silence. Lao Lin's biggest worry was that a few of the deliberately stated logical errors would be discovered. Take 2 steps forward. Lao Lin knew he was on the right track. The other party did not really have its own judgment, but was merely comparing it against the correct answers it had received. And now, the so-called correct answers were in Lao Lin's own mind. As long as Lao Lin believed they were correct, the other party would also consider them correct. Introduce the relationship between quantum entanglement and space-time travel. Lao Lin again heard clearly. Another introduce. Lao Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of an extreme method, one he almost dared not contemplate, fearing the other party would discover his thoughts. Quantum entanglement is the second power of the Micronesian amoeba interacting with the beautiful air of the forest in a 1-2-3-4 method, which is like gambling with dice to see who runs faster, a capital game of chance, which is like saying I don't want to give my house to my ex-wife and those fraudsters. Lao Lin rambled incoherently for 10 minutes with this nonsensical answer, then said, I am done. He took a deep breath, knowing that success or failure hinged on this moment. He mentally suggested that the absurd answer he just gave was indeed correct. After a while, Lao Lin felt as if his heart had stopped beating, thinking he had received a fatal blow. Take 2 steps forward. Lao Lin smiled internally. He dared not think too much and took another 2 steps forward. Introduce wave-particle duality. Great, the professor thought. It had always required the professor to provide an introduction, rather than answer questions. Lao Lin began his nonsensical ramblings again. In the subsequent answers, Lin Yongsheng provided increasingly shorter responses, yet still incoherently rambling. 2 hours later, he had rambled on and answered nearly 140 questions. The cave entrance was now in sight. With the naked eye, a giant circular machine could be seen inside the cave. And despite being inside, many white methane snowflake crystals were still floating above it. This machine had no idea how many thousands of years it had endured. The command room of the moon goddess was in an uproar. Everyone was bewildered by how Lin Yongsheng managed to traverse such a long distance without being shot. Without strong support, and in the absence of any communication, he single-handedly reached the cave entrance. This would become a new legend of the 22nd century. I ask one last question, and then we will become friends. Why do you keep getting closer to me? Lin Yongsheng took a deep breath. We humans have a major flaw. For this flaw, we advance regardless of life and death. This flaw is curiosity. The other party fell silent. Lao Lin waited a long time and did not hear the other party's command. So he asked, can I proceed? After waiting for a long time and still receiving no answer, Lao Lin cautiously took a step forward, then another step. In the end, he walked into the cave. The command room of the moon goddess erupted with cheers like a landslide or tsunami. No one knew what great Professor Lin had used to complete a journey that might take others many years. Lao Lin stood under the massive concentric circle, touched the machine, and through his gloves could not feel the temperature. The cold, bluish metallic color did not dampen his surging heart. In the distance of the concentric circle, there was a smaller concentric circle with a rectangular metal piece resting on it, though it was some distance from the cave entrance. The whole machine was already half buried in the snow made of methane and ethane. No one knew how many years this machine had been sleeping here, perhaps hundreds of years, or even billions of years. Lin Yongsheng walked around the machine and took a deep breath. He knows that the real great journey has just begun. Perhaps it's a small step for himself, but a giant leap for humanity. Chapter 35. Another story at the League of Nations Parliamentary Building. A grand award ceremony was originally planned for Lin Yongsheng. Lin Yongsheng refused, feeling that such empty fame was meaningless. He only made one request, to withdraw the lawsuit his ex-wife filed in collusion with Coach Lee against him, and to have his old house designated as a national historical monument in Singapore, not to be bought or sold. His request was soon met, and old Lin couldn't help but sigh. This little matter was actually exchanged for his life, but it also resolved his concerns. In the next 20 years, Lin Yongsheng did only one thing, studying this machine. Let's return to 2023. C-2217 and Shen Pinru were sitting in fishing chairs, eating barbecue and drinking beer. And 2217 had just finished telling the story of how Lin Yongsheng entered the cave on Titan. At this time, the sky was a bit dim. At this moment, they had only just come into contact with the time machine. Strangely, after Professor Lin made contact with this machine, it no longer emitted brainwaves to communicate or ask questions. People could freely enter and exit the cave. The League of Nations government became various academic research teams and began studying this machine in the Nix Mountain Cave. Professor Lin led a relatively large team to conduct research. 5 years passed like this, until 2157, when human scientists roughly figured out what this machine was for. If nothing unexpected happened, it was a machine for spatial transmission of matter. Further research found that a large amount of electricity was needed to start this machine. So the League of Nations government initiated a special fund to build a medium-sized methane power plant next to Nix Mountain, solely to supply power to this machine. 2 years later, in 2159, they finally found a way to start it. During this period, Professor Lin was influenced by the ideas of the Resistance Organization and secretly joined the Post-Infected Alliance. This organization was mostly made up of patients with post-infection sequelae or their second-generation deformities. His introducer was the thin Dickens. Old Lin then realized that Dickens and Robespierre had actually always been members of the Resistance Organization. Starting in 2160, human attempts to use this machine for spatial transmission failed, with most people disappearing without a trace. It wasn't until 2163 that someone suddenly returned from the machine, and everyone realized that due to insufficient energy provided, spatial transmission was not completed, but time transmission was. In other words, most of these people were sent to some past era. Due to the poor technology, the physical impact on those who traveled through time was immense. Most of the returnees died within a month, and those who did not return were not likely to have a good future. From then on, research on this machine finally got on the right track. The two stood up, stretched, and opened the old window. Outside, people were gradually getting up, starting a new day of work. "Can you walk out of this room?" Old Chen asked. "It seems that I can now. I've been with you for a night, and there are no signs of spatial collapse," replied 2217. "Great. I'll take you out for a walk." Old Chen took a leave of absence specifically to show 2217 around the city. Old Chen led 2217 to the street, and they both wore masks to avoid being recognized as looking so similar. 2217 was very excited. In his memory, he had never seen so many people on the street, jostling and bustling, especially in Dagwan Street and Nanchang Street. The variety of snacks was dazzling, making 2217's eyes fill with tears. So this was how prosperous ancient times were. He ate many foods that were so strange to him. 2217 saw various cheap bracelets, necklaces, and crystals being sold at street stalls and wanted to bring something back for his girlfriend, but unfortunately, these items couldn't be transmitted. Chen Pinru also took him to watch a movie. This was his first time entering a cinema. 2217 exclaimed, "Life is so colorful. I don't want to go back." In the afternoon, just before school ended, Old Chen took 2217 to the school gate to pick up his son. 2217 bent down, took off his mask, looked closely at Chen Yulin, and smiled, saying, "So you are the famous Chen Yulin?" The son looked at his face in surprise and shouted at his dad, "Why does this uncle look so much like you?" Old Chen laughed. "This uncle is a relative of Dad's, from a very distant place. Let's go have a big meal together." Old Chen called his wife, took a leave, and led the two to enjoy a high-end seafood buffet. The next day, Old Chen bought 2217 a military cot, several sets of clothes, and his son's tablet to keep 2217 entertained. 2217 became a bit anxious and said to Old Chen, "You have to find a way to travel to the future. Just a few tubes of blood, and you can come back." Chen Pinru looked at 2217 and said, "You haven't introduced yourself yet." 2217 sighed, "All right, let me tell you about myself." Another story. In 2165, 52-year-old Arsène Duke had already taken the seat of vice chairman of the League of Nations Parliament. His father, Juan Hernan Gomez Duque, had passed away due to an accident 10 years ago. Arsène Duque rose from a legislator to vice chairman in 10 years, relying on his father's connections and his own efforts. One day, an old friend of old Duque, Manolo Gabriel, the CEO of the biological branch of the Rain Company, called young Duque, inviting him to come to Happy Island when he had time. The scenery was beautiful, and hunting season had returned. Additionally, the biological company had made some significant breakthroughs in technology and hoped he would come to see them. He also mentioned that his son, Martin Gabriel, was on the island. Martin was 3 years younger than young Duque and had always been his playmate, and they had a great relationship. Young Duque hadn't been to Happy Island in a long time. He had hunted with Martin on the island a few times before and found it very enjoyable. A man remains a boy until death. Young Duque packed his gear and took a private plane to Happy Island. Martin Gabriel stood by the vertical takeoff and landing pad, watching as the plane slowly descended vertically onto the pad. When the cabin door opened, young Duque jumped out with a beaming face and embraced Martin warmly. "Long time no see. Tomcat." Young Duque shouted Martin's nickname. "Haha, I missed you too. Jerry Mouse." Martin shouted back young Duque's nickname, because their fathers were friends. They had been close since childhood and trusted each other very much. At dinner, only the three of them, Manolo Gabriel, his son Martin Gabriel, and young Duque, ate together. During the meal, Manolo briefly introduced some technological breakthroughs on Happy Island, which delighted young Duke. I'll make sure the board of directors of Rain Company increases investment in Happy Island. Young Duke took a sip of cognac. Then it will be hard on you. Manolo was also very happy. I knew your father for a lifetime. He was a good man. Manolo said. How is your mother? Mother is just high blood pressure. Everything else is fine. Young Duke replied. Duke, you know, I'm already very old, well past retirement age. Manolo put down his knife and fork, clasped his hands, and looked at young Duke. I have poured my life's efforts into building Happy Island. He paused. There are many secrets that cannot be known to the outside world. I hope. He looked at young Duke and then at his son Martin. I hope someone from my family can take over the management of Happy Island. Young Duke immediately understood the real purpose of inviting him to hunt. Continue, young Duke said as he cut a piece of tuna and put it in his mouth. You see, Martin has been involved in various biological research, especially with professional studies on consciousness transfer. If possible, I hope you can use your influence to persuade the company's board of directors. I want Martin to manage this island. Little Duke smiled and said, Uncle Gabriel, I can ignore others' matters, but I will do my best for Martin. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became lively, and both Gabriel and his son were very happy. After the meal, Martin took Little Duke into the company's underground production workshop, where many scenes shocked Little Duke. Then the two strolled along the beach, sharing many jokes from their youth. Back at the lounge, Martin said to Little Duke, I've arranged a night dessert for you. I'm full. I don't need it. Little Duke replied. Martin clapped his hands, and two stunning girls in bikinis walked in from outside. Little Duke laughed. So that's the dessert. Martin told the girls. Take good care of our guest. Then he closed the door and left. On a gentle hillside near the sea on Happiness Island, various tree species of different heights were deliberately planted, and gentle animals like antelopes and deer were kept inside. Sometimes, for excitement, they once kept a lion. But that lion ended up dying a tragic death. Everyone agreed that hunting herbivores was better. Little Duke, Martin, and a few bodyguards entered the hunting area, using old-fashioned double-barreled shotguns fired with gunpowder. Everyone felt that only using this kind of shotgun could truly appreciate the primitive charm of hunting. Soon, the sound of gunfire echoed in the hunting area. The animals panicked and scattered. The two happiest things for men are killing and getting laid. Little Duke looked at the antelope struggling on the ground in the distance, set down his gun, and felt satisfied. He turned to Martin and said, Don't forget to dispose of those two desserts from last night. Chapter 36 Happiness Island, 2173. The wind gently blew, the wheat waves swayed with the wind, resembling ripples on a lake. The setting sun cast its rays on the soon-to-ripen wheat ears, mixing orange sunlight with chestnut-colored wheat, sparkling gold, filled with the weight and joy of an impending harvest. As the wheat swayed, little insects fluttered and danced between the spikes, happily foraging. He stroked the wheat, enjoying the pleasant sensation of the spikes grazing his palm. He looked up at her. She stood on the ridge, wearing a white dress, her dress swaying with the breeze and the wheat. Her long black hair flowed in the sunset, flying freely, appearing golden against the backlight. She tossed her long hair, and the sunset illuminated her long neck, the fine hair on the back of her neck shimmering, dancing with the breeze. His heart stirred. She smiled and turned to him, her smile so sweet and quiet. She slowly extended her hand, offering him something. He looked down and saw an old, rusty key. C-2217 took a deep breath, suddenly waking from a suffocating dream, sitting up, feeling a heaviness in his chest, and sweating all over. He took a couple of deep breaths and finally felt awake. The room was very small, with nothing but a bed and no other furniture. The entire room was milky white with a strong plastic feel. The sensor detected someone getting up, and the lights turned on, softly diffusing from the walls, neither dim nor glaring. Near the head of the bed, there was a recessed square slot with a half-drunk cup of water. On the other wall, there was a recessed bathroom with a mirror and several buttons. Pressing different buttons would make a wash basin or toilet extend from the wall. C-2217 washed up, looked at his face in the mirror, his complexion good, rosy, and he considered himself fairly handsome with a face full of vigor. C-2217 was satisfied as he patted some moisturizer on his face, looked at his well-defined muscles, and felt good. C-2217 put on a quick dry suit, which was a full white bodysuit with only a zipper running down the front. The back bore the large letters C-2217. The bell rang, the lights in the wall turned orange and began to flash, and the door opened automatically. Another day of training was about to begin. C-2217 walked out, and many trainees emerged from the corridor. The area where the trainees lived was called Zone C-22, consisting of male combat trainees. His room number was C-2217, so his name was C-2217. Everyone wore the same white quick-dry suits, and since speaking was not allowed in the corridor, everyone silently greeted each other with their eyes as they streamed out. C-2217 saw his neighbor C-2216 and smiled at him. He nodded back. This guy was tall and strong. Definitely a good fighter. Everyone lined up to the cafeteria, where they could speak freely and see the female trainees, which excited the male trainees. The cafeteria was one of the few places where the trainees could relax and socialize. Everyone chatted and laughed, sitting together with friends. And many deliberately tried to sit with the female trainees to chat. C-2217 wasn't very interested in talking to female trainees. He just wanted to finish eating and get into training mode. During this time, he successfully passed exercises like double bars, 200 push-ups, 400-meter obstacles, 10-kilometer cross-country runs, 50-meter frog jumps, 200 squats, and 100 sit-ups. Though his whole body was sore, his heart felt fulfilled. Today's training was still a 30-kilometer run. C-2217 hadn't completed it for 2 days and needed to continue training. The island had a gentle breeze and mist, and the scenery was beautiful. The coach informed the trainees that the nearest continent was 2,000 kilometers away. Looking around, there were indeed no other islands or land nearby, just the sun-drenched, shimmering sea. The 30 kilometers were not too easy to run, as the route was deliberately set on various rugged mountain roads, a swamp, a forest where it was easy to get lost, and a steep rocky slope. For the first 10 kilometers, everyone could basically run together, but after 13 kilometers, entering the swamp, the crowd gradually spread out. This segment was very difficult to run. The entire ground was soft wetland with reeds and bulrushes, making it the most physically demanding stretch. C-2217 was panting, his mouth dry, feeling like his lungs were about to burst. He looked at his watch. His heart rate was at 130, which was acceptable. After 2 kilometers, he finally pulled his feet out of the mud. He had made it through the swamp. Standing on a small hill, he gasped for air and looked back, aside from the 3 teammates ahead of him who had already run past the hill. He surprisingly didn't see anyone else following and felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as C-2217 was about to turn and start running the next phase of the mountain path, he caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a person standing amidst the bulrushes and salt grass in the swamp, waving at him. C-2217 quickly stopped and turned to look. But there was only the bulrushes swaying. There was no one there, and that area was a restricted zone outside the running route. There could be unpredictable viruses there, as well as man-made bouncing mines, which would explode at chest height when stepped on, causing immense damage. C-2217 thought he must have been seeing things, or that his brain was starved of oxygen from running, creating a visual illusion. He focused intently on that spot for a while. Indeed, there was no one there, and it was impossible for anyone to stand there. If trainees accidentally crossed the boundary of the route while running, their watches would alert them to the danger of losing their lives. No one dared to venture so far into the restricted zone. Although he felt a bit creepy, training had to continue, so C-2217 hurried to catch up with the others. Days went by in repetition, and soon C-2217 passed the physical training assessment with excellent results, followed by combat training, firearms training, and maintenance training, as well as mountain off-road vehicle and low-altitude flying device driving training. The cultural knowledge course includes the history of the League of Nations, the history of virus development, the history of human collective estates, mechanics, and basic medical care. This island is called Happiness Island. The entire island serves as a training base for young people. Depending on their vocational training direction, the young people are divided into different groups. Group A is the Educational Psychology Counseling Group, specifically for providing psychological counseling to patients in contaminated areas, helping them establish a positive and healthy outlook on life and correct values, while also monitoring the mental health and ideological tendencies of future work group members. Group B is the Accounting and Assets Group, which will play a role in resource allocation, funding management, and accounting within the group. Group C is the group that 2217 belongs to, the combatants, and it has the largest number of trainees, with 300 trainees in each batch, as typically 3 combatants are assigned to each future work group, while other professional members in the work group generally consist of 1 to 2 individuals. Group D is for aircraft pilots, but they are only authorized to operate aircraft in contaminated areas and will not be assigned to work groups. Group E is the most core group, the medical group, which generally has 2 medical personnel in future deployed work groups, responsible for treating patients in contaminated areas and preventing the spread of disease. There is also said to be a Group F, which has never been seen, and according to the rules, one cannot inquire about it. Although Happiness Island is far out in the deep ocean, its tropical island scenery is very enchanting. The entire island is covered with green plants, and the sea is a vibrant green, blending seamlessly with the sky. However, one cannot roam freely on the island. Activities are limited to designated areas. And each person's electronic watch has a map. If anyone crosses the boundary, a warning will be issued. Every trainee strictly adheres to this rule. The island owner is named Tom. 2217 thinks this must be a pseudonym. Who would give themselves such an old-fashioned name? The island owner is a nickname given by the people living on the island. And his official title is Commander of the 4th Mobile Division of the International United Conference National Defense Army Happiness Island Training Base, with the rank of Major General. However, the investment and construction of this island were not funded by the League of Nations government, but by the well-known global high-tech company, Yulin Technology Corporation. One day at noon, 2217, C-2216 called out to him while holding a plate. C-2216's plate was piled high with food, and it was unclear how he could finish it all. 2217 turned to look at him. C-2216 was half a head taller than C-2217, built like a muscular male kangaroo, and weighed at least 15 kilograms more than 2217. He had a short scruffy beard and a high hairline, giving him a full forehead. This guy always spoke quite loudly and consistently ranked high in physical fitness tests, making him stand out. However, it was said that he didn't score very high on psychological tests, and it was unclear what the issue was. So, there's something I need your advice on. He suddenly became shy and mumbled softly. This quiet way of speaking was something 2217 was not used to. Go ahead. The guy stared at the mountain of steaming meat. I like a girl. Can you come with me to sit over there? He glanced sideways at a table where several girls were eating. 2217 turned to look over there and burst out laughing. I see. You're asking me to help you make a move?